Chapter 1604. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. Damn you, monkey! How dare you disfigure me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Senior brother, kill all of them. Leave no one alive. She was furious. She did not expect the little white monkey to be so fast. Furthermore, her opponent had actually attacked her and scratched her face. This was something that the proud and arrogant her was unable to tolerate. Brat, how dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll make you pay a painful price. You're dead. The surrounding disciples of the moon-worshipping sect sneered. Do you know who our senior brother is? Our senior brother, Niu Lang, is one of the candidate saints. You're dead. Niu Lang. He's Niu Lang. If he's one of the successor saints, then he must be an extremely powerful genius. The surrounding people exclaimed. Every major sect and holy ground had a candidate saint and saintess. Other than that, there were also some candidate saints and saintesses. They were used as a precaution or for the sect's competition. These candidate saints were powerful and could definitely suppress the younger generation. The crowd did not expect the arrogant young man in front of them to be one of the candidate saints. Lin Xian sneered. Just a candidate? How dare you be so arrogant when you're not even a candidate? He sneered disdainfully and shook his head slightly. Brat, you're courting death. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping sect was furious. The candidate saint, Niu Lang, looked gloomy. However, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed again. I think I've seen that young man before. Isn't he the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal? What? Seeker Soul Master? He's a Seeker Soul Master? The crowd was even more shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such an identity. The disciples of the moon-worshipping sect were also stunned. Niu Lang snorted. Humph, what Seeker Soul Master? He was just lucky to cut out a subdivine crystal. How dare you be arrogant in front of me with such a weak cultivation? You're courting death. Brat, since you dared to hurt my junior sister, I won't let you go today no matter what. Although this is the public zone and we can't attack in the lawless zone, I'm afraid no one will care. Brat, do you dare to follow me to the lawless zone? Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you don't dare, then forget it. However, I want you to kneel in front of my junior sister and kowtow 100 times before crippling your own arms. Also, hand over this damned monkey obediently, and I can spare your lives. What? The lawless zone will decide life and death. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they now knew that Lin Xian might be a seeker spirit master, this was not a life and death battle. It was true strength, a battle of life and death. Although Lin Xian's identity was special, he was only a 2-star king. As for Niu Lang, he was one of the candidate holy sons. His strength was extremely strong, and he had most likely already reached the level of a 5-star king. Such a person was simply too powerful. Most likely, not many people could suppress it. The lawless zone will decide life and death? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a touch of coldness. In the past 2 days, people kept finding trouble with him. Did they really think he was a pushover? It seemed that it was time for him to show off his strength to the crowd. What? A battle of life and death. Everyone was shocked. It seems that the people of the moon-worshipping cult really want to kill that young man called Lin Xian. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, I agree to your request. I'll let you know the consequences of challenging me. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe their ears. The other party actually agreed and dared to say such arrogant words? Did he really want to die? At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. What? Did I hear wrong? This brat actually agreed? Even the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were stunned. They did not expect that the other party would really agree. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water to actually agree to a battle with senior brother Niu. It seems like he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Brat, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 100 times. It'll be more comfortable. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Niu Lang. He said coldly, "What, you don't dare?" "Humph." Niu Lang snorted and sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? Brat, fighting with me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. I'll wait for you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'll kill you." Niu Lang sneered and then led the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult out of the tavern and toward the lawless zone. The disfigured female disciple also sneered, "Brat, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you. And that stupid white monkey, I'll definitely kill him. You all can go to hell for messing with me." The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Xian snorted and left with the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The entire tavern was in an uproar. They did not expect that the two sides would really fight to the death. One was a seeker spirit master, and the other was a successor of the moon-worshipping cult. This kind of battle was really exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. Niu Lang's strength is terrifying. That Lin brat has no chance of winning. No matter what, I have to go and have a look. Let's go. Everyone was excited and walked toward the lawless zone. At this moment, the door of a private room in the tavern opened and two figures walked out. One was extremely handsome, and the other was a tall, middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. They were the two mysterious people from before. However, at that moment, they were all wearing black gowns that concealed the black lotus flowers. Therefore, no one noticed their strange clothes. Hee, I didn't expect to see something interesting. Not bad. Shall we go and have a look? The tall middle-aged man smiled. All right, since we have nothing to do now, let's go and have a look. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Then, the two of them walked toward the lawless zone. At the same time, the entire ancient city of Hanyang received the news. Although Lin Xian also obtained a supreme-grade subdivine crystal, only a small number of people saw it. His opponent, Niu Lang, was indeed very famous. After all, the moon-worshipping cult was a major sect, and Niu Lang was one of the successor candidates. He could be said to be a very powerful genius. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat such a person. Now, there was someone who wanted to fight to the death with Niu Lang, and that person's identity was most likely a seeker spirit master. This undoubtedly added some mystery to the battle. Chapter 1605. On the other hand, Lin Xian ran into a familiar face. It was a fatty in a golden robe. "Brother, it really is you. I knew it. Only you would be so bold as to stir up such a storm." Fatty Luo was very excited when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He looked at Fatty Luo and asked curiously, "Why are you here too?" "Of course, as long as there's a lively place in this world, I, Fatty Luo, will be there." "Oh right, Brother Lin. Let me introduce you to my brother," Fatty Luo said as he pointed at a young man beside him. "His surname is Du Fei. Du Fei, this is the Lin Xian I told you about." "So it's Brother Du." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Lin, it's an honor to meet you at last," Du Fei said with a chuckle. "I bet this battle will be thrilling." Fatty Luo's mouth twitched when he heard this. He said to Lin Xian, "Brother, you'll know this guy when you get to know him. He's a gambler and likes to bet on everything." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, speechless. These two were really brothers. One liked to join in the fun, and the other liked to bet. They were really something. However, Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them from the bottom of his heart when he saw how skilled they were and that they didn't have any bad intentions. Then, the group walked toward the lawless zone. On the other side, the people from moon-worshipping cult had also arrived at the lawless zone. They all sneered and looked arrogant. They didn't care about this battle at all. Niu Lang, in particular, was laughing coldly. From his point of view, he could crush someone like Lin Xian to death with a single finger. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others also caused a commotion. Fatty Luo narrowed his eyes when he saw the people from moon-worshipping cult. He whispered, "Brother Lin, be careful. They have an elder." Sure enough, there was an old man standing among the moon-worshipping cult's cultivators. His eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was exuding a powerful aura. "It's fine." Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the other party. He was not afraid at all. No matter who came today, they wouldn't be able to save these people from moon-worshipping cult. The next moment, he strode forward. Heh, ignorant trash, you really dare to come? Looks like you really don't know what death is. The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he said coldly, "There's no harm in saying more. Let's fight to the death." Pong. Not long after Lin Xian arrived, the void suddenly trembled, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a man from the ancient city of Hanyang. He waved his hand and the ground bulged up, forming a hole in the huge arena. Who initiated the deathmatch? Come on up. A cold voice sounded. Humph, kid. I'll crush you with one finger. Niu Lang sneered and stepped onto the arena. Kid, get over here and accept your death. A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil, and they couldn't stand still. So strong. Worthy of being the candidate saint of the moon-worshipping cult. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted, and then his body swayed, and he instantly appeared on the arena. Seeing this movement technique, the crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Some experts even squinted their eyes. So fast. What movement technique is this? It seems like this kid is not simple. Exclamations of surprise sounded. However, the martial artists of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. So what if his movement technique is good? He's just a 2-star king. His strength is not enough. I think senior brother Niu can kill him with one punch. That's right. With his strength, he won't be able to withstand a single blow. On the arena, Niu Lang snorted and stretched out his palm. His huge palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying a terrifying aura. In the palm, there was a full moon that was floating up and down. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if he was holding a real moon and smashing it toward Lin Xian. The aftershock set off countless strong winds and huge waves, causing the crowd to feel cold. Many of the weaker ones were even sent flying. So strong. The crowd was shocked. Just the aftershock alone was already so powerful. One could imagine how terrifying the real sun and moon in the palm was. It's over. That kid can't resist it. Not to mention 2-star kings, even 4-star kings can't resist this attack. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, looking at Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian suddenly let out a long roar, and there was a rumbling sound from his body. Endless energy exploded from his body and swept out in all directions. What? So powerful. How is this possible? The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was not weaker than Niu Lang's at all. Humph, it's just a bluff. Die. Niu Lang saw this and exerted even more strength to push his palm down. Lin Xian snorted, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched out. The qi and blood in his body rumbled like dragons, and a powerful aura shook the surroundings. Boom. This punch directly shattered the full moon. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Then, he used his fingers like a sword and quickly swung out a ray of sword qi. It was like a divine red, and it carried a sharp light as it quickly slashed forward. On the opposite side, Niu Lang's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. To be honest, he did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack. In his opinion, he could suppress a 2-star king with a raise of his hand. However, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. When he saw that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, he was instantly furious. He snorted coldly and used his technique again. As a successor, he was extremely powerful and had boundless confidence. Moreover, his strength was not limited to this. That attack just now was only a little of his strength. Now, he would let Lin Xian know what a true genius was. Kill. With a furious roar, Niu Lang's aura changed drastically and became extremely violent. At the same time, a huge moon appeared behind him. It was a red moon, and it was extremely huge. It suddenly appeared behind him as if it was real. Along with it, there was an endless tide of energy that spread in all directions, and heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle felt a surging pressure on their bodies. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground with pale faces. Blood Moon Realm. This is Niulang's king realm, everyone exclaimed, and their bodies trembled. In the crowd, Crimson Dragon God had a look of disdain. He was the person who knew Lin Xian the best, so he was not worried at all. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei had grave expressions. Because the two of them knew Niulang's strength, and from the scene in front of them, their opponent was indeed powerful. Chapter 1606. The Blood Moon is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping cult. I didn't expect Niulang to be able to cultivate it to such a level. It's really surprising. It was rare for Fatty Luo to be serious. Du Fei also nodded. Yeah, I bet that Niulang is not far from becoming a true 5-star king. I wonder if Brother Lin can contend with him? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Niulang did have the right to be arrogant. Just this moon alone was probably unrivaled among the 4-star kings. However, Niulang was unlucky to have encountered him. This was because Lin Xian's strength could not be estimated by cultivation base. Brat, go to hell. With a roar, Niulang activated the Blood Moon domain. Immediately, the moon behind him started to slowly rotate. Endless red light formed in the air. It was like a red millstone, full of mystery. In the next moment, the red light emitted and fiercely collided with Lin Xian's sword chi. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Lin Xian's sword chi was blocked. Not only that, countless cracks appeared on it. Finally, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. So terrifying, as expected of the Blood Moon domain. Yeah, Niulang is too strong. I'm afraid that even a 5-star king might not be able to contend with him. Although Lin Xian is also very strong and beyond everyone's expectations, it's still too difficult for him to fight against Niulang. This time, he's bound to lose. It's such a pity. A Seeker Spirit Master with such strength should have a promising future. However, he provoked Niulang. I'm afraid he'll be killed. Sighs could be heard one after another. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had no chance. The reason for that was because the Crimson Moon was simply too terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he did not feel a trace of fear as everyone imagined. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. In the next moment, he let out a low roar, and then a green dragon sword domain quickly formed beside him. What? He still wants to fight? He's courting death. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. What an idiot. A 2-star king wants to compete with senior brother Niu in King's domain? It seems like he doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as a hint of confidence appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he activated the dragon sword domain. Soon, countless sword chi surged and quickly condensed, forming the shadow of a green dragon behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring in the void. Come, let me see how strong your king's domain is. Lin Xian's voice was steady. You're courting death. On the other side, Niulang roared angrily and charged over with the huge blood-colored moon. The other party actually dared to look down on him. He was truly unforgivable. He would make the other party pay the most painful price. The red moon traversed the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as it shone with a red light. The entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, there was a terrifying energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated the shadow of the green dragon behind him and struck out with his palm. Immediately, the shadow of the green dragon behind him also waved its huge dragon claws and clawed forward. The void split open, and cracks appeared one after another before it collapsed with a loud bang. The huge green dragon claws were extremely sharp and were completely formed by sword chi. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with violent energy. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely. A violent storm swept in all directions, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. This energy was simply too terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to the core. Even the elder of the moon-worshipping cult had a serious expression on his face. Damn it, how can that kid be so strong? The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian, a two-star king, would have such strength. It was really beyond their expectations. So what if he's strong? Against senior brother Niu, only death awaits him. The others gritted their teeth and said. Their eyes were filled with madness. Killing a genius like Niu Lang was very exciting for them. In the sky, violent energy flashed like waves, crashing in all directions. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar was heard. Then, the green dragon claws emitted a terrifying light and slapped on the red moon. It sent Niu Lang flying. Puff. The red moon flew backward. Niu Lang kept retreating, spitting out blood. Behind him, the red full moon had dimmed quite a bit. What? He was pushed back. How is this possible? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Niu Lang was actually pushed back. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone was completely stunned. They did not expect Niu Lang, the saint candidate of the moon-worshipping cult, to be pushed back. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. In the arena, Niu Lang shook his head frantically. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. How can a two-star king block my king domain? To be honest, he was going crazy. One should know that when he used his blood moon domain, even a five-star king was no match for him. However, his opponent had sent him flying with a single palm. He could not accept this. Damn it, go to hell. Niu Lang roared angrily, emitting a crazy light. He used all his strength on the red moon behind him. The red moon spun rapidly, emitting a roaring sound. Boundless flames spread in all directions. Oh no, Niu Lang is angry. This is an all-out attack. Below, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. As expected, the red moon emitted a dazzling light and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The entire sky trembled. The saint candidate's all-out attack was extremely terrifying. It could even kill a five-star king. At this moment, when Niu Lang used it, it was even more terrifying. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved his arm. Azure Dragon Break. The azure dragon shadow behind him roared rapidly, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. The terrifying light tore through heaven and earth. The entire arena trembled rapidly as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, this was an ancient arena that was protected by a powerful array formation. That was why it was preserved. Otherwise, just this aura alone would cause the entire ground to sink. With a roar, the azure dragon transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and quickly charged forward. This was one of Lin Xian's ultimate techniques. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the azure dragon sword shadow collided with the red moon, causing a huge explosion in the entire void. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. Everyone retreated in horror and looked ahead in shock. They could not believe it. Was this really the strength of a two-star king? How could he be so powerful? He could probably kill a five-star king. Too powerful. As expected of Brother Lin. Chapter 1607. On the other side, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult had a hideous expression on their faces. Even Elder Zhang's expression was as heavy as water. Boom, 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 boom. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out as the stage exploded with resplendent light. Then, the azure dragon sword shadow directly shattered the blood-colored moon. What? It's broken. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They realized that Niu Lang's king's domain had been shattered. It was simply unbelievable. No. Damn it. I don't believe it. Niu Lang roared madly. At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The shattering of his king's domain had caused him severe injuries. He was afraid that he would soon become a cripple. He couldn't accept it. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his arm. A dazzling sword light shot forward once again. What? He wants to continue? At the sight of this scene, the scalps of the crowd went numb. It seemed like Lin Xian really wanted to kill Niu Lang. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It turned out that it was the elder of the moon-worshipping cult. It was the Reverence Moon Elder. His face was gloomy. His gaze was like lightning. It was unusually cold. Stop! On the stage, Lin Xian sneered, "This is a battle of life and death. It will only end when one side dies. You actually want me to stop? What a joke." However, the Reverence Moon Elder snorted coldly. His eyes were like two sharp blades that shook the void. Niu Lang is my moon-worshipping cult's holy prince candidate. His status is incomparably noble. Are you sure you want to kill him? Young man, even if you have some strength, don't be too arrogant. The moon-worshipping cult isn't something you can provoke. I advise you to obediently let Niu Lang go. Otherwise, you will be killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It seemed like the Reverence Moon Elder was really angry. He didn't even hesitate to threaten Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, "You dare to threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me." Therefore, Niu Lang must die. In the next moment, he mercilessly waved his arm, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. Like a graceful swan, it instantly blasted onto Niu Lang's body. How dare you? Seeing that the other party wasn't afraid of his threat at all, he continued to make a move. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was extremely ugly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His eyes even widened in disbelief. That was because the sword light had directly sliced Niu Lang in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. What? Killed? Cowherd was actually killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. This scene was too shocking. A dignified Holy Sun candidate was actually killed by a single sword strike? Not only the surrounding disciples, but even the moon-worshipping cult's martial artists were terrified, and their scalps went numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for Lin Xian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. His body was surrounded by sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god, extremely powerful. Brat, go to hell. Suddenly, the moon-worshipping cult's elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent light blasted towards Niu Lang. The power was terrifying, and it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the Reverence Moon Elder's strength was above Niu Lang's. Not good, that brat is finished. What? The moon-worshipping cult's elder actually made a move? A group of people was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Damned old man. Brother Lin, be careful. Fatty Luo and Du Fei cried out in alarm. On the battle stage, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He didn't expect the Reverence Moon Elder to make a move. However, even if the Reverence Moon Elder attacked, so what? His figure moved, and he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The entire battle stage shook, and cracks appeared in the void. However, the palm strike missed, and it didn't hurt Lin Xian at all. What? So fast? Everyone was shocked. They already knew that Lin Xian's speed was fast. However, they didn't expect him to be so fast. Even the moon-worshipping cult's elder's attack couldn't hit him. Damn it, what kind of footwork is that? Even the moon-worshipping cult's elder was shocked. With a roar, he was about to attack again. At this time, Lin Xian sneered, "What a shameless moon-worshipping cult! The young one can't beat you, and now you want the old one to make a move." He was truly a laughingstock of the world. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Reverence Moon Elder roared, "Damn brat, what did you say?" "What did I say? I said you're shameless. What's your cultivation? What's your age? You want to attack me? You really don't know shame. Is the moon-worshipping cult full of shameless people? Or are you saying that the younger generation is trash? Bastard, who do you think you are? You don't deserve this old man to make a move. However, you killed Niu Lang, and your crime is unforgivable. This old man is going to kill you." What a joke. Niu Lang and I volunteered for the life and death battle. We have no regrets. Even if we die, we have no complaints. Now that Niulang has been killed, you want to take revenge? If that's the case, who would dare to fight on the life and death stage? Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Niulang had volunteered for the life and death battle. Moreover, the moon-worshipping cult's elder had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. Don't try to quibble. Since you dared to kill the moon-worshipping cult's people, you must pay the price. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was ferocious. Lin Xian sneered, if the moon-worshipping cult continues to send out the younger generation, I will accept it without any hesitation. But if the older generation attacks, the world will laugh at them. What? Are the younger generation of the moon-worshipping cult all trash? None of them dare to attack? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They could tell that Lin Xian was looking for trouble with the moon-worshipping cult. The moon-worshipping cult's elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He naturally knew what Huang Xiaolong was talking about. However, he couldn't accept Niulang's death. Therefore, he decided to disregard his status and kill the kid in front of him. Sigh, the moon-worshipping cult is really shameless. Humph, you think you can bully the younger generation just because you're old? How shameless. What? Is there no one else in the moon-worshipping cult? If there's no one in the younger generation, I don't mind becoming the moon-worshipping cult's holy son. Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the dark red divine dragon sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked down and coldly said, Old thing, if you want to fight, sure. Suppress your cultivation to the level of a 2-star king, and we will have a fair fight. What? Suppress his cultivation to the level of a 2-star king? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian sneered. What? You don't dare to accept? You don't even dare to fight at the same level, and you dare to be arrogant here? Chapter 1608. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if one didn't have the guts to fight someone of the same realm, then they were truly cowards. The Reverence Moon Elder was trembling with anger, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Suppress his cultivation? Fight a 2-star king realm expert? What a joke. He had seen Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. Huang Xiaolong was a 2-star king realm expert who could kill a 5-star king realm expert. How could he compare to Huang Xiaolong's heaven-defying strength? Therefore, he wouldn't suppress his cultivation even if he was beaten to death. What a sharp-tongued brat. Just you wait, this matter won't end like this. My Reverence Moon Cult has countless geniuses, and when the time comes, someone will take your dog life. The Reverence Moon Elder gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The disciples of the Reverence Moon Cult had a sinister expression on their faces as they glared at Lin Xian before leaving with the Reverence Moon Cult. It's over? It's over just like that? Everyone couldn't believe it. They hadn't expected the Reverence Moon Elder to leave just like that. It seemed like he was afraid of Huang Xiaolong and didn't dare to fight someone of the same realm. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a solemn expression, and there was even a trace of fear. It was obvious that Huang Xiaolong was a genius, and they couldn't defeat him. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei smiled and said, Today is a good day, and it's worth celebrating. Brother Lin, let's drink until we're drunk. Okay. Lin Xian laughed loudly, and the few of them left quickly. In the crowd, the mysterious duo's eyes flickered. Among them, the tall middle-aged man smiled and said, Not bad. I didn't expect this brat's strength to exceed my expectations. The handsome young man beside him nodded and said, It's indeed surprising that he could kill the Holy Prince candidate cowherd. I really look forward to his growth. At that time, I'll kill him with a single slash. The tall, middle-aged man sneered, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. After that, the two of them disappeared once again, and no one noticed them. In the restaurant, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei returned. Haha, this is great. Just imagining the Reverence Moon Elder's face makes me want to laugh. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Du Fei was also shocked. Brother Lin, amazing. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I dare to bet that even if he were to face a true saint, he wouldn't be too far off. Come, let's not leave until we're drunk. Several people laughed loudly and drank the spiritual wine together. They only left when night fell. Fatty Luo and Du Fei rented a mansion in Hanyang ancient city. Lin Xian didn't have a place to stay, so he went with them. Late at night, the starry sky twinkled quietly. Lin Xian returned to his room, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he refined the spirit wine, after which his eyes flickered with a profound light. Today's battle seemed easy, but it also gave him a lot of inspiration. After all, Cowherd was a candidate for Holy Sun. His strength was extremely powerful among the younger generation. Although Lin Xian did not use many moves, each of his moves was done with 120% of his concentration, using all of his strength. At this moment, he recalled the battle during the day once again to gain experience. At the same time, he held a piece of supreme-grade substandard divine crystal in his hand and quickly absorbed the energy inside. Although he had killed Niu Lang, he didn't let his guard down. Niu Lang was only one of the candidates. Above him were the holy sons and the geniuses of other sects. Therefore, Lin Xian had to cultivate with all his strength to maintain his valiant battle strength and not fall behind the others. One had to know that the geniuses of the true spirit world were born with countless natural treasures, especially the geniuses of the Shi family and the holy lands of the primordial era. They were the favorites of heaven and earth. However, he had just arrived here. Therefore, he had to cultivate even harder in order to catch up with the others. He spent the entire night cultivating. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes as the sun rose in the east. The supreme-grade substandard divine crystal in his hand had already dimmed. There wasn't much energy left in it. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Not long after, Fatty Luo and Du Fei walked over with smiles on their faces and dragged Lin Xian to the street for breakfast. The group went out again. After breakfast, they strolled around the freezing Sun Valley city. The situation this time was obviously different. Not long after Lin Xian walked on the street, many people cupped their fists at him. "Morning, brother Lin." "Morning," Lin Xian replied with a smile. He knew that this was the effect of yesterday's battle. Now, no one dared to look down on him. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei exclaimed lightly. Then, their eyes lit up and they looked forward as if they had found something good. "Brother Lin, come and look." The two greeted. Lin Xian was puzzled. He also looked forward. Then, he was slightly taken aback, because what appeared in front of him wasn't a treasure, but a woman. The woman was wearing a long blue dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was incomparably beautiful and had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was extremely beautiful. "What a beautiful woman!" the surrounding people exclaimed. Indeed, even Lin Xian nodded. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or temperament, there was nothing wrong with her. "Who is she?" Lin Xian asked. "The saintess of the Moon Palace, the Moon Fairy." "Why are you tempted?" Fatty Luo said with a smile. Du Fei also joked, "I dare to bet that Brother Lin must be tempted." The two laughed. "We've had a dream since we were young. That's to snatch the saintess of a large sect and make her our wife. I wonder if we have the chance this time?" Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Therefore, the surrounding martial artists all heard them. Immediately, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. Snatch the saintess as a wife? What a joke. Perhaps even those from the supreme sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients wouldn't dare to say that. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He knew that Fatty Luo and Du Fei were arrogant and daring, but he didn't expect them to have such a shocking idea. Even Fairy Guanghan, who was in the front, frowned. The Moon Palace disciples beside her looked even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Fatty Luo and the others' words. Fatty Luo and Du Fei chuckled. They weren't afraid of the Moon Palace disciples' gazes at all. They even quickly sized up the Moon Fairy. "How dare you blaspheme the saintess of our sect? You're courting death." The Moon Palace disciples couldn't stand it anymore. They strode forward, and a terrifying aura enveloped Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Even Lin Xian and the mystical dragon and Hong were enveloped by it. As for Fatty Luo and Du Fei, they were still grinning. How dare we? How dare we? The Saintess is beautiful. Of course, she's there for others to see. We didn't say anything. Chapter 1609. The vast cold palace disciple was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a public area, so he naturally did not dare to attack. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect these two clowns to be so bold. The surrounding people's mouths twitched and their scalps went numb. They stared at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and whispered, "Who were these two people? How dare they be so disrespectful to the saintess of the vast cold palace?" However, judging from how arrogant the two of them were, they should be disciples of some powerful sect, right? Wasn't the person beside him Lin Xian? If he could be with such a genius, he must be of a high status. The crowd discussed animatedly. The saintess of the vast cold palace frowned and turned to leave. "Hey, fairy, don't go. Wait for me." Fatty Luo walked up to her and said with a smile, "Fairy, I've missed you since we parted last time. Why don't we have a drink and chat?" "Haha, I bet that you have no chance, Fatty Luo. The fairy will not agree to your request because she will accept my invitation." Du Fei also laughed and directly walked up. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect these two people to block the saintess of the vast cold palace. They were too bold. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The vast cold palace was a more powerful sect than Bai Yueshao. The status of the vast cold palace's saintess was even more honorable. Even some elders would have to bow to her. But now, Fatty Luo and Du Fei didn't care at all and directly blocked his path. Lin Xian was very surprised to see the two's fearless appearance. Could it be that these two people had some shocking background? To be honest, Lin Xian was not very clear about the origins of these two people. However, they were all like-minded, so they were together. However, if he were to dig deeper, Lin Xian had no idea which sect they were from. The vast cold palace disciples were furious when they saw that someone was blocking their way. Some even drew their swords and sabers, ready to attack. Fatty Luo and Du Fei were still grinning, not showing any fear. The saintess of Guanghan waved her hand and dismissed the warriors around her. Then she said coldly, "You two, please step aside. I really don't have time for drinks. If you want to spar, I don't mind meeting the two of you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'm afraid that your elders won't say anything if I make you suffer. Sigh, forget about fighting and killing. Since you're not free, I won't force you." Fatty Luo shrugged and moved aside with Du Fei. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This was too shocking. The two people in front of them were on the same level as the saintess of Guanghan. They were even flirting with her. What was even more shocking was that the saintess of Guanghan did not get angry. She only threatened him. This was too illogical. Unless these two people had some shocking background, so that even the saintess of Guanghan did not dare to kill them. Heavens, who are these two people? What's their background? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Lin Xian also walked forward and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are not simple people." "It's nothing." Fatty Luo shook his head. "We're just a group of disciples from aristocratic families. We usually like to eat, drink, and play. We don't have any big ambitions. Brother Lin, you won't alienate us because of our background, right?" Du Fei asked on the other side. "Why would I? You're my friends. Even if you're from the demonic path, it doesn't matter." Lin Xian shrugged. "Haha, good. Just based on this sentence alone, you should drink a big cup." Fatty Luo laughed loudly. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly came from behind. It stared at them like a poisonous snake. Especially Lin Xian, the hair on his back stood up. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. The strange feeling disappeared. In the next moment, he turned around and stared at the back with a lightning-like gaze. He had just killed the candidate of the moon-worshipping cult. It could be said that he was in the limelight. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. But now, there was someone who was releasing killing intent toward him. It seemed that this person was very arrogant. On the side, Fatty Luo also turned around and shouted coldly, Who dares release killing intent toward me? Do you want to die? Everyone was also shocked and did not understand the situation. However, in the next moment, they cried out in surprise. This was because several figures were walking toward them on the street behind them. The crowd dispersed like the tide. Moon-worshipping cult. It's the moon-worshipping cult. They're here again. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the moon-worshipping cult to make a comeback so soon. Sure enough, a few figures walked over from behind. One of them had a tall figure, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was extremely fierce. A piece of moonlight was embroidered on his sleeve. There was even a hazy full moon behind him. This person was also followed by a few disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Xian with a sneer. You are Lin Xian? The tall youth's eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead and asked in a cold voice. Yes, I am. Lin Xian nodded coldly, then asked, Who are you? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Hee, you're as arrogant as the rumors say. But boy, you dare to kill the people of the moon-worshipping cult. I'll take your dog life. Someone said the same thing before, but now, he's a dead man. I advise you not to boast. Are the people of the moon-worshipping cult only good at talking? Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You're courting death. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shouted angrily, their expressions abnormally ferocious. However, Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. This was a public area. No matter how arrogant the other party was, they wouldn't dare to make a move here. The tall young man snorted, Boy, you're too arrogant. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed a cowherd. I don't care about that kind of trash. That's right. This is our senior brother, Tian Hu. He's a 5-star king. Boy, you're dead this time. What? Tian Hu? It's him. 5-star king. As expected, the moon-worshipping cult is really angry this time. They actually sent such a powerful expert. Tian Hu was also one of the candidates, but his strength was much stronger than Niu Lang's. Niu Lang was only a 4-star king, but Tian Hu was a 5-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He was even said to be the most likely candidate to become the next saint. 5-star king. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. 5-star king was already very terrifying among the younger generation. Moreover, as a candidate for the saint's position, the other party should have more cultivation methods and abilities. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't show any fear. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed another piece of supreme-grade substandard divine crystal, which had increased his cultivation and strength by a lot. Chapter 16:10. Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that my moon-worshipping cult's younger generation has no one? I'll kill you right now. Do you dare to fight to the death? Another fight to the death? The crowd was shocked. It seemed like the moon-worshipping cult was truly enraged this time. They wouldn't give up until they killed Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone wanted to know Lin Xian's answer. In fact, it was normal for Lin Xian to refuse at this time. He had just killed the successor Holy Prince Niu Lang and gained fame. He also dealt a blow to the moon-worshipping cult. He didn't need to fight anymore. Moreover, his opponent this time, Tian Hu, was too powerful. He was a true 5-star king with terrifying strength. If Lin Xian were to duel with him, it was very likely that Lin Xian would be defeated or even killed. Therefore, the crowd guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't agree. However, Lin Xian sneered, Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Not only you, from now on, as long as you're a member of the moon-worshipping cult's younger generation, I'll kill you. Lin Xian said coldly. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent, causing the crowd's scalp to go numb. Many of them couldn't believe their ears. Tian Hu sneered, Very good, you've agreed. Just wait to collect your corpse. Enjoy your last moments obediently. With that, he sneered and turned around to leave. The moon-worshipping cult's disciples and their friendly sect sneered. Tian Hu was dead for sure this time. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had a solemn expression. They said, Brother Lin, be careful. Although this Tian Hu is arrogant, He's really strong. That cowherd can't compare to him. Brat, can you do it? If you can't, then don't fight. When we're strong enough, we'll tear down the moon-worshipping cult, the dark red divine dragon advised. It's fine. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, his speed had reached the limit. It could be said that he was invincible. However, in order to be safe, he decided to cut out a few pieces of supreme-grade substandard divine crystals for cultivation. Therefore, he, Fatty Luo, and the others went on the road again and went to a place that sold gambling stones. This time, Lin Xian used his martial Dao celestial eye to cut out another 2 pieces of subgrade divine crystals, which immediately attracted countless exclamations. They had long heard of Lin Xian's soul-seeking technique, but now, they had seen him easily cut out 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals. These people couldn't take it anymore. Their eyes were red with jealousy. However, no one dared to make a move. Because this was a public area, fighting was prohibited. Lin Xian didn't hesitate either. He sat down cross-legged in the public area with the 2 best quality subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. His current strength was already comparable to a 5-star king. However, if he could take another step forward, killing Tianhu wouldn't be difficult. He circulated the immortality incantation and quickly absorbed the energy in the subdivine crystal. A faint light illuminated the surroundings. However, someone in the crowd sneered. Don't you think it's too late to cultivate now? That's right. The duel is about to start. Even if he absorbs now, how much can he improve? What an idiot. It was a pity that 2 pieces of supreme-grade substandard divine crystals were going to be used on a person who was about to die. Many people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was going to lose and that it was useless to do anything now. However, some people shook their heads because Lin Xian was still able to maintain a calm attitude and cultivate silently. This kind of temperament was rare and could achieve great things. However, Lin Xian didn't care about these people. He separated a part of his soul power to observe the surroundings. He used the rest of his energy to absorb the energy. Time passed slowly. Finally, the 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals in Lin Xian's hand became dim. As for his cultivation, it was also rapidly increasing. It had become much stronger than before. He had now reached the middle 2-star king realm. The great dragon sword soul in his body was filled with power like a real divine beast. It's done. Feeling the power in his body, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If he was 80% sure that he could defeat Lin Xian before, then he was 100% sure that he could kill Lin Xian now. Let's go to the lawless zone, Lin Xian said indifferently. Haha, there's a good show to watch again. Fatty Luo was excited. Du Fei was even more direct. Let's bet. Let's bet. A shocking battle, a rare showdown. Bet on who you think will win. Come. Place your bets. The surrounding martial artists had nothing to do, so they all placed their bets. Of course, most of them bet on Tianhu. It couldn't be helped because Tianhu was too famous and was very strong. He was a real 5-star king. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still much weaker than Tianhu. In particular, Lin Xian still relied on divine crystals to improve his cultivation before the battle. This made everyone suspicious. In fact, the odds had even risen to 1-5. However, Fatty Luo bet on Lin Xian and added a portion of the dark red divine dragon. Soon, the lawless zone became lively again. The commotion this time was even more shocking than before. Lin Xian had made a name for himself. Now, the entire ancient Hanyang city knew about this new genius. Tianhu's reputation had always been very strong. Therefore, this could be seen as a showdown between the new and old geniuses. This competition had even startled the other sky prides. The Guanghan Saintess of the Guanghan Palace and the 5 Elements Saint of the 5 Elements sect came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, the people of the Reverence Moon cult occupied the best spot. This time, they all gritted their teeth and swore to see Lin Xian killed with their own eyes. Among them, the Reverence Moon Elder's expression was gloomy and his eyes were sharp. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Xian could be today. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to it. That was because this battle was definitely going to be very exciting. They had seen Lin Xian's means yesterday. Although he was only a 2-star king, the strength he displayed was enough to contend with a 5-star king. As for Tianhu, he was a true 5-star king. His strength was even more terrifying. No one knew what level he had reached. However, they knew that a few months ago, Tianhu had killed 3 5-star kings of the older generation. This achievement could be said to be very shocking. Pung pung pung. Tianhu's figure was tall, and his aura was violent. He was like a giant walking in the void. There was even a muffled sound of thunder under his feet. Thunderclap steps. This is the Earth rank martial art, Thunderclap steps. This Tianhu was indeed powerful. He used an Earth rank martial art right off the bat. It seemed like he was determined to kill his opponent. Sure enough, Tianhu strode into the life and death arena with Thunderclap steps. He then looked around and shouted coldly, "Brat, get over here and die." With a roar, thunder fell and pierced through the void. Chapter 16:11. Brat, get over here and die. With a furious roar, thunder fell from the sky and pierced through the void. That terrifying force made everyone's scalp go numb. So strong. This Tianhu is probably very powerful even among 5-star kings. Yeah, that brat is going to be unlucky. It's too difficult to fight Tianhu now. If he has another 10 years, he might be able to surpass Tianhu. Indeed, Lin Xin's brat is too young. He's only a 2-star king. If he's a 5-star king, Tianhu won't be a match for him. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xin was too arrogant. Fighting a 5-star king with his current cultivation was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. On the other side, Lin Xin, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the others hadn't arrived yet, but they already heard the thunderous voice and terrifying aura. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's expressions changed again. They said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, be careful. Don't worry about it." Lin Xin patted both of their shoulders and strode over. As he took a step forward, a mysterious Tao pattern appeared under his feet. It looked like a swimming dragon. In the next moment, he instantly appeared in the arena. What a fast movement technique! Lin Xin's movement technique shocked many people. This movement technique should also be an Earth-grade martial art. And it doesn't look any weaker than the Thunder Shock steps. No wonder you could kill Niulang. It turns out that you have such a movement technique. In the arena, Tianhu was also surprised, but he soon sneered. "It's a pity that you have no chance of winning against me, because my Thunder Shock steps is a high-grade martial art." Tianhu was very confident because a high-grade Earth-grade martial art was very profound. Even he hadn't fully grasped it. However, he believed that with his Thunder Shock steps, he could easily kill his opponent. A high-grade Earth-grade martial art? I see. Lin Xin nodded. His expression was calm, but he snorted disdainfully in his heart. Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps was a primordial immortal script martial art. It could be said to be a rare treasure. How could a mere high-grade Earth-rank martial art compare to his Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps? Therefore, in the next moment, he said indifferently, "A high-grade Earth-tier martial art is indeed not bad. I just don't know how far you can go. Make your move. Let me see if your movement technique is as arrogant as yours." Lin Xin casually waved his hand. "You're courting death." When Tianhu saw this, he was furious. He was a 5-star King Realm expert, and he was extremely powerful. The other party actually dared to look down on him? Unforgivable. Therefore, in the next moment, he coldly snorted and took a step forward. The sound of thunder came from his body. Immediately, the entire void trembled as countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Just the sound of the thunder was enough to pierce through the void. However, Lin Xin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The space around him was unusually stable, and there were no ripples at all. What a terrifying power! It can actually affect this space. When the surrounding people saw Lin Xin's move, they were all shocked. Tianhu roared. As his palms opened and closed, a ferocious tiger formed by lightning quickly pounced out. A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The ferocious tiger was extremely powerful, and it quickly charged towards Lin Xin. In an instant, the entire sky was completely covered by a sea of lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As for Lin Xian, his body swayed, leaving countless afterimages in the air. They were densely packed and filled the sky. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Oomph. Omnidirectional thunderstorm. Destroy them all. Tian-Hu waved his hand, and suddenly, the violent power of lightning exploded, enveloping Lin Xian's afterimages. Ha 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 ha. So what if you're fast? In the face of absolute power, nothing can withstand a single blow. He looked forward, his eyes flashing, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? But I'll have to disappoint you. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. Hearing this voice, Tian-Hu's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Damn it! How is this possible? He was horrified. He did not expect that the other party had dodged all his attacks and secretly appeared behind him. However, he was also a decisive person. With a wave of his hand, a lightning sword formed in his palm and quickly stabbed behind him. Die, brat! The lightning sword flashed, piercing through the void at an extremely fast speed. Before the surrounding people could react, the lightning sword blasted Lin Xian's body and pierced through it. What? He hit him. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Heh, I knew it. That kid is dead meat. In a battle between experts, the outcome was often decided in one move. Now it seemed that this was true. What an idiot. How dare he fight with senior brother Tian-Hu? His brain must have been flooded with water. He's finished. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Tian-Hu's lips curled into a sinister smile, and a low voice came from his mouth. Hee, kid, it's all over. Boom. However, at this moment, a shining fist suddenly appeared in the void and slammed into Tian-Hu's face, sending him flying. Boom. The void exploded, and the entire sky trembled. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Who attacked him? Wasn't that kid killed? Why is there still someone attacking Tian-Hu? At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Damn it! Who is it? Tian-Hu was also mad. He spat out his broken teeth and roared madly. Of course it's me. You're really an idiot. Do you really think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian slowly walked out of the void. His body floated like a banished immortal. His entire body exuded a supreme aura, and he did not look injured at all. What? This is impossible. I clearly stabbed you. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, Tian-Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, he screamed, Damn it, that was also an afterimage? What? The surrounding people exclaimed. They also could not believe that Tian-Hu stabbed an afterimage. Just how fast was Lin Xian's speed? How could he hide from everyone? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe you can surpass my thundershock steps. Tian-Hu roared madly. His footwork was incomparably terrifying. With his huge body, he was like a gust of wind as he charged forward quickly. Thundershock steps, thundershock step. This was an advanced Earth-class movement skill, and its speed was terrifying to the extreme. Almost no one in the same class could compare to it. However, he was unlucky to meet Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them moved quickly in the air. Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and within 8 steps, he was extremely fast. Therefore, no matter how fast the Thunder Shock Steps was, it could not catch up with Lin Xian. Chapter 1612. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. He was no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Tian-Hu, what are you doing? Don't compete with him in terms of speed. Just kill him. At this moment, Elder Baiyue, who was below, shouted coldly. After Tian-Hu heard this, he stopped and his eyes regained their clarity. He was no longer in a frenzy. Instead, he revealed a ferocious expression. I admit that you're faster than me, but so what? Today is a battle of life and death. It's not just a competition of speed. I'll let you know that other than speed, you have nothing else. He roared and lightning flashed all over his body. Countless bolts of lightning surged and covered the entire arena like a thundercloud. Kid, I've already sealed the arena with divine lightning. Let's see how you're going to escape. Tian Hu revealed a ferocious expression again. Everyone's expression changed as they started to worry for Lin Xian. Oh no, he's sealed in the arena. Lin Xian won't be able to escape. Yeah, he's confined in a certain space. Even if he has the ultimate movement technique, it won't be of much use. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why should I escape? Do you think you can defeat me? Humph. Tian Hu roared. Kid, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine. I'll kill you now and let you know the consequences of offending me. There was a rumbling sound. Tian Hu waved his fist and endless lightning surrounded him. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble. This is my lightning tiger territory. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Tian Hu laughed heartily at the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless majestic figures surged out and charged at Lin Xian. I don't need to dodge to deal with you. Lin Xian looked calm. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword from the empty palace. He slashed forward. Like a volcanic eruption, the sword chi in the sky slashed down quickly and shattered all the lightning tigers. The terrifying sword chi caused the entire space to tremble. What? So powerful. Seeing this sword chi, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They thought that since Lin Xian was sealed in the space, he had no advantage in speed and couldn't move at all. Only death awaited him. But now, it seemed that they were all wrong. The reason for that was because not only was his speed extremely fast, but his battle prowess was also incomparably terrifying. With a single sword strike, he was able to cut through countless bolts of lightning. Such a technique was unheard of. Tian Hu's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's combat strength to be so strong. This was completely out of his expectations. However, he gritted his teeth and swung his fist again, because he had no other choice. Only by killing the person before him could he win. Punch after punch, the shocking power was like a wave, destroying everything. The entire space fell into nothingness, and the lightning in the sky quickly fell, one after another, bombarding all directions. Underworld Dao waning moonbreak. Lin Xian waved the 9 nether devil sword, directly cutting open a spatial crack. It was as if he had opened the gates of hell, causing the endless energy storm to be completely devoured. As for him, he was not harmed at all. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that in addition to having extreme speed, Lin Xian also had such a strange and terrifying technique. What is that? Why did all the energy suddenly disappear? It's a space technique. It's a space technique. He can actually make use of space. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They had never seen such a technique before. Tian Hu's face was even more dazed. He did not expect that his violent energy could not hurt the other party. This made him unable to believe it. However, opposite him, Lin Xian coldly said, "You've finished your attack. Now it's my turn." Azure Dragon Break. With a thrust of his sword, a sword light appeared in the void, like an azure dragon, quickly rushing forward. Boom! The lightning tiger shadows that filled the sky were shattered into pieces at this moment, no longer existing. Tian Hu was also sent flying by this move. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he summoned an ancient shield, which blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, this attack would definitely have pierced through him. However, he was not in a good state now. That terrifying sword chi directly penetrated deep into his body, causing him to suffer extremely serious injuries. Even his spiritual power could not circulate smoothly. Not bad, as expected of a 5-star king. You can actually block my sword. Indeed, you have some skills. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, an ordinary 4-star king would not be able to block his move at all. However, the other party blocked it. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Hearing this, Tian Hu's face turned gloomy. It was very unpleasant. Who was he? He was a 5-star king, a successor candidate. He was so powerful that even the older generation could not suppress him. But now, a 2-star king dared to look down on him? This was intolerable. Damn it, go to hell. With a furious roar, Tion, whose black hair fluttered. His body was tall and carried a murderous aura. He was really mad. He had to kill the other party to vent his anger. The next moment, he waved his palms, and a full moon appeared in his palms, emitting a red glow. In his right palm, a lightning tiger circled. Both palms struck out together, shaking heaven and earth. The momentum was extremely vast. The red full moon floated in the sky, carrying monstrous flames that spread in all directions. The lightning tiger phantom was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared in the sky, divine lightning descended from all directions. It was like a heavenly tribulation. This terrifying scene shocked everyone, and they quickly retreated. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand, his eyes emitting a cold light. In the next moment, endless sword light bloomed from his body. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light was as thick as a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. The full moon in the sky and the terrifying lightning tiger were split apart by the sword. What? Impossible. Tion, who was shocked and in disbelief. This was already his full-strength attack. Why couldn't he resist the other party? Could it be that the other party was really so powerful? Surpassed him? This made him in disbelief. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, because he discovered that the other party was quickly charging towards him. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of him. Get lost. Tion, who roared angrily and punched out, carrying shocking thunder and lightning. However, he collided with a green sword shadow. A green domain appeared around the other party, shining with a cold light, making his hair stand on end. This domain was naturally Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. He stood in the domain like a sword god, and the demonic sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. In the next moment, he held the demonic sword in his hand and directly stabbed forward. Let's end this. Puff. The nine darkness demonic sword pierced into the other party's body, directly breaking open a black hole. Tion, who struggled frantically, wanting to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 16:13. Boom. A loud explosion shook the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the terrifying Tion, who, a 5-star king, had been killed. Especially the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Their bodies began to tremble as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Damn it. How could this kid kill senior brother Tion Hu? They were going crazy. Yesterday, the other party had killed their senior brother Niu. Today, he had killed their senior brother Tion. They couldn't accept it. Those were two latecomers after all. They had died in the hands of the same person. It was too shocking. The moon-worshipping cult's elder's face was even more ferocious. Killing intent surrounded his body. At this moment, he was finally enraged. The other party had killed another one of their young geniuses. He couldn't explain it to the sect. Kid, go to hell. With a roar, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The heavenly hand slapped down rapidly as if it wanted to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and stepped out of the stage with extreme speed. Rumble. In the next moment, the ancient stage was covered by the heavenly hand. It shook violently, and cracks even appeared in some places. How terrifying! The moon-worshipping cult's elder is too strong. However, what shocked everyone was that the other party had really made his move. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. The moon-worshipping elder snorted coldly when his attack failed. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of blade light appeared in all directions. Each ray was like a crescent moon. Red light filled the sky and emitted a resplendent light. Kill. With a roar, the crescent moon blade light slashed towards Lin Xian. In all directions, the entire space was in complete chaos. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps at extreme speed. Lin Xian let out a long roar and pushed his footwork to the limit. At this moment, his figure was so fast that it was unbelievable. The rays of blade light that filled the sky brushed past his body, but none of them hit him. What? He dodged all of them? No way. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Even the Reverence Moon Elder's face sank. He did not expect his opponent's movement technique to be so strange that he was able to dodge his attack. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Such a person was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a god of war in the future. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a great enemy of moon-worshipping cult. Fuck, old man, you're too shameless. How dare you attack a junior? Come on, look. The moon-worshipping cult is shameless enough to assassinate a young genius. At this moment, Fatty Luo and Du Fei also roared furiously. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. You're courting death. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult was furious. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and started attacking Fatty Luo and Du Fei. A full moon hung in the sky, like a huge mountain, quickly pressing down. On the other hand, Fatty Luo and Du Fei had cold smiles on their faces. In the next moment, they waved their hands, and an ancient pagoda appeared in the sky. It quickly spun and enveloped them. Pong! The red full moon crashed into the pagoda, causing the entire void to tremble. However, it did not break at all. Old man, you dare to attack me? You're dead meat. I bet you'll regret it. Fatty Luo and Du Fei sneered. However, they did not show any fear at all. They were very confident in their treasures. The others were also puzzled. They did not expect the pagoda to be able to block the moon-worshipping elder's attack. It looked extraordinary. Who exactly were these two people? First, they found trouble with the moon saintess. Now, they were provoking the moon-worshipping elder. Could it be that they really had a shocking origin? At this moment, everyone was extremely puzzled. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult had gone completely crazy. He could not kill Lin Xian, but now even Fatty Luo and Du Fei could not do anything to him? This was intolerable. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the pagoda in the sky, wanting to blast it away. The pagoda was extremely dazzling, blooming with dazzling light as it resisted the terrifying palm. At the same time, Fatty Luo sneered. Old man, you're really dead meat. After saying that, he took out another item from his chest and threw it forward. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically and they retreated. They were afraid that the other party would take out another destructive weapon. However, in the next moment, they were stunned, because the other party took out a silver token and threw it on the ground. What is this? Is it another treasure? Everyone was puzzled and looked carefully. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see any changes. The moon-worshipping elder sneered, Little thing, you want to scare me? Really? Before he finished speaking, he looked at the token on the ground in front of him. However, in the next moment, his voice stopped. He screamed as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in his life. Damn it! Why do you have this thing? The moon-worshipping elder quickly withdrew his hand. He should not have attacked at all. What is the relationship between you and the person who has this token? He asked in shock. There was even a trace of trembling in his voice. Why don't you guess? Fatty Luo sneered, and Du Fei snorted, Old man, I can guarantee that you're really dead this time. I didn't know your identity. I've sinned. The moon-worshipping elder's face was gloomy as he quickly apologized. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly left with all the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. What? They left just like that? Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that Fatty Luo would take out a silver token and scare the moon-worshipping elder away. What on earth is that silver token? Who are Fatty Luo and the others? He was extremely puzzled. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered when it saw the silver token. Although it had been suppressed in the Martial Sky continent for thousands of years, it did not understand the changes in the true spirit world. However, it still felt that the silver token was very familiar. Humph, you ran fast. Fatty Luo snorted coldly and put away the silver token. Then, he turned to Lin Xian and said with a smile, Brother Lin, you're too strong. You killed another holy prince candidate of the moon-worshipping cult. That's right. I bet that they're absolutely mad. The two of them cheered. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all dumbfounded. Even now, they still could not believe that Tian who had been killed. Let's go. Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. His figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, the group walked out. The crowd automatically moved aside, opening a path. Many people even trembled slightly when they saw Lin Xian. It was obvious that the means that Lin Xian had displayed earlier had terrified them. Chapter 16:14. The crowd automatically parted to make a path for him. Many people even trembled slightly when they saw Lin Xian. Obviously, the means that Lin Xian had displayed earlier had terrified them. However, two figures appeared in front of him again. One was a handsome young man, and the other was a tall, middle-aged man. Both of them wore black robes and cloaks, hiding their true appearances. They didn't block the way and just brushed past Lin Xian. However, when they walked past Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It was a huge shock, as if he had received an earth-shattering threat. What is this? He quickly turned around and looked behind him. However, the two mysterious figures didn't stop at all. Instead, they quickly walked into the crowd and disappeared. Who are those two? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Even the Reverence Moon Elder wasn't able to shock him. However, the two of them made his hair stand on end just by walking past him. They must be peerless experts. Lin Xian guessed that these two people's strength was at least at the almighty level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. What's wrong? Fatty Luo asked curiously. They didn't feel that unusual aura. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. The other party should be a peerless expert passing by and shouldn't have any interaction with him. Let's go back. I'm a little tired from this battle. Their figures flickered and disappeared from the street. Back in his room, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle, so he quickly sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. At the same time, his dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission, asking him to prepare some materials to set up a formation. Although the dark red divine dragon was puzzled, he still did as he was told. In the evening, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had recovered to his peak state. Kid, why did you ask me to prepare these formations? Of course. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Moon-worshipping cult and I are already mortal enemies. That elder of the moon-worshipping cult must be unwilling to accept this. Who knows when he will try to assassinate me? Instead of being on tenterhooks, why don't we take the initiative and kill him? You want to make a move? This is great. That old man. I'm also annoyed just by looking at him. Brat, I'll help you deal with him. Lin Xian nodded, but then reminded, don't tell Fatty and Du Fei about this. Save them the trouble of worrying. Also, we'll take action after midnight. I understand. And Hong Mystical Dragon chuckled. Then, she started studying the array again. On the other hand, Lin Xian closed his eyes again. He took out 2 subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. At night, the ancient city of Hanyang was very lively. People were dancing and singing. In the southwest of the ancient city of Hanyang, there was a huge mansion. This was the residence of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, the atmosphere in the mansion was gloomy and even a little cold. Every disciple of the moon-worshipping cult wore a solemn expression. This was because they had lost 2 holy sun candidates in a short span of 2 days. This was unacceptable to them. Elder, why did we give up the best opportunity to kill that brat during the day? That's right, Elder. That brat is too hateful. We can't take this lying down. In the main hall, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult wore a ferocious expression. The moon-worshipping elder, who was sitting at the front, had a dark expression. What do you know? That silver token has a terrifying origin. Even I don't dare to provoke it. Hearing this, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were shocked. They didn't expect the silver token to have such a terrifying origin. Even their elders were extremely fearful of them. But soon, they gritted their teeth and said, Are we really going to give up and let that brat be arrogant? Give up? How can we? That brat killed our moon-worshipping cult's genius. He must be killed. However, we can't be reckless. At the very least, we can't make a move in front of the two brats who have the silver token. Don't worry, they won't be together forever. As long as that Lin Xian is alone, we'll kill him immediately. Yes, not only him, but also his two pets. We have to kill them as well. The female disciple gritted her teeth. Until now, the scar on her face hadn't healed. Don't worry. The moon-worshipping cult's elder sneered. Since he dares to provoke our moon-worshipping cult, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. He'll regret being born in this world. The group of disciples roared with laughter again. Is that so? You're really vicious. It seems like we really can't let you stay in this world. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the main hall. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately shocked everyone. Who is it? Come out. Coming to our moon-worshipping cult's territory and acting so atrociously, I think you don't want to live anymore. Angry roars echoed in the hall. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to act atrociously in their territory. No need to shout. I'm right in front of you. A cold sneer sounded again. Then, a figure appeared in the middle of the hall. What? It's you. Seeing the figure, everyone from the moon-worshipping cult was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes, because the person who came was none other than Lin Xian. Brat, it's really you. Everyone was shocked. Then, they started to laugh. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Since you dare to come here to die, I'll let you know the consequences of offending our moon-worshipping cult. Not only was the moon-worshipping cult's elder laughing coldly, but the other disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were also laughing hysterically. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to their territory. However, they didn't let their guard down. They were afraid that the other party would bring some powerful experts with him. Therefore, in the next moment, they quickly spread out their soul force and scanned the area. Other than Lin Xian, there were no other experts. Immediately, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, I have to say, you're too stupid. You actually dared to come here alone. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for you everywhere. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my moon-worshipping cult's geniuses. So much nonsense. Lin Xian was getting impatient. I'm here today to deal with all of you. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. Deal with us? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you'll deal with us? The Reverence Moon Elder sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe Huang Xiaolong. No matter how strong the other party was, he was only on the same level as Tian Hu. But as the Reverence Moon Elder, he was stronger than Tian Hu. Other than the Reverence Moon Elder, there were dozens of moon-worshipping cult's disciples. They were all elite experts. How could the other party defeat all of them by himself? Therefore, in the Reverence Moon Elder's opinion, Lin Xian's actions were no different than sending himself to death. Alone? Who said I'm alone? Chapter 16:15. What? He's not alone? There's someone else? Who did you bring with you? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even the Reverence Moon Elder's face turned solemn. If the other party really brought some expert with him, it would be hard to say what would happen. Of course, it's this emperor. A roar echoed through the hall as the dark god divine dragon's figure appeared in the hall. What? A four-horned snake? Everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brat, I think water must have entered your brain. You actually brought a four-legged snake? You want to kill us with just the two of you? What a joke. Pooey, you're the snakes, a bunch of ants. You've really angered this emperor. This emperor will definitely cook you and eat you later. The dark god divine dragon snorted coldly. Lin Xian asked, how is it? Is the formation set up? Don't worry, it's already set up. The entire mansion has been completely sealed off. Even if there's an earth-shattering battle here, no one outside will know. That's good. Lin Xian nodded his head. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. What? It's sealed? And no one outside will know? That's great. The Reverence Moon sect's disciples roared with laughter. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was twisted with malevolence. "Brat, I was worried that you'd attract the attention of the law enforcement team. Who would have thought that you'd actually use a formation to seal the entire mansion? This way, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Since that's the case, you can go to hell." The Reverence Moon Elder was overjoyed. Everything the other party had done had saved him a lot of trouble. Hence, he didn't show any mercy. A red palm carrying boundless raging flames quickly reached out and slapped towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the entire void was distorted. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he dodged the most violent attack. He appeared at the side of the hall, and a resplendent sword light burst out from his body. The 9 nether devil swords swung out, and black sword chi swept across the void, slicing apart the sea of flames, creating a vacuum. Then, several sword chi streaked across the void, slashing towards the Reverence Moon Elder. Without the obstruction of the sea of flames, the black sword chi arrived before the Reverence Moon Elder and slashed ruthlessly. Boom! The Reverence Moon Elder roared, and his other hand clenched into a fist as he punched out. When the terrifying sword chi collided with the Reverence Moon Elder's attack, a tearing sound could be heard. 2 black holes appeared in the void, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire hall was torn apart in an instant. The surrounding moon-worshipping cult's disciples retreated frantically. Their faces were filled with fear. The shockwaves of this energy had already exceeded the limits of what they could withstand. They didn't dare to approach them. That was a divine dragon. It was a terrifying existence. It didn't take long for the Reverence Moon Elder's disciples to scream miserably. Some of them were even slapped into a bloody mist. In an instant, everyone fled in a frenzy. They wanted to leave this place. Unfortunately, the entire mansion had been sealed by the divine dragon. They couldn't escape. No, damn it. Why can't it be broken? The Reverence Moon Elder's disciples roared in a frenzy. They were terrified. They finally understood how laughable they were. When they heard that Lin Xian and the others had sealed the mansion, they were filled with disdain. They thought that they were trapped in a trap of their own making. They were courting death. But now, it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. This seal was originally prepared for them. Now, none of them could escape. Could it be that this was all part of the other party's plan? The Reverence Moon Elder's disciples despaired. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder and Lin Xian exchanged several blows. It was hard to determine the victor, but in the next moment, when he saw his subordinates being killed and fleeing, his face turned hideous. He didn't expect a 4-legged snake to be so powerful. He even killed many of his disciples. He couldn't accept it. I'm going to kill you." The Reverence Moon Elder roared in a frenzy. A fiery red light burst out from his body, stirring up the clouds. He was like a fire god as he charged forward, wanting to kill the divine dragon. Your opponent is me." However, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Terrifying black sword chi roared in the air like a long river of the netherworld, blocking the Reverence Moon Elder's path. Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely sharp. The Reverence Moon Elder didn't dare to take it head-on. Hence, he could only use his martial arts to defend himself. Damn it! Get lost. A fist shot out, bringing with it fiery red chi waves. It was as if a full moon was descending from the sky. Not only that, the surroundings were filled with thunderous roars. However, the black sword chi roared like a black dragon. It spiraled in all directions and collided with the fiery red fist. A shocking explosion occurred. At this time, several disciples were slapped into a bloody mist. The Reverence Moon Elder had really gone crazy. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, Lin Xian and the Divine Dragon were like ants in his eyes. However, the strength displayed by the two of them had shocked him to the core. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to go all out. Otherwise, not many of his disciples would be able to survive. With a roar, the Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his powerful strength. In an instant, a sea of fire surged around him, and a full moon floated in the air. a full moon rising from a sea of fire. This was the Reverence Moon Elder's domain. Brat, you've really angered me. Today, I'll let you know what regret is. The Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his king's domain, and his voice was unusually cold. At this moment, he displayed boundless confidence. It was as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. Although you're strong, you're only a mid-stage 5-star king. Lin Xian's gaze was firm, and he wasn't afraid at all. Indeed, he could deal with a mid-stage 5-star king. You're too arrogant. I'll let you know my true strength. The Reverence Moon Elder was brimming with confidence. With a wave of his hand, a boundless sea of fire surged out. Along with tens of thousands of rays of moonlight, it descended rapidly. Boom! The void exploded in an instant. Powerful energy whistled in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble rapidly. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the dragon sword's spiritual domain was formed. Sword chi filled the sky, and a huge sword-shaped domain appeared in the void. After that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless rays of sword chi intersected, forming numerous green dragons that roared in all directions. Chapter 16:16. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless streaks of sword chi intersected, forming numerous azure dragons that roared in all directions. In the next moment, the two king domains collided, and it was as if 100,000 mountains were shaking in the sky. Terrifying energy surged, and the entire void collapsed. The surrounding Reverence Moon Cult's disciples were sent flying by the shockwave. Fortunately, the entire mansion was sealed by the dark red divine dragon, and no one outside could see what was happening. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Pung pung pung. The two king domains collided continuously, and every strike was terrifying to the extreme. This is impossible. Damn it. How can your king domain be so strong? The Reverence Moon Elder went crazy, and he couldn't believe it. He was a 5-star king, and his king domain was extremely terrifying. His opponent was just a 2-star king, and under normal circumstances, his king domain could easily break his opponent's domain. But now, he couldn't do it. His opponent's king domain was too powerful, and it made his king domain tremble rapidly. I don't believe it. The Reverence Moon Elder roared crazily, and a resplendent light erupted from his body. At the same time, a biting cold killing intent shook the surroundings. At this moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit, and he swore that he would eliminate the person in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep in the future. You don't believe it? Humph. Then I'll beat you until you believe it. With a low growl, Lin Xian's right leg swept out. Instantly, the dragon sword domain shook, and endless sword chi surrounded him. At this moment, Lin Xian's right leg was like an azure dragon, crossing the void and sweeping forward with terrifying strength. The Reverence Moon Elder waved his hand, and the moonlight in the sky condensed into a long red blade that emitted a terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he viciously slashed forward. Boom boom. Shocking collision sounds rang out, and the long blade slashed on the azure dragon's leg. However, he couldn't slash down. Lin Xian's right leg was like a true dragon, and it was extremely powerful. Break for me! Lin Xian roared, and his right leg swung out again. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the kick shattered the long red saber. Not only that, but the Reverence Moon Elder also suffered a series of attacks, and he was sent flying in the air. Impossible! The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shook their heads frantically when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that their own elder would actually be forced back. They couldn't believe it. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that his opponent's strength had surpassed his own. Kid, I have to admit that you are a peerless genius. But since you dared to provoke my moon-worshipping cult, I can't let you live. Reverence Moon Elder's voice was filled with malevolence. Then, he took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. I will kill you no matter the cost. He was like a mad beast, roaring furiously. In the next moment, his body rumbled like a real dragon. His blood and chi burned, and his strength rose again. Die! The Reverence Moon Elder roared, and his palm was like a full moon as it slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the Reverence Moon Elder to have such a move. At the critical moment, he executed the Mirror of Tranquility. Boundless sword chi revolved around his body, forming a mirror to defend himself. However, this punch was truly too violent. It directly blasted the mirror apart. Pung! Lin Xian was forced back by the impact, and the energy in his body churned. This punch had injured him, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Kid, now you know how powerful I am. Today, you will die without a doubt. The Reverence Moon Elder laughed maniacally when he saw that Huang Xiaolong was injured. Kid, are you all right? The dark red divine dragon exclaimed from afar. I'm fine, Lin Xian replied. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly circulated the art of immortality, suppressing the restless energy and spiritual energy in his body. As expected of an elder, you are really strong. Your strength is much stronger than Tianhu's. You actually managed to injure me. Lin Xian was surprised. He had to admit that the Reverence Moon Elder was a powerful opponent. Very good. It's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely excited. Damn it! How did this happen? On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder's face was gloomy. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had injured Lin Xian with a single punch. Shouldn't Lin Xian be screaming in disappointment? However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian seemed to be very excited. What was going on? How could the Reverence Moon Elder know that his punch had completely ignited Lin Xian's battle intent? At this moment, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He was like a battle maniac, and he was extremely excited. Let me see how strong you are. Lin Xian executed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and charged forward with the Dragon Sword domain. When the Reverence Moon Elder saw Lin Xian, he roared, "You're courting death." He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to attack him. Not to mention, he had already consumed a pill, and his strength had increased. He could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lin Xian. With a roar, the Reverence Moon Elder executed his ultimate technique and fought with Lin Xian. His palms trembled slightly, and red divine flames surged out. They rushed forward at high speed, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. In the sky, the endless clouds were instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian's technique was shocking. With a raise of his hand, he could destroy heaven and earth and change the clouds in the void. Good timing! Lin Xian roared, and his eyes shone brightly. The 9 nether devil sword tore through heaven and earth, and it swept forward with destructive energy waves. At the same time, he flicked his finger. The void-shattering finger flickered, and it went straight for the Reverence Moon Elder's head. The dragon sword domain around him shone even brighter, and it made him look like a demon god. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Sword chi slashed down, and the terrifying flames in the sky were sliced apart. At the same time, the void-shattering finger moved unpredictably, and it shot towards the Reverence Moon Elder. However, the Reverence Moon Elder wasn't an ordinary person, and his strength had increased. The moment the void-shattering finger appeared, he quickly dodged. Break! The finger slammed into his arm, and a hole appeared. Ah! The Reverence Moon Elder went berserk, and black winds surged as he attacked once again. Blinding light shone from his body, and he looked like a god of fire. His aura was oppressive. He slapped out with his palm, and the momentum was terrifying. It was as if the palm of a god of fire had descended from the sky, and it enveloped all directions. The palm carried a shocking amount of devil energy, and it burned fiercely. The surrounding sword chi became dim due to the heat. Lin Xian held the devil sword in his hand, and he slashed out in all directions. At the same time, the dragon sword domain bloomed with resplendent light, and endless sword chi rushed out. Every ray of sword chi was divine red. It was extremely resplendent. Chapter 16-17. The battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Divine light soared into the sky, and killing intent filled the air. It was as though the entire place had turned into hell. After exchanging blows, the Reverence Moon Elder's heart pounded wildly. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The battle intent and strength displayed by his opponent was too strong. Even the Reverence Moon Elder couldn't suppress it. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Elder finally went berserk. He ignited his spiritual energy to obtain a terrifying amount of energy and sent out 3 powerful palm strikes. The flames in the sky roiled, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings surged. A vermilion bird flew out from the Reverence Moon Elder's palm and grew bigger. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it emitted a red glow. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, behind this beauty, there was an eternal killing intent. The vermilion bird's body carried a terrifying amount of energy. The moment it appeared, the space around it couldn't withstand it. The vermilion bird spread its wings, and it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared as he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit. He constantly changed his position in the air as he dodged the attack. After dodging the main attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he swung the 9 nether devil sword. The sword slashed down rapidly. Buzz! He slashed out 3 times in a row. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The first sword slashed towards the Reverence Moon Elder's scarlet vermilion bird. The sword slashed towards the vermilion bird with overwhelming killing intent. Resplendent rays of light erupted as the sword slashed towards the vermilion bird. The entire space exploded, and divine light shone down, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, Lin Xian's second sword appeared. This sword slashed through the sky, and it traveled thousands of miles in an instant. In an instant, it appeared in front of the Reverence Moon Elder and slashed downwards. It was as though it wanted to split the Reverence Moon Elder in half. Scram! The Reverence Moon Elder's pupil shrank. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong's sword chi to be so strange. He quickly waved his hand, and the scarlet domain in the sky shook. A terrifying wall of fire formed in front of him. At the same time, the Reverence Moon Elder retreated. But at that moment, Lin Xian finally unleashed his third slash. This was Huang Xiaolong's true killing move. The shocking sword radiance emitted a monstrous murderous aura. It was as if countless divine lights had gathered together and turned into a black ring that pressed down rapidly. What? There is more. The Reverence Moon Elder's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. However, he gritted his teeth, and his face was incomparably ferocious. This time, he actually ignored the sword chi and allowed it to descend. Then, he quickly waved his palms twice. This time, 2 more vermilion birds flew toward Lin Xian. A huge beam of light shot up, like a dancing demonic beast, like a child purple phoenix soaring through the sky. 2 shadows instantly crashed into Lin Xian's body. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently, and the void split open. A huge explosion quickly took place. At that moment, even the cultivators in the outside world were suspicious because they also felt an indescribable energy. However, these people did not discover any battle after investigating, so they stopped paying attention to it. Inside the Reverence Moon Mansion, it was a tragic scene. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, he circulated the immortality incantation, and the blood in his body surged like a dragon, quickly recovering. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder was also severely injured. That sword strike had almost split him into 2. Right now, his hair was disheveled, and he quickly swallowed pills to heal his body. However, he was ecstatic because he knew that Lin Xian's injuries were even more severe. Those 2 palm strikes were absolutely terrifying. Even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Lin Xian was dead meat. Haha, kid, let's see how you're going to die this time. However, the Reverence Moon Elder was stunned because he realized that Lin Xian had actually stood up. What? How is this possible? The Reverence Moon Elder's pupil shrank, and he could not believe it. Lin Xian had clearly been hit, so how could he stand up? Damn it! This is impossible. The Reverence Moon Elder screamed crazily. He could not believe that someone had such tenacious vitality. Even a 5-star king would have been killed by those 3 palm strikes. However, Lin Xian had actually recovered from most of his injuries in an instant. What kind of technique was that? He had never heard of it before. Damn it! This kid either has a peerless pill or a shocking recovery technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. The Reverence Moon Elder's eyes were dark and incomparably bright. No matter what it was, he was extremely tempted, and his eyes were burning with passion. So far, Lin Xian had shown too many tricks up his sleeves. Extreme movement techniques, super strong combat strength, and terrifying recovery ability. Every single one of them could set off a storm in the Eastern Wasteland. However, all these precious things were gathered in one person's hands. Moreover, it was a young man who was only a 2-star king. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Reverence Moon Elder. If he could kill Lin Xian, everything would be his. Kid, go to hell. The Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his techniques once again and charged towards Lin Xian. However, he quickly retreated again. Pong! The Reverence Moon Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Lin Xian's combat strength had increased again, especially that sword chi. It was too terrifying. It made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. Moreover, he was already covered in wounds from the battle until now. More importantly, the effects of his elixir were about to wear off. Soon, his strength would return to normal. At that time, he would definitely not be Lin Xian's opponent. Thinking of this, he went crazy again. He had no choice but to use that forbidden technique. Reverence Moon. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes were unusually ferocious. He sat cross-legged in the void and formed seals with his hands. Behind him, a full moon quickly formed. An indescribable energy spread out and enveloped the entire mansion. Immediately, the Reverence Moon sect's disciples trembled and knelt on the ground. Unknowingly, a full moon had appeared in the sky. As for the disciples on the ground, they all knelt towards the sky. Furthermore, a peculiar energy floated out from their bodies and gathered in the full moon above. It was like a river flowing into the sea. In the sky, the blood-red moon became more and more terrifying. The Reverence Moon Elder's aura also grew stronger. However, the disciples kneeling on the ground were pale and their auras weakened. Some of them even fainted. There were also some whose muscles had withered and turned into skeletons. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his expression was incomparably solemn. This strange scene caused him to be extremely shocked. The dark red divine dragon also appeared beside him and said in a low voice, "What a vicious cultivation technique. It should be a secret technique of the Reverence Moon sect. It absorbs other people's energy and uses a special secret technique for its own use. However, this kind of energy is too tyrannical. I'm afraid these Reverence Moon sect's disciples won't be able to survive." Indeed, without waiting for the dark red divine dragon to make a move, these disciples would have already lost most of their energy. They wouldn't be able to live for long. Chapter 16:18. 2 resplendent bolts of lightning shot out from the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes, piercing through the void palace. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Elder's strength had reached its peak. He stood up slowly, and his sleeves fluttered, emitting terrifying energy. Countless rays of light fell around him. How terrifying! This energy is close to that of a 6-star king. The dark red dragon was shocked. "Kid, retreat quickly." He pulled Lin Xian and retreated quickly. At the same time, a black hole appeared where they were originally standing. Terrifying flames turned into snakes that intertwined with each other. It was a terrifying sight. So powerful. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't see anything at all. How did the Reverence Moon Elder make a move? That attack had almost killed them. What kind of secret technique is that? It's so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed like the Reverence Moon cult lived up to its name. The Reverence Moon cult's secret techniques were indeed endless. "Kid, in order to kill you, I used a supreme secret technique and killed all the disciples of the Reverence Moon cult. Now, you can go to hell." The Reverence Moon Elder's voice was cold, and it carried boundless killing intent. In the next moment, he retracted his palm, and the void trembled. A flaming palm appeared in the air, emitting a destructive aura. With a single slap, more than half of the manor collapsed. Lin Xian used the demigods to dodge the energy storm, and he kept retreating. However, he wasn't someone who was afraid. Hence, he roared and pushed the dragon sword domain to the limit. At this moment, boundless sword light shot into the sky, and he emitted a monstrous aura. He was like a god of war, unstoppable. So what if you used a secret technique? Today, I will cut you down with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The Reverence Moon Elder, who had gained strength, smirked, revealing a disdainful smile. My current strength is comparable to a 6-star king. Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. As he spoke, he pointed his finger forward. Instantly, the void trembled, and countless flames turned into a dragon that spiraled out. Boundless light surged, and terrifying energy surged. It instantly pierced through the void and lit up the surrounding space. Most likely, no one below 6-star king realm would be able to stop him. However, something shocking happened. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the 1,000-beast cauldron and placed his palm on it. Suddenly, the sky was filled with black light, and countless beasts roared. The 10,000-beast cauldron shone brightly as it rapidly expanded in the air. It was like a black demonic wall that stood in the void. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts fought over it. Many demonic beast images moved about continuously. Boom! The flaming dragon's finger collided with the 10,000-beast cauldron. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire void boiled, and a boundless sea of fire surged. However, even though this energy was terrifying, it was unable to penetrate the 1,000-beast cauldron, not to mention injuring Lin Xian. Earth-step treasure. The Reverence Moon Elder narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Soon after, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Brat, I have to say, you're really full of surprises. Now, he had even brought out an Earth-step artifact. Very good, it's mine. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and grabbed downwards without any hesitation. That palm was extremely terrifying. In the center of his palm, a red domain revolved rapidly, directly locking down the void. That was the Reverence Moon Elder's king domain. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He circulated his energy and poured it into the 1,000-beast cauldron. Suddenly, the 1,000-beast cauldron shone brightly. The sounds of the demonic beasts on it became even more real. Then, a huge claw stretched out from the 1,000-beast cauldron and slapped the void. This claw was incomparably black, like the claw of a demonic god. It was extremely terrifying and carried with it a shocking amount of energy. In the next moment, it slapped hard on the Reverence Moon Elder's palm. Boom! Energy exploded as the two clashed. Sparks flew in all directions. However, even though the 1,000-beast cauldron was strong, the Reverence Moon Elder was even more terrifying. He was like a god of war, and his palm carried the king domain. Therefore, under such a powerful force, the black palm was shattered. Kid, it's useless. Stop struggling. You're no match for me. The Reverence Moon Elder sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian again. So strong. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that even the 1,000-beast cauldron couldn't stop the Reverence Moon Elder. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon at the side let out a long roar. With a dragon's roar, the entire void exploded. Terrifying energy swept out, shaking the entire mansion. In the next moment, the sky collapsed. Then, the dark red dragon waved his dragon claws, forming a huge dragon claw and grabbing forward. Bang! The dark red dragon claw was like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, it collided with the Reverence Moon Elder's palm. What? He blocked it? The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He felt that his palm was blocked, and there was even a piercing pain. This made him very surprised. Impossible. How can he block my palm? He frowned. In the next moment, His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the dark red dragon. "You are a dragon." The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be a dragon. It was no wonder that the other party had such a strong physique and could block his palm. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. "Imph! You dare to be so arrogant when I don't show my power? Take my Overlord Dragon Fist." The dark red dragon waved his other dragon claw, and a red fist appeared in the sky. The fist was filled with mysterious runes, and it flew across the sky. Bang! In the sky, the Reverence Moon Elder's palm was knocked back. Damn it! The Reverence Moon Elder's face was hideous. He felt his entire palm go numb. The other party's strength was too terrifying. As expected of a dragon, such strength is really strong. A trace of madness appeared in the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes. "I wonder if I can increase my cultivation after drinking your dragon blood?" At this moment, he was like a demon staring at the dark red dragon. "You dare to target me? Die!" The dark red dragon roared. Then, he swung his tail and rushed forward to fight the Reverence Moon Elder. Shocking energy exploded as the two of them fought crazily. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly formed seals with his palms and activated the Dragon Sword domain to the extreme. A deep dragon roar sounded, and then endless sword light shot into the sky. Lin Xian held the 9 Netherworld demonic sword in his hand, and energy exploded from his body. Moreover, the Dragon Sword domain kept compressing until it was completely attached to the 9 Netherworld demonic sword. Terrifying sword light shone in all directions. At this moment, the 9 Netherworld demonic sword was covered by the Dragon Sword domain, and it was extremely terrifying. Chapter 16:19. He was like a real demon god's sword as he hovered in the air. With a light slash, he could pierce a hole in space. Kill! With a loud roar, the 9 Nether Devil sword shone brightly like a black sun. Lin Xian swung his arm, and the 9 Nether Devil sword slashed down. What? At the same time, the Reverence Moon Elder, who was fighting the dark red divine dragon, widened his eyes. When he saw the giant black sword slashing down from the sky, he screamed. The sword was too terrifying, and it made his scalp go numb. His heart thumped wildly. He knew that if he was hit by the sword, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. Damn it! How is this kid so strong? He couldn't believe it. How did Huang Xiaolong unleash such power? He had already surpassed him. Damn it! It's his king domain. The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He realized that there was a small king domain on the 9 Nether Devil sword. When he saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly turned around and fled. He even wanted to break the seal and leave this place. However, the dark red divine dragon didn't give him a chance to escape. It continued to entangle him. In the end, the dark red divine dragon grew to 100 zhang long as it hovered in the air. Its huge body shone with divine light, and terrifying blood chi dyed the sky red. A vast and mighty pressure instantly froze the entire void. The Reverence Moon Elder went crazy as he tried to break the seal. However, he realized that his body was trapped in the void. He couldn't move at all. Boom! The 9 Nether Devil sword shrouded the Reverence Moon Elder with the Dragon Sword domain. Boom! 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 The void exploded, and endless sword lights shot out in all directions. The entire mansion was drowned. At this moment, even the void was riddled with holes. When everything returned to normal, the Reverence Moon Elder's heart was already pierced by thousands of arrows. He couldn't be more dead. When Lin Xian saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red divine dragon also returned to its 1-meter-long form. The two of them landed on the ground and felt relieved. However, the two of them didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The two of them took the Reverence Moon Elder's storage ring. Then, the two of them turned into a beam of light and left the mansion. When they returned to their residence, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Today's battle was truly too thrilling. The Reverence Moon Elder lived up to his reputation as an elder. He was much stronger than Tian Hu and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were both extraordinary figures. Otherwise, they would not have been able to win today's battle. This was especially true for the Reverence Moon Elder's last move. He had directly seized the energy of others and turned it into his own. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. At the same time, it also let him know that any large sect had a strong foundation and endless secret skills. Therefore, in the future, when encountering such a person, he must not let his guard down. The two of them sat down cross-legged and quickly healed their wounds. For the next few days, the two of them did not go out. The entire ancient city of Hanyang was in shock. It was because someone had discovered that the Reverence Moon Mansion had been destroyed, and everyone inside had been killed. Even the Reverence Moon Elder was no exception. This discovery shook the entire ancient city of Hanyang. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that the Reverence Moon cult was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. They were extremely powerful. Who would dare to make a move against them? But now, it had actually happened, and it was a success. These people immediately thought of Lin Xian. In the ancient city of Hanyang, only Lin Xian had a conflict with the Reverence Moon cult. Impossible. This is impossible. However, the experts quickly rejected this idea. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill the Reverence Moon Elder and the dozens of Reverence Moon disciples. This was not something a young man could do. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the entire mansion had been sealed, and no one had been able to escape. During the battle, no one had even discovered it. This kind of method was heaven-defying. Therefore, they ruled out Lin Xian as a suspect. They even believed that it was the work of an almighty expert. Otherwise, even if other experts had made a move, they would not have been able to kill all of them. If the Reverence Moon Elder wanted to escape, other than almighty experts, no one would be able to stop him. Who did it? For a moment, everyone was speculating. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They did not dare to cause any more trouble for fear of being targeted by a mysterious expert. However, after some research, they guessed that it was most likely the work of an enemy of the Reverence Moon cult. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Reverence Moon cult for being too arrogant. They must have offended someone, and that was why they ended up like this. With the passage of time, this storm gradually passed. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon killed the Reverence Moon Elder, they did not go out again. They went into seclusion and started cultivating. The previous battle had caused them to suffer heavy injuries. They needed to recover. Here, they wanted to hide from the limelight and avoid being targeted. In the room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. Resplendent light surrounded his body. At this moment, his injuries were completely healed. Not only that, but he was also cultivating a high-grade earth-rank martial art. Previously, he had cultivated the mid-grade earth-rank martial art, the myriad sword art, to major completion. Now, he could condense the power of 9,000 swords. It was extremely terrifying. With a single strike, even a 5-star king would be forced back. The high-grade earth-rank martial art he was cultivating now was a kind of domain comprehension called the Sixth Divine Sword Art. As Lin Xian's cultivation increased, he became more familiar with the application of the king's domain. The king's domain was ever-changing. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. Previously, Lin Xian had only summoned it and used its power. Now, he was going to take a deeper step. For example, the Reverence Moon Elder's King's domain and Lin Xian's Dragon Sword domain had been compressed and attached to the 9 Nether Devil Sword. They were all new applications. The Sixth Divine Sword Art was also a kind of King's domain cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 levels. Each level would condense a sword god in the domain to kill the enemy. Lin Xian was cultivating the first level, and the sword chi he condensed was red. Around him, the Dragon Sword domain floated up and down. Inside it, streaks of red sword chi were running around at high speed, constantly combining to form sets of strange sword formations. Between the red sword chi, a red figure could be vaguely seen. However, it was very blurry, and one could not see it clearly. However, the power it emitted was incomparably sharp. After a month of cultivation, Lin Xian finally reached minor completion of the first level. He could instantly condense 100,000 red sword chi to form various killing methods. This time, he did not cultivate. Instead, he came out of seclusion. Chapter 1620. The Stone Gambling Conference was extremely important to him. Firstly, he needed to observe the young man named Hongyu at the conference, in order to complete the sect's mission. Moreover, he also wanted to cut out some treasures and obtain the best quality subdivine crystals to improve his cultivation. In fact, he was not the only one. At this moment, all the warriors in the ancient city of Hanyang were excited. In the center of the ancient city of Hanyang, there was a huge palace. It was magnificent and exuded an aura of desolation. It was an ancient palace. Normally, it was not open to the public. However, the ancient city of Hanyang had opened the sacred palace for this stone gambling conference. This time, the venue of the stone gambling conference was arranged here. All kinds of strange stones were placed in the palace. Some were simple, some were magnificent, and some were even shining. However, whether or not there were treasures inside would depend on each martial artist's own ability. When Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei entered, they were stunned. They found that the inside of the sacred palace was magnificent and spacious. It was far from what it looked like from the outside. No wonder it's an ancient sacred palace. It's amazing, Fatty Luo exclaimed. I bet we'll return with a lot of treasures this time. Du Fei was also very excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He found that the palace was different from what he had imagined. It was very spacious and there were many small halls. The stones placed in each hall were actually different. Of course, the cost to enter was different. It was even said that one had to pay a high price to enter the innermost halls. Ordinary people did not have the money to do so. Almost everyone in the ancient city of Hanyang had come. It could be said that this was a golden age. However, Lin Xian and the others soon ran into trouble, because there were a few people in the crowd who were walking towards them. There were not many of them. There were only 6 or 7 of them. One of them was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a terrifying aura. The aura did not spread out. It was directed at Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, Lin Xian's face darkened. Although the aura was terrifying, it had no effect on him. However, he did not know the man. The man attacked him as soon as he came. Obviously, he wanted to throw him out. This made him very unhappy. To the side, Fatty Luo also said in a low voice, "Damn it, it's the Yunyan sect." Yunyan sect? Lin Xian frowned. He did not recognize this sect. They have a good relationship with the moon-worshipping cult. Previously, you killed 2 of the moon-worshipping cult's candidate holy sons. Now, the moon-worshipping elder has died in a bizarre manner. They will definitely target you, Du Fei explained. Fatty Luo was furious. Fuck. He dared to bully others with his aura? I think they don't want to live anymore. The surrounding cultivators naturally saw this scene as well, but they did not say anything, nor did anyone step forward to stop it. Instead, they were all whispering to each other. The law enforcement team did not come because this was not an obvious attack. This kind of method of using pressure to scare people had indeed escaped the rules of the law enforcement team. Hee, kid, with us here today, don't even think about entering the stone gambling convention. Humph. How dare you kill 2 candidate holy princes of the moon-worshipping cult? You're dead meat. I advise you to be obedient and wait for your punishment. The Yunyan sect's disciples sneered. The middle-aged man even snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. Don't worry, with me here, this kid won't be able to enter. Fuck, you've gone too far. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth, itching to attack. Lin Xian held him down and shook his head slightly. The other party was obviously trying to provoke them to attack and attract the law enforcement team. However, Lin Xian obviously did not want to do that. If the law enforcement team was alerted, it would be difficult for him to enter the stone gambling convention today. He would not attack, but that did not mean he would let the other party go. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned to Fatty Luo and said, "It's up to you." Fuck, this young master can't wait any longer. Fatty Luo took a step forward and pointed to the front. Yunyan sect, right? Get lost. How dare you block this young master's way? Do you believe I won't cripple you? Du Fei sneered at the side. That's right. I bet you'll regret it soon. Where did this kid come from? How dare he tell us to get lost? Slap him. Otherwise, you're dead meat. The martial artists of Yunyan sect shouted coldly and glared at him. They were here to bully him, but now they were being scolded? How could they tolerate that? More and more people gathered around and started discussing. In the crowd, the lunar saintess shook her head slightly. She knew who Fatty Luo and Du Fei were. This time, Yunyan sect was really going to be in trouble. In front, the middle-aged man also frowned and said coldly, "Kid, get lost. Don't get in the way. Otherwise, if you anger me, you won't be able to walk out of Hanyang Ancient City." "Oh, are you threatening me? I'm so scared." Fatty Luo sneered. "Do you think this young master is scared?" As he spoke, he took out a token. "Look at what this is. If you dare to attack me, you'll have to bear the consequences." The silver token was very simple and unadorned. There was an ancient word on it, and a large flag on the back that fluttered in the wind. This was the second time Fatty Luo had taken out his token. The first time, he had scared Elder Baiwei away. This time, he took it out again in the face of Yunyan sect's provocation. The crowd was also extremely puzzled. The majority of them did not know what the silver token represented. However, the lunar saintess looked serious. On the other side, the five elements saint also frowned. Opposite them, the martial artists of Yunyan sect sneered when they saw this. "What, do you think you can save your lives by taking out a token? Let me tell you, if you dare to provoke Yunyan sect, you're dead meat." Those people sneered arrogantly. However, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and said coldly in a low voice, "Shut up, Elder." The Yunyan sect disciples behind him trembled. They did not understand why their elder was angry. However, the middle-aged man did not pay attention to them. Instead, he stared at the silver token. Then, he took a deep breath and asked through gritted teeth, "What's the relationship between Luo Badeo and you?" "Luo Badeo? Who's Luo Badeo?" Hearing this, many of the surrounding warriors were stunned, but soon after, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be Luo Badeo, one of the 10 great villains? When they thought of this, they were shocked and their scalps went numb. Now, they finally knew why Elder Baiwei had turned and ran away that day. It was because of Luo Badeo's token. When the Yunyan sect disciples heard this, they also trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Fatty Luo said proudly, "That's my grandfather. What, are you going to attack me now?" "What?" Chapter 1621. They did not expect the kid in front of them to be Luo Badeo's grandson. At that moment, everyone looked at Fatty Luo with terrified expressions. Of course, they did not forget Du Fei because he was with Fatty Luo. At that moment, Fatty Luo grinned and pointed at Du Fei, saying, "This is my brother. His grandfather is Du Tianqing." Indeed, everyone was shocked. Du Tianqing was also one of the 10 villains. The martial artists from Yunyan sect were terrified, and the middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He did not expect that he would be in deep trouble this time. Not to mention him, even their sect master might not dare to touch these two people. His expression was uncertain. In the end, he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. Please forgive me." After saying that, he dived into the crowd and left without looking back. The few disciples of the Yunyan sect were like stray dogs as they quickly followed behind. Everyone was shocked. The 10 villains were indeed ferocious and terrifying. Even the elders of Yunyan sect did not dare to provoke them. However, there was one person who was very confused. That was Lin Xian. He asked, "10 villains? What 10 villains?" "I'm going to faint." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. There was someone who did not know about the 10 villains? That was too strange. Could it be that this guy came from a mountain village? However, more people were speechless. You don't even know about the 10 villains, and you dare to gather with these 2 little villains? How bold. However, Lin Xian soon learned about the legend of the 10 villains. They were definitely ferocious people. Each of them was extremely powerful and had monstrous combat strength. Moreover, these 10 people had no scruples. They did things as they pleased and did not follow any rules at all. They did not even care about any sect. As long as they wanted to, they would do it. Because of that, they even had conflicts with sacred grounds and clan of the ancients. However, until now, they were all living well. One could imagine how terrifying these people were. Especially Luo Badeo, who had torn apart a mighty figure. He was extremely powerful. Fatty Luo was Luo Badeo's grandson. As long as he revealed his identity, not many people would dare to provoke him. I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. The 10 villains were extremely powerful in the eastern wasteland. Naturally, no one dared to offend their descendants. I didn't expect the two of you to have such identities, Lin Xian said with a smile. Fatty Luo scratched his head. It can't be helped. Our identities are too sensitive. Most people don't want to play with us. It wasn't easy to find Brother Lin. We don't want to scare you away. Brother Lin, you won't run away in fear, right? On the other side, Du Fei also asked. You were really shocked, but why did you run away? Lin Xian patted them on the shoulder. We're friends. Yes, we are friends. We're brothers. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Then, the group of people walked forward. Instantly, the crowd automatically dispersed. What a joke. Who would dare to block the way now? However, what surprised everyone was that there really was someone who dared to block their way. Of course, they weren't ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists didn't dare to offend the 10 villains at all. However, the people in front of them didn't seem to have much scruples. You're Lin Xian? A young man in a thunder robe asked with a smile. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. You are? I'm the saint of the Thousand Thunder sect. These are my friends, the young man in the thunder robe said slowly. The Thousand Thunder Saint. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Thousand Thunder sect to participate. On the side, Fatty Luo also transmitted his voice. Be careful. The Thousand Thunder sect has clashed with the 10 villains before, so they definitely don't have good intentions. Lin Xian was also surprised. The Thousand Thunder sect had clashed with the 10 villains before. No wonder they dared to block the way here. Therefore, he asked coldly, May I know why you're blocking the way? Not really, the Thousand Thunder Saint said with a smile. I heard you're also a seeker spirit master. Why? Do you want my brother to go stone gambling for you? Fatty Luo frowned. Stone gambling? Use him? Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of stone gambling for the Thousand Thunder Saint? At this moment, a young man in a red robe beside the Thousand Thunder Saint snorted disdainfully. What did you say? Du Fei was also unhappy. How dare the other party provoke him like this? I mean, what ability does he have? He's just lucky to cut out 2 stones. Do you really think he's a seeker spirit master? Ridiculous. He's not a seeker spirit master, are you? The dark red dragon also snorted. The other party obviously had an expression that deserved a beating. Of course I am, the red-robed young man said proudly. Then, he looked down at Lin Xian. Boy, do you dare to bet with me? I'll expose you in front of everyone. Bet. Lin Xian frowned. Yes, bet. We'll choose stones on the spot and see who can cut the treasure better. The red-robed young man said coldly. Why? You don't dare? Why not? Lin Xian snorted. Since the other party dared to provoke him, how could he not take action? Moreover, he was very confident in his martial Dao, heavenly eye. What? Stone gambling. Hearing this, the surrounding people were also alarmed, and they all gathered over. This was a stone gambling convention. Stone gambling between seeker spirit masters was a common occurrence. However, the people who were participating in the stone gambling this time made them even more excited. One was Lin Xian, who was now very popular in the ancient city of Hanyang. The other person was invited by the Thousand Thunder Saint, who was presumably not weak. Isn't he from the Tuoba family? In the crowd, a genius exclaimed. What? He's from the Tuoba family? For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the red-robed young man. Obviously, they were very surprised. They did not expect the other party to be from the Tuoba family. The red-robed young man snorted and raised his chin proudly. At this time, the Thousand Thunder Saint explained with a smile, "That's right. He's the young genius of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yi. He really is from the Tuoba family." Hearing the Thousand Thunder Saint's explanation, the surrounding people were even more shocked. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's faces also darkened. They quickly said, "Brother Lin, be careful. The Tuoba family is an ancient family of seeker spirit masters. Although they are arrogant, they do have means. You must be careful during the stone gambling." A family of seeker spirit masters. Lin Xian was also surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "Let's see what kind of means a family of seeker spirit masters has." How could it make everyone so shocked? What an idiot. How dare you bet with me? Boy, you'll regret it soon. Tuoba Yi sneered. Chapter 1622. Cut the crap. Since it is stone gambling, what are you betting on? Du Fei asked coldly. He was a gambling addict and naturally had to pay attention to this area. Tuoba Yi looked around and sneered. This is only the outermost stone gambling area. There shouldn't be any strange stones that are too big. How about this? Let's bet 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. How about that? If we bet too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Tuoba Yi's face was filled with pride as he spoke. All right. Lin Xian nodded without any hesitation. 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. A casual bet? The surrounding martial artists were speechless. They might not even have 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. But now, the two of them were casually betting and had taken out so much. Perhaps only a seeker spirit master would dare to be so generous. Very well, kid. I will let you know what a true seeker spirit master is. Tuoba Yi snorted and waved his hand, taking out 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and threw out 50 caddies of subdivine crystals as well. Instantly, the surrounding crowd got excited. It seemed like the two of them were really going against each other, and there had to be a victor. This duel was undoubtedly an exciting match for the crowd. At the front, after Tuoba Yi threw out the subdivine crystals, he started to walk forward slowly. He wanted to pick a strange stone to defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't move. His eyes flickered as he executed his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, and quickly scanned the front. The martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, was extremely deep as it flickered with strange runes. It was able to see through everything. Soon, Lin Xian curled his lips into a smile as he locked onto his target. He waved his hand, and a stone floated towards him. That stone was as tall as a human. It was grayish-brown in color and looked simple and unadorned. If it wasn't placed here, no one would take a second look at it. Tuoba Yi sneered when he saw Lin Xian picking the stone so quickly. At the same time, his eyes flickered with purple radiance as he quickly scanned the front. Soon, he picked a stone that was flickering with radiance. It was 2 meters tall and was extremely tall. Kid, you are definitely going to lose this time. Tuoba Yi sneered. Lose my ass. We haven't even cut it open yet. How do you know we'll lose? Fatty Luo snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased. That's right. I dare to bet that the loser this time will definitely be you. Du Fong also shouted coldly. You still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die? Very well. I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Tuoba Yi didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and took out a black dagger before cutting the rock rapidly. The black dagger flickered with black light, and there were many complicated inscriptions carved on it. Not only that, but it was also sharp. His technique was very special, dazzling the eyes, making it impossible for others to see clearly. However, the 2-meter-tall strange stone began to shatter into pieces and gradually become smaller. This stone-cutting technique was a unique skill of the Tuoba family. Outsiders were unable to learn it and could only express their envy. Soon, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. That was because when he was halfway through cutting the stone, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the stone. It was like a rosy sunset that illuminated the surroundings. Treasure. There really is a treasure. Everyone was shocked. As expected of the Tuoba family's prodigy. He's really impressive. Exclamations sounded one after another. Then, everyone discovered that a millstone-sized subdivine crystal had appeared in the 2-meter-tall stone. Moreover, it was a superior subdivine crystal. It looks like it should be more than 200 kilograms. That's right, and it's many subdivine crystals. This was only the outermost area, so there shouldn't be anything good. It was already considered very good if an ordinary Seeker Spirit Master could cut out a 5-kilogram piece. Now that 200 kilograms had appeared, Tuoba Yu was definitely an exceptional prodigy. It seemed like that kid was going to lose for sure. There was no other way. Tuoba Yu was a prodigy of the Tuoba family, and no one else could compare to him. Perhaps only the Lu family's people could contend with him. Exclamations sounded one after another. Clearly, they were all praising the Tuoba family, and no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. A bunch of bastards. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother hasn't cut it yet. How do you know he'll lose? Fatty Luo was unhappy. Du Fei also said, "That's right. I dare to bet that my brother Lin will be able to cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal." Supreme-grade subdivine crystal? Are you a cabbage? Tuoba Yi sneered. Kid, it's still not too late to admit defeat. You'll only lose a mere 50 kilograms of subdivine crystal. However, if the rock you are going to cut open doesn't have anything, you won't just lose this little bit of subdivine crystal. I'm afraid you won't have the face to stay here in the future. Lin Xian heard and sneered with disdain. You are the one who won't have the face to stay here. Soon, you will know. After speaking, he didn't say anything else. He used his finger like a knife and cut the rock beside him. His method was very bold as he cut it in half. What? He cut it in the middle? This kid doesn't want his life anymore. Damn, he is too bold. If there was any treasure, wouldn't it be destroyed by him? Everyone exclaimed and couldn't believe it. Tuoba Ye's eyelids twitched before he sneered. He is indeed an idiotic kid. How can he cut it so quickly? I can tell he isn't a Seeker Spirit Master. Lin Xian didn't bother and cut it in the middle. However, after cutting it open, nothing appeared. There wasn't any radiance. Everyone sighed while Tuoba Yi sneered. Kid, don't waste your effort. There isn't anything. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and threw the upper half of the rock to the side. He then stared at the lower half of the rock and waved his finger again. Sigh, it's useless. Normally, treasures would be in the center of the rock. If there isn't any treasure in the center, there must be nothing left. I heard that this Lin Xian had cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal and thought he was an incredible Seeker Spirit Master. Now, it seems like he was just lucky. Yeah, no one dares to be arrogant in front of Tuoba Yi. This Lin Xian is no exception. He will definitely be defeated. Everyone was discussing while shaking their heads and sighing. But at the next moment, they all shut up. Not only so, but they also widened their eyes as though they had seen a ghost. Because Lin Xian's fingertip suddenly burst out with boundless radiance. It wasn't released by Lin Xian, but by the rock under his feet. Treasure, there is actually a treasure. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Tuoba Ye's expression changed as his eyes turned extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could really cut out a treasure. Moreover, what made him feel even worse was that the radiance from Lin Xian seemed to be more intense than his previous radiance. The surrounding crowd also noticed this and exclaimed in surprise. This radiance is so powerful. It is much stronger than the previous one. Could it be some rare treasure? It can't be. This Lin Xian's luck is actually so good? Chapter 1623. Hearing this, everyone went silent. It was impossible for his luck to be so good all the time. This Lin Xian could continuously cut out treasures, which was definitely due to his own strength. Lin Xian must be an extremely powerful Seeker Spirit Master. On the other side, the Myriad Thunder Saint had a gloomy expression. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to cut out treasures. Tuoba Yi clenched his teeth and said, "Don't worry. The radiance might be strong, but it doesn't mean that there are treasures." Such things happened in the past. The radiance was very strong, but it was just a waste after being cut out. Therefore, no one knows who will win until the last point in stone gambling. To be honest, He still had hope in his heart. But at the next moment, his expression changed drastically as his heart sank into a bottomless pit. There was a fist-sized crystal in the stone in front. Divine radiance flickered and circulated with vigorous energy. Supreme-grade subgod crystal. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The myriad thunder saint had an awful expression while Tuoba Ye's face was ashen. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out a supreme-grade subgod crystal, and it was the size of a fist. The value was far beyond what he had cut out. Damn it! Impossible. I have already checked. There is nothing in this stone. How can there be a supreme-grade subgod crystal? Tuoba Yi seemed to be in a frenzy as he constantly roared. Indeed, he had already checked earlier and didn't find any abnormalities in Lin Xian's stone. Therefore, he was so disdainful and thought that Lin Xian was bound to lose. But now, things had exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian didn't just cut out treasures, but it was also a supreme-grade subgod crystal that was far superior to what he had cut out. He couldn't accept it. Seeing the frenzied Tuoba Yi, everyone had a weird expression. The myriad thunder saint had a gloomy expression as he snorted and turned to leave. He had lost a lot of face today, and he was afraid that everyone would ridicule him later on. He wasn't willing to accompany Tuoba Yi and be ridiculed by others. Tuoba Yi didn't know that the myriad thunder saint had left. He was currently staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and said, "What standards do you have? Have you checked for treasures? Are there really no treasures?" "That's right. A piece of trash dares to compete with Brother Lin in stone gambling? You're courting death." Fatty Luo was extremely excited at the moment. Of course, he was going to strike mercilessly. On the side, Du Fei didn't let him off either. "Stop struggling. You've already lost. Hurry up and hand over 50 kilograms of subdivinity crystals and get lost." They were truly overjoyed because Tuoba Yi was too arrogant and didn't even put them in his eyes. Now that they could viciously strike down the other party's arrogance, they were naturally happy. "Brat, just you wait. This isn't over yet." Tuoba Yi's expression was abnormally ugly, but he didn't dare to stay here any longer. This was because the complicated gazes of the surrounding martial artists were like thorns that pierced his heart. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, he snorted coldly and hurriedly fled. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the dark red divine dragon all burst out laughing when they saw the fleeing figure. Venting. This was too venting. In the future, who would dare to look down on them? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth also curled up slightly, but he did not let his guard down. He knew that Tuoba Yi was only a disciple of the Tuoba family. For the Tuoba family to have such a great reputation and be revered by everyone, there must be something unique and formidable about them. Therefore, he had to be careful when he encountered the Tuoba family in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept the supreme-grade subdivinity crystals. However, he gave the 100 subdivinity crystals to Fatty Luo and Du Fei. The two of them instantly beamed with joy. They might have special identities and didn't lack subdivinity crystals, but how could it be compared to the spoils of war? This feeling was simply too wonderful. "Brother Lin, let's go inside and take a look. The outside is filled with ordinary stones. The inside is where the truly mystical stones are. This time, we must cut out even better treasures. Let's see if we can cut out an ancient treasure." Fatty Luo and Du Fei's eyes lit up. The dark red divine dragon was also excited. "Haha, if we can cut out an ancient treasure, that would be great." Hearing that, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. These three fellows were too imaginative. They probably wouldn't even be able to see such a thing. However, he still followed the crowd and walked inside. This stone gambling convention was rare. Since he was here, he naturally wouldn't return empty-handed. In the following period of time, Lin Xian frequently took action and naturally obtained a great harvest. Not only him, but Fatty Luo, the dark red divine dragon, and Du Fei also obtained treasures. Lin Xian's reputation quickly spread in the sacred hall. However, it wasn't just him. There were also many powerful seeker spirit masters who came to the stone gambling convention. In front, Lin Xian saw an especially powerful seeker spirit master. He was familiar with that person. It was the middle-aged man who set up the stall on the street. Lin Xin knew that he was the Lu family's seeker spirit master. Even the dark red divine dragon, Du Fei, and Fatty Luo at the side were watching carefully. It couldn't be helped. The Lu family's seeker spirit masters were very famous, even more so than the Tuoba family. In front of them, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu walked slowly. In his eyes, a strange light bloomed. His eyeballs rapidly faded until they became pure white. Even his pupils seemed to have disappeared. The pure white eyes were very strange. They bloomed with a terrifying light, forming a radiance that quickly enveloped the stone in front of him. Soon, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a 3-foot-long stone floated to his side. The stone was very old. It was covered with moss and even rusted in some places. It seemed that it had been exposed to wind and rain for countless years. The surrounding crowd also cried out in surprise. This stone is the Sacred Hall's precious stone. I didn't expect it to be cut at this moment. Yes, this stone is very expensive. It's probably worth 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals. Ordinary seeker spirit masters wouldn't dare to buy it. 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals? Even a powerful figure would feel the pinch. If it can't be cut out, I'm afraid it'll be a loss. I'm afraid that only a family like the Lu family would dare to cut such a strange stone. The middle-aged man's actions caused a stir in the crowd. Even a group of elders came from the depths of the hall to watch. These people were very old. They were all more than 3,000 years old. Each of them was like a living fossil. However, at this moment, these elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes bloomed with a fiery light. Their gazes were so terrifying that even Lin Xin felt his blood boil. It was as if it had been ignited. How terrifying! Who are these people? Chapter 1624. The dark red divine dragon shrunk his head. Although he was arrogant, as a dragon, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of these living fossils. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had grave expressions on their faces. Although the Stone Gambling Conference is held in Hanyang Ancient City, the forces behind it are the remote antiquity families and the peerless Holy Lands. These seniors are most likely from the Holy Lands and the remote antiquity families. Of course, there are also talents from other places. That's right, Du Fei nodded. The Eastern Wilderness is too big. It's boundless with billions of living creatures. It's nothing strange for some special people to appear. It's indeed terrifying. Lin Xin was shocked. His expression was solemn. He realized that the Reverence Moon Elder he had killed was nothing more than an ant in front of this group of old men. At the same time, the front became lively. The middle-aged man from the Lu family was finally going to cut the stone. The Lu family's stone-cutting technique was even more mysterious. Not long after, the strange stone became very small. The middle-aged man's speed also slowed down. The reason for that was because he had arrived at the most crucial location. The people around him held their breaths and watched carefully, afraid to disturb him. As the knife cut, the stone fell and a bright light shone. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed, "There is indeed a treasure. I just don't know how precious it is." They did not know yet, so they could only watch patiently. As more and more stones fell, the light became brighter and brighter. It was like a sun. When the last stone fell, the hall was completely illuminated by the bright light. The powerful energy was like a tidal wave, rapidly sweeping across the area. At that moment, everyone was stupefied. Even those of the older generation that were comparable to living fossils were dumbstruck. In the next moment, their eyes shone brightly and they even trembled. Their withered faces shone with a strange luster as the divine light shone on them. Divine crystal. It's a divine crystal, one of the living fossils exclaimed. Then, everyone else exclaimed in shock. Divine crystals were rare treasures. They were as big as a fist. They were definitely priceless. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Obviously, he had used up a lot of energy. However, he was very satisfied with this result. If he could cut out a piece of divine crystal, it would definitely shock the world. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The divine crystal was a true treasure. He had only seen one piece of it in Feng Mountain. Moreover, that piece of land had already caused the five almighties to fight over it. However, she still managed to escape in the end. The piece that had just been cut out was not as big as the previous one, but it was definitely a shocking treasure. This was because the surrounding talking stones had already stepped forward to negotiate with the middle-aged man. Obviously, they wanted to buy the divine crystal, as expected of someone from the Liu family. He was so powerful that he could cut out a divine crystal here. Fatty Luo exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, the dark red divine dragon kept tugging at Lin Xian. Brat, why don't you cut it up and see if you can get a divine crystal? He was simply too excited. When he saw the divine crystal being cut out, he was already drooling. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many living fossils in front of it, the dark red dragon god would have gone ahead to snatch it. Fuck, do you think that's cabbage? How could he just cut it off like that? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This thing required luck. Let's wait and see. Lin Xian was not encouraged by the dark red divine dragon. At least, he did not immediately make a move. Next, they set off again to look at all kinds of stones. Lin Xian was very envious of a few of them. He wanted to cut them open to take a look. However, when he saw the price, he immediately shook his head and gave up. He had no choice. The price was too shocking. It could be said to be a sky-high price. He could not afford it at all now. Moreover, after observing along the way, he found that only a few people could cut out treasures. Many other seekers' spiritual masters also failed. Even if they cut out treasures, they would lose money. Therefore, the ones who made the most money were the remote antiquity families and the almighty sacred grounds behind the stone gambling convention. They really know how to do business. Lin Xian shook his head. The stone gambling convention was definitely profitable. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. If a peerless master really cut out a diluted treasure, the remote antiquity families and the sacred grounds would definitely cry. However, such a situation was very rare. They chatted as they walked. Soon, they saw an annoying person. Tuoba Yi. Yo, who is this? Isn't he the genius of the Tuoba family? Didn't he lose to us previously? How dare he show himself now? Fatty Luo sneered. Du Fei also snorted. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to stay here. I have to say that you are really thick-skinned. The dark red divine dragon laughed heartily. Kid, are you here to give us treasures again? Hearing their mockery, Tuoba Ye's face instantly turned black. If it were not for the fact that he could not fight here, he would have pounced and fought with them. However, he still held it in. He sneered, "Don't be too smug. I have already invited the experts of my family." Kid, aren't you arrogant? How dare you disregard our Tuoba family? Do you dare to have another round today? I will definitely let you know the consequences of provoking our Tuoba family. Not interested. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. He had no interest in being entangled with someone like Tuoba Yi, because it was purely a waste of time. Tuoba Yi was enraged because he didn't expect his provocation to be ineffective. Lin Xian didn't even bother about him. This made him feel as though he had punched cotton. At this moment, an aged voice echoed from behind. Kid, you want to leave after winning against our Tuoba family? It isn't that easy to leave. This voice contained a trace of chilliness that sent chills down everyone's spine. In front, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. Although he didn't turn back, he could feel a strange gaze locking onto him from behind with his outstanding soul spirit power. That gaze contained a mysterious energy that made him extremely uncomfortable. It was obvious that this was a very powerful eye technique. Expert. Lin Xian was shocked, but he still turned around. As expected, the crowd behind him dispersed, and an old man holding a dragon-headed cane slowly walked out. He was wearing a long white robe that had a picio embroidered on it with golden thread. His hair was white, and his skin was dry like the skin of a sun-dried orange. This old man was very old, but his eyes were extremely deep like the starry sky. Seeing this kind of senior figure walking over, the surrounding warriors also looked over one after another. Then, they were all extremely shocked. Chapter 1625. What? Tuoba Yulong. It's actually him. Someone of the older generation exclaimed in the crowd. Evidently, they recognized the old man in front of them. Tuoba Yulong was an elder of the Tuoba family and had terrifying strength. It was rumored that his spirit-seeking technique was very powerful and he had obtained divine crystals many times. He was definitely a terrifying spirit-seeking master. What? So terrifying. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They hadn't expected this elder to have such a powerful background. Putting aside the fact that he was an elder of the Tuoba family, just the fact that he had obtained divine sources many times was enough to shock the world. Even if he wasn't a member of the Tuoba family, he would probably be treated as a guest of honor by the various major factions. At this moment, even Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei had solemn expressions. It was obvious that the other party was a true expert, and wasn't someone a brat like Tuoba Yi could compare to. Tuoba Yi revealed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with pride. How is it, brat? Are you afraid? Offending the Tuoba family is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. They hadn't expected Tuoba Yi to find an old monster. However, what was even more shocking was that there were two young men standing beside Tuoba Yulong. One was the Thousand Lightning Saint, who was wearing a lightning robe, while the other was wearing a long green robe and was surrounded by a resplendent green light. Unfettered Saint. Everyone was shocked again. They hadn't expected the unfettered sect to come as well. The two great sages' sons stood beside Tuoba Yulong and supported him like juniors. Such a scene was hard to imagine. Young man, if you don't gamble with me today, you won't be able to leave. Tuoba Yulong's voice was old and a little low. However, his voice was filled with boundless power. No one is allowed to casually bully our Tuoba family. Since you've defeated Yi, you have to fight with me. I'll let you know the true strength of the Tuoba family. They had seen Sir Lin's methods before, but they hadn't had enough fun. How about another gamble? The Myriad Thunder Saint said with a smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes were somewhat gloomy. Lin Xian's victory had made him lose face. After all, Tuoba Yi was brought here by him. If Tuoba Yi was defeated, he naturally wouldn't feel good. He originally thought that he didn't have the chance to defeat Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Tuoba Yi to actually call for the clan's elders. This was an excellent opportunity. On the other side, the unfettered saint did not speak, but there was an unquestionable aura around him. In fact, the crowd even felt that the entire space had solidified. It looked like if Lin Xian didn't make a move, the other party really wouldn't let them go. Brat, what should we do? Are you going to make a move? The dark red divine dragon asked through voice transmission. On the other side, Fatty Luo and Du Fei also said, Brother Lin, if you don't want to compete, we'll take you away. Don't worry. With us here, they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. The two of them were very confident. After all, the reputation of the 10 great villains wasn't just for show. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up. No worries. Since they want to compete, I'll bet with them. What? The crowd couldn't believe their ears. Lin Xian still wanted to compete? This time, it was the Tuoba family's elder, Tuoba Yulong. He was an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. However, Lin Xian still wanted to compete. Was he really confident? Or was he just showing off? The crowd didn't know. They guessed that it was more likely the latter. After all, no one believed that Lin Xian could defeat a powerful elder like Tuoba Yulong. On the opposite side, Tuoba Yi, the Myriad Thunder Saint, and the others all laughed when they heard this. They laughed maniacally. Haha, kid. I have to say that you're really too stupid. This time, you'll definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Tuoba Yi was very excited. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Lin Xian's defeat. Tuoba Yulong's orange peel-like face also revealed a strange smile. At the same time, his gaze, which was faintly purple, fell on Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to see through or discover Lin Xian's secret. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian must have some tricks up his sleeve to be able to defeat Tuoba Yi. Moreover, he really wanted to know what kind of background Lin Xian had for him to agree to compete with him. Sensing the other party's gaze, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi emerged from his body and instantly surrounded him. At the same time, he said coldly, "Senior, aren't you going overboard by investigating me so brazenly?" On the opposite side, Tuoba Yulong narrowed his eyes. To be honest, it wasn't surprising that Lin Xian discovered his investigation. What surprised him was that he couldn't find any information. Lin Xian's sword chi was very strange. It actually blocked his gaze. This was the first time such a thing had happened. However, he didn't care. He snorted coldly. "Kid, it's useless to say more. Let's start the battle now. The stones here are too ordinary. Why don't we go deeper?" Tuoba Yulong said indifferently. "As you wish." Lin Xian didn't refuse. He wanted to see what tricks Lin Xian had up his sleeve. Then, Tuoba Yulong quickly walked deeper into the sacred palace with the help of the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun and Unfettered Saint Sun. The rest of the people also followed and walked quickly. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. One was a young genius, the other was an elder. It was definitely going to be an earth-shattering gamble. However, Du Fei, Fatty Luo, and the others asked telepathically, "Brother Lin, are you confident?" "He's an old monster." "At least 50%, Lin Xian replied. Indeed, although Tuoba Yulong's eye technique was powerful, Lin Xian was very confident in his martial path, Heavenly Eye. The martial path, Heavenly Eye, was one of the peerless theurgies in the Eastern Wilderness. Very few people could master it. Not only had Lin Xian mastered it, but he'd also reached a certain level. He was at least 50% confident that he could defeat Tuoba Yulong. Great. In that case, let's take down that old monster's arrogance. The dark red dragon and the others nodded. Then, they quickly followed Lin Xian into the depths of the sacred palace. The sacred palace was divided into 10 areas. The deeper one went, the more precious the stones were. Of course, the more expensive they were. Just the entrance fee alone was enough to make everyone's heart ache. However, in order to see the prosperity of stone gambling, they all gritted their teeth and bought tickets to watch the battle. The 7th area, the originally empty area, was filled with people. There were even some elders who were like living fossils who had come to watch the battle. Lin Xian naturally came with the others. He looked around and found that there were many strange stones around. Chapter 1626. Lin Xian naturally followed the crowd here. He glanced around and found that there were many strange stones placed around him. Any one of them was far superior to the ones before. As expected of the 7th region, it's strong. Lin Xian was surprised. He only glanced around and found several of the stones contained treasures. However, he didn't act rashly. He knew that the other party must be a very powerful spirit master who knew some powerful spirit-seeking techniques that could interfere with his heavenly eye. As expected, other spirit masters in the crowd seemed to have found treasures and immediately bought a stone at a high price. However, when he cut it open, he found that it was empty. There were no treasures at all. Immediately, the spirit master who bought the stone spat out blood and fainted. The other spirit masters' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Tuoba Yulong in horror. They knew that Tuoba Yulong must have used a powerful spirit-seeking technique to hide the true appearance of these stones. That was why the spirit master had misjudged them. So strong. Tuoba Yulong is indeed an elder of the Tuoba family. His methods are extraordinary. This should be an illusion technique. With him here, the other spirit masters won't be able to find any treasures. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, the other party's methods were powerful enough to interfere with other spirit masters. However, he had the heavenly eye and could see through everything. The other party couldn't interfere with him. While the crowd was discussing, Tuoba Yulong had already stepped forward to select a stone. Lin Xian also used his heavenly eye. His eyes flashed with strange runes as he looked forward. However, his expression changed in the next moment. This was because Tuoba Yulong's dragon head walking stick shook slightly, and the surrounding rocks flew towards Lin Xian. "What's going on?" everyone exclaimed, not understanding what was going on. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he snorted inwardly. "Damn, old man, you dare to play tricks with me?" If he broke one of the stones that flew towards him, he would lose, because that would be equivalent to him cutting open a rock and not being able to cut it again. Therefore, he could not touch a single one of these stones. Although the other party's methods were strong, Lin Xian's methods were not weak either. With a cold snort, a bright light bloomed around his body. A green domain instantly appeared and covered all the stones. Moreover, they bounced back at an even faster speed. Not only that, Lin Xian did not damage these stones at all. Soon, the stones in the sky flew forward like shooting stars. He arrived before Tuoba Yulong in an instant. Not only that, but these stones also rapidly rotated, forming a strange formation, trapping Tuoba Yulong there. Himph, if you want to play tricks with me, I'll play with you. Lin Xian smirked, and the runes in his eyes shone even brighter. Whoosh! The surrounding people exclaimed. They had never seen such a method before. The Seeker Spirit Masters were even more shocked. All of them widened their eyes, unwilling to let go of any detail. Ahead, Tuoba Yulong's face sank. He didn't expect that the other party's method would be so powerful as to be able to break his spirit-seeking technique in an instant. Not only that, but the other party also backhanded him. Although the array formation around him wasn't of much use to him, it wasn't very effective. However, the other party's counterattack and forceful attitude made him very unhappy. As an elder of the Tuoba family and an extremely powerful Seeker Spirit Master, he was very famous in the Eastern Wilderness. Now, a brat actually dared to attack him? He couldn't accept it. With a cold snort, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand again. The cane emitted a strange energy. Instantly, the stones in the sky seemed to be controlled by this energy and returned to their original places meekly. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, the surrounding people were not calm. Lin Xian and Tuoba Yulong's methods were too shocking. They were in awe. Seeing that the other party had easily broken free of the stone formation, Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. After a while, he stopped paying attention. Instead, he used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to look at the surrounding stones. No matter what he did now, it would be futile. Only by ruthlessly defeating the other party in stone gambling could he extinguish the other party's arrogance. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye was very mysterious. In Lin Xian's eyes, there were many mysterious runes. Soon after, Lin Xian's gaze swept across most of the strange stones. In the end, he fixed his eyes on one of them. That rock was only the size of a millstone. It was covered in moss. Furthermore, from its appearance, it resembled a lying tortoise from afar. This is it. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Countless runes flickered. He waved his hand and called the green tortoise stone to his side. It's the Spirit Tortoise Divine Stone. Seeing the stone Lin Xian chose, the crowd exclaimed. This stone is one of the most expensive stones in the 7th district. The price is at least 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals. Even the eyes of the living fossils of the old people were shining. They were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I had my eyes on this stone previously, but I couldn't bear to cut it open. This time, someone is finally going to cut it open. Yeah, this stone was transported here and has been here for more than a decade. No one has dared to touch it. I didn't expect this young man called Lin Xian to be so bold as to dare to touch this Spirit Tortoise Divine Stone. Many of the older generation were discussing while the surrounding martialists were shocked. They didn't expect this stone to have such an origin. Even the living fossils were interested in it. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because it was too valuable. The myriad Thunder Saint and the unfettered Saint frowned when they saw the stone that the other party had chosen. They didn't expect the Lin Xian to be so bold. The Spirit Tortoise Divine Stone was known as one of the most important stones. There was naturally a reason for it. Perhaps it really contained some unique treasure. Therefore, the two saints were a little worried. Tuoba Yi sneered and said, "You are overestimating yourself. How dare you choose the Spirit Tortoise Divine Stone? However, that requires 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals. Do you have that much money? If you can't take out the money and can't cut anything good, that would be a joke." Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a problem. Looking at Lin Xian, he didn't seem to be a disciple of a major sect. It wasn't certain if he could buy this spirit tortoise divine stone. I don't have that many divine crystals. Lin Xian shrugged and admitted. What? No? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 1627. Humph! How dare you cut this divine stone without money? I think you don't know your limits. Tuoba Yi sneered. He knew that behind this event stood the shadows of the clan of the ancients and the unparalleled sacred grounds. Even the Tuoba family didn't dare to offend such powerful entities. Yet, this kid wanted to gain something without risking anything? How could there be such a good deal? Lin Xian sneered. I don't have that many divine crystals, but that doesn't mean I can't cut this stone. Finishing his statement, he ignored Tuoba Yi and turned to speak to Fatty Luo. Brother Luo, lend me some money. No problem. Fatty Luo laughed, then took out the silver token. I don't have that much money either, but you should be familiar with this token. Take it and ask my grandfather for it. I'm sure you'll be able to get it. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw the token. This command medallion had frightened many people. It was definitely a terrifying item. However, more people's mouths twitched. Asking the 10 great villains for money? Why did this sound so unreliable? However, an old fossil in the crowd said, Sure, no problem. But you have to leave this token here first. Okay. Fatty Luo shrugged indifferently, then gave the silver token to the old man who was like a living fossil. Everyone fell silent when they saw this. It seemed that the person behind this stone gambling event had allowed Lin Xian to cut the stone. Tuoba Yi sneered. They thought that Lin Xian would really be able to get the qualifications, which made him very unhappy. Then, he sneered. Let's see how you'll die this time. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could defeat his family's elder. While Lin Xian was dealing with this matter, on the other side, Tuoba Yulong had also chosen a strange stone. The stone he chose was even more peculiar. There were 5 holes on it that were connected. It was very mysterious. 5-hole divine stone. It was also one of the most precious strange stones in the 7th district. Its price even exceeded the one in Lin Xian's hand, reaching 6,000 caddies of divine crystals. However, unlike Lin Xian, Tuoba Yulong paid on the spot. As an elder of the Tuoba family, he could afford to take out 6,000 kilograms of substandard divine crystals. With a wave of his hand, he directly handed over enough demigods. Immediately, everyone became excited, because they knew that the real bet was coming. At this moment, Du Fei stood up excitedly. His whole body was agitated, and his eyes were shining brightly. Since the 2 of you have chosen your stones, shouldn't we talk about the stakes? Stone gambling. Naturally, one had to place a bet. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. As for Du Fei, as a gambling addict, he was even more excited. In such a grand occasion, the stakes that the 2 of them brought out would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, the myriad thunder saint said with a chuckle, I saw Brother Lin's somewhat distressed appearance just now. Let Brother Lin make this bet. Lest we bet too high and Brother Lin can't afford it. How embarrassing would that be? Although he was laughing, his voice was filled with endless mockery. The martialists on the myriad thunder saints' side all laughed as they stared unkindly at Lin Xian. In their opinion, the other party simply wouldn't be able to take out anything good. Fuck. This is too much. The dark red dragon god and Fatty Luo were furious, while Lin Xian's lips curled up as his heart burned a little. Since the other party had allowed him to raise the stakes, this was really good news. However, since the other party had gone too far, there was no need for him to hold back. This time, he had to make the other party bleed a lot. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of this big investment. Therefore, a moment later, he said with a beaming smile, Since you are an elder of the Tuoba family, you must have a lot of treasures in your hands. Plus, if my stakes are too poor, I'm afraid that I won't be giving the elder any face. Therefore, how about this? I will use this weapon as a stake. What do you think? With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm and a small black cauldron appeared in his palm, floating continuously. Using a weapon as a stake? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. while Tuoba, the myriad thunder saint, and the others showed disdain. With the other party's status, he probably wouldn't be able to take out any good weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw the small black cauldron in Lin Xian's hand, they were all stunned. Among them, Tuoba, the myriad thunder saint, the unfettered one, and the others narrowed their eyes while the surrounding martialists exclaimed, "Earth-grade treasure." Those who could come to District 7 weren't weaklings. Naturally, there were experts among them who recognized this weapon. Earth-grade treasure. Lin Xian took it out. It was actually an Earth-grade treasure. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Earth-grade treasures weren't common in the eastern wilderness. Normally, only the core disciples and elders of those large sects would have them. Moreover, most of them were Earth-grade low-grade treasures. Lin Xian's Thousand Beast Cauldron was an Earth-grade mid-grade treasure. It could be said that it was very precious. Perhaps only the saints would have such treasures. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to take it out as a stake. That was why everyone was so shocked when Lin Xian took out the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Even the myriad thunder saint and unfettered saints' eyelids twitched, and their faces turned ugly. As saints, they naturally had such treasures. However, that was their treasure. How could they be willing to take it out? But now, the other party actually took out an Earth-grade mid-grade treasure. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Damn it, how could this kid have such a treasure? Tuoba gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. Tuoba Yulong's eyes also glowed, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Then, he said nonchalantly, "No matter. The better the treasure he takes out, the happier we should be, because that thing will be ours sooner or later." Tuoba Yulong looked at the myriad thunder saint and unfettered saint. "Why? You two don't believe in my strength? We don't dare. How can that be?" The myriad thunder saint and unfettered saint hurriedly explained. Then, the myriad thunder saint's eyes glowed. He took a step forward, looked at Lin Xian, and sneered. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. How dare you bet such a treasure with me? Fine, I'll make you accept your defeat today. Although an Earth-grade mid-grade weapon is precious, I can take it out." With that, the myriad thunder saint flipped his palm, and a treasure flickering with lightning appeared in the void. It was a blue hammer that was 1 foot long. It was covered with Dao runes, and lightning flickered around it. It looked like a divine item. "What? It's the myriad thunder hammer." Everyone exclaimed when they saw it. Even the living fossils looked solemn. The myriad thunder hammer was a very famous treasure of the myriad thunder sect. They didn't expect the myriad thunder saint to use it as a stake. Chapter 1628. The myriad lightning hammer was a very famous treasure of the myriad lightning sect. Who would have thought that the myriad lightning saint would use it as a wager? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was definitely a huge wager. Perhaps only people at the level of the saint would be able to take out such a bet. A living fossil in the crowd nodded slightly. That's right. The myriad lightning hammer is also a mid-grade Earth-tier treasure. The two are of similar grades. It's worth a wager. Everyone was stirred and stared at the field. They wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this bet. "Since you're here to give us a treasure, I'll accept it without hesitation." Tuoba Yulong sneered and stepped forward. He clenched his fist and a dagger appeared in his hand. It was a red dagger covered in inscriptions. It was very strange and looked more like a flood dragon. Holding the flood dragon dagger, Tuoba Yulong's aura became sharp. The purple light in his eyes flourished and connected together. It was like a ball of purple auspicious clouds that enveloped the strange stone he had chosen. Then, he began cutting the stone with the flood dragon dagger. Tuoba Yulong's stone-cutting technique was very strange and much stronger than Tuoba Ye's. Before long, the 5-orifice divine stone gradually shrank. The surrounding air also gradually condensed. No one even dared to breathe loudly. "Brother Lin, do you think that old guy can cut out any treasure?" Fatty Luo asked worriedly. "There's definitely a treasure. As an elder of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yulong must have extraordinary vision. There's definitely a treasure inside." As for what it is, I don't know, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He also activated his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, and carefully stared ahead. In front, Tuoba Yulong's movements became slower and slower, but the purple light in his eyes intensified. It was obvious that he had reached the most crucial part. At this moment, even the myriad lightning saint was nervous. The wager was his weapon. If he lost, he wouldn't have the face to return to the sect. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes bloomed with resplendent light that shrouded the stone under his feet. It seemed that he was also preparing to cut the stone. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the crowd cried out in surprise. At the same time, most of their gazes looked over. This was because the spirit turtle divine rock in Lin Xian's possession was also an extremely important wondrous rock. They also wanted to know just what kind of treasure it contained. Even the living fossils of the older generation were very excited. Lin Xian's movements were very fast. He first removed all the rocks around the edges and gradually approached the center. He even cut off a third of the stone with a single slash, which immediately drew cries of surprise. Because this method was really too bold. This was a stone bought with 2,500 caddies of subdivinity crystals. Everyone had to be careful when cutting, unlike Lin Xian. It was too casual. However, all of this was within Lin Xian's control. Under the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, nothing could escape his probing. Lin Xian precisely controlled the stone in his hand. Gradually, the stones in his and Tuoba Yulong's hands became smaller and smaller until they were only the size of a soccer ball. However, there was still no light. Could it be that these are two useless stones? Someone saw this and muttered softly, "No way. You're saying that both of them made a mistake? Heavens, if that's really the case, then this is going to be fun." Two extremely powerful seeker spirit masters had spent a fortune to buy these wondrous stones, but they were actually two useless stones. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. However, an expert in the crowd snorted. "What do you know? Real treasures won't be too big. Especially this kind of extremely precious wondrous stone. There have even been treasures the size of a fingernail in it before. But that's enough to shock the entire eastern wilderness," a powerful expert explained. The crowd calmed down again and watched carefully. Lin Xian ignored the discussion around him. His eyes were extremely bright as he carefully stared at the stone in his hand. His cutting speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When he was slow, he even stopped. When he was fast, it was dazzling. This was a plan before making a decision. Only after Lin Xian used his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, to see the true situation inside would he act. However, at this moment, everyone exclaimed. Because the stone next to Tuoba Yulong in front of them was shining brightly. The rays of light were as bright as divine red and extremely dazzling. Accompanying them was a terrifying wave of heat. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire 7th district continued to rise as if a sun had descended here. The air was distorted from the heat. Everyone was instantly drenched in sweat as if they had been drenched in rain. Even the weaker martial artists were covered in red thorns. They were about to be ignited. Countless martial artists hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to resist, then looked forward in shock. As for the older generation and living fossils, their eyes were shining brightly. They were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. And all of this was because of the aura released by the stone in Tuoba Yulong's hand. Needless to say, that stone must contain extremely precious treasures. At this moment, Tuoba Yi, the myriad thunder Saint Sun, the unfettered Saint Sun, and the others were also overjoyed. They stared unblinkingly. Tuoba Yulong's expression was extremely solemn. Fine beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. He had no choice. This was the most crucial moment. Now that the treasure had appeared, he had to be more careful. Otherwise, it would be a great sin if he destroyed even a trace of it. Holding the Flood Dragon dagger, he peeled off the stone bit by bit. Then, he quickly sealed it with his palm. Strange runes flickered and appeared in the air, sealing the treasure inside the stone to prevent it from losing energy. Even so, the resplendent red light and the fiery energy still made everyone extremely shocked. At this moment, Everyone looked up and carefully looked forward. They wanted to see what kind of treasure it was to have such shocking energy. As for Tuoba Yulong, he put away the flood dragon dagger and carefully held the treasure in his hand. A smug smile bloomed on his withered orange face. It was a large crystal with a curved surface. It was red all over like a fireball. It was a divine crystal, and a mutated one with special attributes. It was definitely a shocking treasure. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many experts were so excited that they trembled. To be honest, the peerless experts and powerful spirit tamers present had all seen ordinary divine crystals. Some had even cut them out. However, they had never seen a mutated divine crystal with special attributes like this one. In the past, they only knew about it from ancient records. This was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Chapter 1629. A mutated divine crystal is far more valuable than an ordinary divine crystal. Looks like Tuoba Yulong is indeed powerful. He actually managed to obtain such a treasure. Even an almighty would be thrilled to see such a thing. This is definitely a blessing for fire attribute martialists. Anyone who can obtain a piece will definitely have a huge increase in their cultivation. They might even be able to raise their cultivation level. Excited voices could be heard while Tuoba was laughing crazily while his eyes were filled with complacency. The Thousand Thunder Saint, Unfettered Saint, and the others took a deep breath. In particular, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' eyes shone with a shocking light. This time, they were definitely going to win. The Thousand Thunder Saint wanted to laugh heartily at the thought of obtaining a mutated divine crystal and winning the middle-grade Earth-tier treasure. Humph! That kid is definitely going to lose. Tuoba looked across and sneered. I'm very curious. What can Brother Lin solve? The 10,000 Thunder Saint also had a smug smile on his face. He wasn't nervous at all, as he believed that no one could surpass this mutated divine crystal. Tuoba Yulong's eyes lit up. Kid, don't waste your energy. The best treasure in District 7 is probably this mutated divine crystal in my hand. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to obtain anything more precious than this. Therefore, you are definitely going to lose this time. Damn it. Damn that old man. How can he be so lucky? Fatty Luo and Du Fei looked gloomy as they gritted their teeth. This situation had indeed exceeded their expectations. The dark red divine dragon also looked anxious as he asked worriedly, Kid, what should we do? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he was indeed surprised that Tuoba Yulong could obtain a mutated divine crystal. However, he wasn't flustered, as he was very confident in the stone in his hand. Therefore, he said nonchalantly, no one will know the result of stone gambling until the very last moment. I advise you not to be too arrogant, lest you embarrass yourselves. Humph! How dare you be so stubborn when you are about to die? Tuoba sneered. He didn't believe Lin Xian at all, as he thought that Lin Xian was just boasting. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun, the Freedom Saint Sun, and the others also sneered. Since that's the case, let's hope that Brother Lin can cut out something good. Tuoba Yulong was even more disdainful. Little doll, what do you know? I've cut out more divine crystals than you've eaten. This time, you have no chance of winning. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. To be honest, everyone thought that it was impossible for Lin Xian to win. However, Lin Xian's expression was still calm. His hands were very steady as he cut the strange stone bit by bit. The reason for that was because he knew that Tuoba Yulong and the others were actually pressuring him. If he couldn't withstand it, he would probably lose immediately. Fortunately, his mental endurance had always been very strong, so the other party's words and provocations didn't have much effect on him. On the opposite side, Tuoba the myriad Thunder Saint Sun, and the others saw that Lin Xian was still cutting the rock unhurriedly and immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. Tuoba Yulong even took out a spirit fruit and slowly peeled it to eat, his eyes flickering coldly. After cutting out a mutated divine crystal with a fire attribute, it could be said that he was in an invincible position in District 7. There was absolutely no reason for his opponent to beat him. Therefore, he was very relieved. On the other side, The strange stone in Lin Xian's hand was getting smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a bowl. However, no light came out. At this moment, whispers were heard from the crowd. Sigh, there hasn't been any divine light yet. It seems like there isn't any treasure in this stone. Yeah, Lin Xian has always been very impressive and was able to cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. However, I didn't expect that he would make a mistake this time and choose a useless piece of rock. What's the big deal? Even a dragon has to bow before Tuoba Yulong. He doesn't have the right to be arrogant. Not only did Lin Xian lose face, but he also lost a mid-grade Earth-grade treasure weapon. I'm afraid he can't take it. Discussions were heard. Some sighed, some sneered, and some took pleasure in Lin Xian's misfortune. Fuck. Whoever speaks nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. Fatty Luo's face darkened as he roared angrily. Instantly, the surroundings became silent. However, the Thousand Thunder Saint sneered. Brother Luo, why are you so angry? Victory and defeat are common. Moreover, it's normal for you to lose in front of Senior Tuoba. I don't think there's a need for such a big reaction. Yeah, it's just a mid-grade Earth-grade treasure weapon. I think Lin Xian can still afford to lose. The unfettered saint sneered. Tuoba, you was even more arrogant as he sneered. He doesn't have that ability. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Now you know the consequences of offending my Tuoba family. Fuck. I really want to go up and slap him. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Xian was calm as he shook his head slightly. Don't be hasty. It's not over yet. The winner hasn't been decided yet. When the time comes, you will slap him in the face. Lin Xian said slowly as the runes in his eyes shone even brighter. You're still so stubborn at this time? Tuoba Yulong snorted. Kid, don't struggle. The stone you chose seems magical, but it's actually just a piece of trash. There's nothing inside. Your foresight is still lacking. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to cultivate for another 100 years. His voice was filled with smugness. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? I really want to see your face being slapped. With that, his finger cut off another piece of the stone like a knife. Suddenly, a strange light bloomed from the stone. It was like a rainbow-colored light, instantly illuminating the entire space. What? Divine light appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there really was a treasure inside the stone. Damn it, how is this possible? Tuoba Yulong's expression immediately darkened. It was extremely ugly. He had just mocked Lin Xian, saying that he had poor foresight and that it was impossible for there to be a treasure inside. It was just a piece of trash. But then, Lin Xian had cut out the divine light. Wasn't that a slap to his face? And it was a loud slap. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damn it! Impossible, impossible! Tuoba Yi also screamed crazily, his eyes full of disbelief. How could Lin Xian have cut out the divine light? This made them extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, even the myriad Thunder Saint and the unfettered Saint looked gloomy. Ha 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 ha, great. The divine light has finally appeared. That scared me to death. It seems that the good stuff should be saved for last. I knew it. How could the stone chosen by Brother Lin be bad? Chapter 1630. That's not right. I remember someone said that Brother Lin had bad taste. I think it was an old turtle. He also said that his taste was very unique. This is a useless rock. Oh, the person who said that is blind. How can it be a useless rock when the divine light is out? Slap in the face. I wonder if your face hurts, Senior? At this moment, the dark red dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei mocked to their heart's content. They had been angered by the other party and couldn't fight back at all. Now that Lin Xian had cut out the divine light, they could finally hold their heads high. Hearing the other party's mockery, Tuoba Yulong's face was extremely gloomy, and his whole body trembled with anger. As the elder of the Tuoba family and a powerful seeker spirit master, he had never been mocked like this. He had indeed made a mistake earlier and said that it was a useless rock. Then, the other party cut out the divine light, giving these people something to use against him. It made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he still snorted coldly. What are you so proud of? It's just a light. Do you really think that this kid's thing can compare to my mutated divine crystal? How ridiculous. That's right. At most, it's just a supreme grade subdivine crystal. How can it compare to what my elder cut out? Tuoba Yi also snorted coldly. Humph, whether you can cut it out or not, you'll lose this competition. The Thousand Thunder Saint also gritted his teeth. These people all had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They thought that Lin Xian was no match for Tuoba Yulong at all. But gradually, they stopped talking, and their expressions became even more unsightly than before, because the stone in Lin Xian's hand was shining more and more brightly, like a rainbow bridge surrounding it. In fact, there was even a fragrance wafting out, causing one to be intoxicated by it. How magical. I feel my blood boiling. More than that, I even feel that I'm about to break through my cultivation bottleneck. Why do I feel that my body is full of vitality? Even the older generation figures, who were living fossils, were puzzled. What is this? Could it be that it's not a treasure like a divine crystal? For a moment, everyone was extremely puzzled. They all stared at the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand. The surface of the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand fell off, and the light became brighter and brighter, forming a seven-colored rainbow bridge that circled around him. Not only that, but there was also a strange fragrance lingering in the air, causing the crowd to be extremely confused. At this moment, even those living fossil-level old men became excited. Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. He knew that he might have gotten something incredible this time. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye while using his other hand as a blade to carefully slice the air. As more and more layers of stone fell off, the treasures within were about to be completely revealed to the crowd. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He quickly said, "Ruffian Long, quickly set up a formation and seal this space. This thing is trying to escape." What? Trying to escape? Could it be a living creature? Everyone was shocked. As for the older generation figures and living fossil elders, their expressions all changed. Even Tuoba Yulong had a look of fear on his face. They were not ordinary people, so they had naturally heard of the legends of these strange stones. One of the most dangerous types was that a living creature could be found after being cut out. This was definitely a major event that would shock the world. Even those living fossil-level old men had solemn expressions and were prepared to make a move. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it waved its dragon claws. Immediately, countless spiritual runes flickered and formed a formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian and the strange stone in his hand. Not only that, but it also released a strange power that surrounded the strange stone to prevent it from escaping. Lin Xian also used the dragon sword domain to envelop the surroundings. His fingers were like lightning as he continuously cut down. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, all the layers of stone fell off. The light became even brighter, and the fragrance became even more overwhelming. Buzz. The ball of light finally moved. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly fled into the distance. Buzz. Fortunately, there was the sealing formation set up by the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. The light directly collided with a barrier, causing a nameless vibration. The void vibrated, and countless runes flickered, making everyone unable to open their eyes. What the hell is that? How can it be so powerful? Could it really be a living creature? At this moment, Tuoba Yulong's eyes glowed with purple light, like two purple lightning bolts, staring at the sky. Not only him, but those living fossil-level old men's eyes were also like rainbows, incomparably sharp, because they wanted to confirm whether it was a living creature or not. If it was really a living creature, then there would be a huge change. But fortunately, they all heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment, because they realized that it was not what they imagined. The living fossil elders heaved a sigh of relief, but Tuoba Yulong's expression was incomparably ugly. Although it wasn't a living creature, it was still a very mysterious thing. The preciousness of this kind of thing made him extremely shocked. He was afraid that his mutated divine crystal had met its match. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword qi revolved in the dragon sword domain, forming two large azure dragon hands that grabbed forward. The azure dragon hands emitted a hazy light and caught the ball of light, bringing it back to Lin Xian. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. His martial Dao, heavenly eye released dazzling runes and stared at the ball of light. Then, he waved his hand, and the ball of light was immediately exposed in front of everyone. What's that? Everyone was curious. They all craned their necks and looked forward. Even the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the 10,000 Thunder Saint looked over. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Spirit herb. It's actually a spirit herb, an expert exclaimed, extremely excited. That's right, that ball of light, which was the treasure that Lin Xian had cut out, was a spirit herb. It was only the size of a palm, and it was a brown spirit herb with roots, branches, and leaves. However, it did not look complete. It was only a part. However, even with that being the case, the fragrance that was emitted was still extremely intoxicating. Because this was not an ordinary spirit herb, but an ancient spirit herb that had already gone extinct. Could this be the legendary turtle spirit herb? An elder's voice trembled, incomparably excited. What? Turtle spirit herb? What's that? The young disciples did not know what it was because this herb had long gone extinct. As for those living fossils of the older generation, they were indeed very excited. That's right, it's turtle spirit herb. I've once seen it in an ancient book. Legend has it that this herb can increase a martial artist's lifespan. It's a kind of immortal medicine. Chapter 1631. A martial artist's lifespan was generally linked to their cultivation base. In other words, the higher their cultivation base, the longer their lifespan. But no matter how long it was, there was a limit. For example, the few living fossils in the field had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their lifespan didn't have many years left. Perhaps they still had 10 or 20 years, but it wouldn't be much longer. But now, a spirit medicine that could increase their lifespan had appeared in front of them. This was absolutely a huge opportunity. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked when he heard this. Although he had refined pills that could increase lifespan on the martial heaven continent, those pills were only useful for people below the king level. To these old monsters at the king realm, it was completely useless. But now, the spirit medicine in his hand was actually useful to these living fossils of the older generation. How could they not go crazy? With this spirit medicine and a powerful alchemist, perhaps they really could refine a peerless divine pill that could increase their lifespan. So even Tuoba Yulong, who had a deep relationship with Lin Xian, was extremely excited. He was also incomparably old and probably didn't have many more years to live. But Lin Xian had actually managed to obtain such a peerless spirit medicine. That made him extremely jealous. Why? Why wasn't I the one who obtained such an immortal medicine? Tuoba Yulong's entire body twisted. As for those living fossils, they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes shining. Kid, are you selling this turtle spirit grass? I'll pay 3 divine crystals. What do you think? What? 3 divine crystals? Everyone was shocked, their mouths twitching. This was truly extravagant. 3 divine crystals in one go. One had to know that a single divine crystal was enough to cause a huge commotion. But now, someone was actually using 3 divine crystals to buy a single herb. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. It seemed he had really made a killing this time. However, he still said, "Seniors, it's not that I don't want to sell it, but my bet with the Tuoba family isn't over yet." "What's the point of betting? You've already won," said one of the living fossil elders impatiently. That's right. The other elders also agreed. Divine crystals have a price, but spiritual herbs are priceless. Moreover, this is a spiritual medicine that can prolong one's lifespan. It far surpasses that mutated divine crystal. Hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong was trembling with anger. He even coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elder. Senior. Seeing this, Tuoba Yi, the unfettered saint, and the others hurriedly went to support Tuoba Yulong. They kept consoling Tuoba Yulong so that he wouldn't be angered to death by the situation before him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint also froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Lost. He actually lost. To be honest, he never thought that he would actually lose. After all, they had the extremely powerful Tuoba Yulong on their side. Furthermore, the other party had even taken out a mutated divine crystal, which had made him think that his side would definitely win. But he didn't expect that the kid in front of him would actually cut out an even more precious elixir of immortality. He had turned the tables around and won. This was unacceptable to him. After all, he hadn't just lost face this time. He had also lost his weapon, the 10,000 lightning hammer. That was his weapon. Now that he had lost to his opponent, his heart was bleeding. Lin Xian had actually won. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Before this, they had never thought that the winner of this bet would be Lin Xian. After all, Tuoba Yulong was too famous. No one had ever thought that he would lose. However, Lin Xian was even stronger and more skillful. He had actually cut out an elixir of immortality that shocked everyone. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face darkened at this result. Even Tuoba Yulong was so angry that he coughed up blood. However, the situation on Lin Xian's side was very different. He was surrounded by several living fossils of the older generation. They were all bidding to buy the elixir of immortality in his hand. Kid, I'll pay you 4 divine crystals. How about you sell it to me? This old man was wearing an ancient robe and his teeth were almost all gone. However, his eyes were brighter than lightning at this moment. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely an extremely terrifying old man. On the other side, someone else offered an even higher price. I'll pay you 5 divine crystals. Everyone was stunned when they heard this bid. They couldn't believe that these people were actually bidding with divine crystals as the base price. After a round of bidding, the elixir of immortality was ultimately won by an old man. He was the old man who had agreed to pawn Fatty Luo's silver token. At the same time, he was also an elder of the Wavering Light sacred land behind the stone gambling meat. This time, he had used 6 divine crystals, a top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique, and returned the silver token to obtain the turtle spirit herb in Lin Xian's possession. Lin Xian agreed to this condition without hesitation. After all, this condition was so generous that he couldn't refuse it. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Their gazes all landed on Lin Xian. They didn't even try to hide the greed in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. 6 divine crystals. A top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique was just too tempting. Lin Xian was also shocked when he sensed the gazes around him. He knew that he had most likely become the target of many people this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put away the items he had obtained. At the same time, he returned the silver token to Fatty Luo. Then, he looked at Tuoba Yulong and the others again. Hee. Thank you for letting me win, Senior Tuoba. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then, he turned his gaze to the myriad lightning sage. Hee. Thank you for your myriad lightning hammer. I'll accept it without hesitation. With that, he waved his hand and summoned the myriad lightning hammer to his side. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. The fire in their eyes became even more obvious. The myriad lightning hammer was a mid-grade earth-grade treasure. This was definitely a treasure that could tempt most people. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well. He already had 6 divine crystals and a top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique on him. It could be assumed that countless people would want to kill him. If he took the myriad lightning hammer now, these people would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he grinned at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and said, Gentlemen, I'll give you this myriad lightning hammer. What do you think? Really? Thank you, Brother Lin. Fatty Luo laughed heartily and accepted it right away. Du Fei also said loudly, the myriad lightning hammer already belongs to us 2 brothers. Anyone who dares to have any ideas about it should think about our backgrounds first. Also, Myriad Lightning Sage, if the Myriad Lightning sect is unconvinced, feel free to look for us. Chapter 1632. Holy Son of the Thousand Thunders Sect, feel free to look for us if you don't agree. We, the 10 villains, will accompany you to the end. The two of them naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. If Lin Xian held on to such a precious treasure, he would definitely be targeted by others. Moreover, the Thousand Thunders Sect would not let Lin Xian go. However, it was different in their hands. They had the 10 villains behind them. If anyone wanted to touch them, they would have to consider whether they could bear the revenge of the 10 villains. Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. Indeed, Fatty Luo and Du Fei's identities were too sensitive. They were the descendants of the 10 villains. Who would dare to provoke them? Therefore, many people gave up on the idea of using the Thousand Thunder Hammer. However, the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect was gnashing his teeth. It seemed that he would not give up so easily. Junior, I'll remember you. I'll make you pay 100-fold for what you did today, Tuoba Yulong said through gritted teeth. He was still very angry even now. I'll be waiting for you, Senior. I hope you'll prepare more for the next bet. It's really not enough this time. Lin Xian shrugged, not caring at all. The next time they met, he would definitely be more powerful. Therefore, he was not afraid of them at all. Soon, the Tuoba family, the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect, and the others gritted their teeth and left. The reason for that was because they simply did not have the face to continue staying there. However, before they left, Tuoba Yulong and the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect's cold eyes made them shudder with fear. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he should be careful to prevent the other party from plotting against him. Next, Lin Xian and the others also left. This time, they did not make any more moves. The previous bet had made them famous, and at the same time, they had obtained great returns. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to make any more moves to avoid being targeted. Moreover, there was another reason. He wanted to start looking for the young man called Hongyu. This was because he still had to complete the sect's mission. Lin Xian felt that it might be difficult to find such a young man in the vast sea of people. However, half a day later, he discovered that it seemed that it was not difficult at all to find him. This was because another bet had taken place in the Sacred Hall, and it was a huge one. It did not lose out to Lin Xian's bet. Suddenly, the entire Sacred Hall was in an uproar again. Countless warriors gathered in front of them. Lin Xian and the others were curious and asked around. There were actually people betting in the 6th region. Moreover, one of the people who made the bet shocked Lin Xian. His name was Hongyu. Could it be him? Lin Xian was tempted. Let's go take a look. He called out to the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the others. Together, they walked towards Zone 6. Fatty Luo, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were all people who loved to join in on the fun. Therefore, they all came to the 6th district excitedly. There was a sea of people in Zone 6. It was not inferior to the scene of Lin Xian's bet at all. Lin Xian and the others were all experts, so they could see the situation clearly even without standing at the front. There were two figures standing there. One of them was a young man with red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He was only 15 or 16 years old. Hongyu, it should be him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. He had finally found the target that the sect had given him. Of course, he did not go forward or greet him. This was because his mission was very simple. He just had to silently observe the other party and record everything about him. In front of Hongyu was a group of people. At the front of the group was an old man. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Beside him stood a handsome young man in a 5-colored robe. He exuded a supreme aura. He was the 5 Elements Saint of the 5 Elements sect. The elder was also a very famous seeker spirit master. His strength was not much weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. It was another young seeker spirit master gambling with a powerful figure of the older generation. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. And this time, the young man was even younger. He was only 15 or 16 years old. He was even younger than Lin Xian by 5 or 6 years. Therefore, this attracted everyone's attention even more. The delicate young man, Hongyu, was indeed extraordinary. His eyes emitted a strange red light. In fact, there were even strange Dao runes appearing in his eyes. Those eyes! In the crowd, a few living fossils of the elders had solemn expressions. They seemed to have thought of something, but they were still not too sure. Lin Xian's expression was also very solemn. He did not know what eye technique the other party's eyes used. But based on his instincts and martial path celestial eye, he knew that the other party's eye technique must be very powerful. It might not be weaker than his martial path celestial eye. No wonder the sect wants to investigate this young man. What a powerful eye technique. Lin Xian was shocked as he observed. On the other side, there were also two figures standing outside the crowd. They wore wide black robes that completely covered their bodies. But one could vaguely see that one was a handsome young man, and the other was a tall, middle-aged man. These two were the mysterious people who often appeared. But no one had expected them to come to the sacred palace. The tall, middle-aged man looked at the intense gambling in front of him and smiled. Is that your younger brother? Not bad. He already has such an eye technique at such a young age. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Indeed, I did not expect him to improve so quickly. But it's not enough. Our time is limited. We can't wait too long for him. We have to let him grow faster. At the end, the handsome young man's expression turned cold. Are you really going to attack him? He's your younger brother. The tall, middle-aged man smiled. I wonder if you can do it? So what if he's my younger brother? Compared to power, everything else is fleeting clouds. The handsome young man's voice was cold. It was like a cold wind that chilled one to the bone. The two of them were communicating through voice transmission. Since they were standing in a relatively remote place, no one noticed them. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the young man and the pale old man. Because the gambling between the two of them was simply too exciting. The young man, Hongyu, had a red light in his eyes. With a shocking Dao pattern, he quickly scanned through the strange stones and chose one. On the other side, the old man that the 5 elements saint had invited was also extraordinary. He was an extremely famous seeker spirit master. His eyes also shone brightly. Not only that, but he was also proficient in an extremely powerful seeker spirit technique. With a wave of his aged finger, runes flashed like a miracle. In the end, both of them chose treasures. Divine light overflowed, and a fragrance filled the air. It was like a rainbow, with thousands of threads. But in the end, the young man, Hongyu, chose a better item and won the final victory. Chapter 1633. The 5 Elements Saint and the 5-star sect's cultivators all looked gloomy. To be honest, they couldn't believe that the seeker spirit master they'd invited would lose to a youth. This was really too surprising. How could this be? The 5 Elements Saint's face darkened. The seeker spirit master he'd invited also sighed. I'm useless. That youth's eye technique is too strange. I didn't lose unjustly. What? You're saying that his victory wasn't a fluke? The 5 Elements Saint was even more surprised. He'd originally thought that the youth had just been lucky and won. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Could it be that the youth really had a pair of divine eyes? Could he see through everything? On the other side, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. This result was also beyond his expectations. He hadn't expected that the youth called Hongyu would be so powerful. It seemed that he wasn't any weaker than him. At the same time, what made him even more confused was what the sect wanted to do to this youth. He now knew that the alchemy sect was hiding a huge secret. What were those people planning? Now that this strange youth had a connection with the alchemy sect, Lin Xian felt even more uneasy. He had a feeling that the alchemy sect would do something crazy in the near future. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. He could only wait patiently. At the very least, if the alchemy sect's secret was made public, he would have something to answer to King Pillfeather. Only then could the 1,000-beast cauldron truly become his weapon and be used by him. Otherwise, if the alchemy sect's secret was kept hidden, the 1,000-beast cauldron would probably leave him one day. Behind them, the handsome youth and the tall, middle-aged man laughed when they saw this scene. Then, the two of them looked at each other. The show is over. Looks like it's time for us to make a move. The handsome youth sneered. Haha, my blade has been thirsty for a long time. The tall, middle-aged man's eyes flashed with madness. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared like ghosts. Similarly, no one noticed this scene, because they were still in shock from Hong Yu's victory. But soon, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian was shocked, because there was a sudden uproar in the 10th district of the temple. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Who dares to attack in the temple? You're courting death. A furious roar rang out, containing an extremely terrifying power. Even the living fossils were frowning. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all extremely shocked. They did not dare to believe their eyes. Someone actually dares to make a move here? Don't they want to live anymore? That's right. The sacred temple is an ancient ruin. Moreover, there are countless experts here. There are even living fossil-like existences here. How would those people dare to make a move? Humph. No matter who did it, he's dead for sure. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Gu clan are behind this sacred hall. One was a peerless holy land, and the other was the desolate ancient world. With such terrifying strength, who would dare to provoke him? Everyone quickly discussed among themselves. They all believed that no matter who it was, they would definitely die. However, the result exceeded everyone's expectations. That was because the energy riot was not immediately suppressed. Instead, it was growing more and more intense. Even when they were standing in District 6, they could feel it. What? Who is it? Who has such terrifying energy now? Who dares to make a move in the sacred temple? It's over. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also frowned. He activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked straight ahead. Under the effect of his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian could see that District 10 was in the midst of a terrifying energy frenzy. Not only that, but what shocked him even more was that he saw a huge illusory hand blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was grabbing towards the most precious wonder stones in District 10. This made him even more shocked. District 10 was the last district in the sacred temple. The wonder stones contained within were definitely extremely precious. There were even stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine, a forbidden land of life. One piece was enough to match all the stones in the other districts. Yet now, someone was actually making a move on such stones. It was simply too shocking. Fuck, this is a real ferocious person. He actually dares to make a move here. Fatty Luo's face was also filled with shock. I dare bet that no matter who it is, the person who makes a move will definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. Du Fei's mouth was also agape. The dark red dragon was also suspicious. He stared at the two of them and said, "Fuck, could it be that your elders are making a move? You mean the 10 villains?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard that. To be honest, in the entire eastern wasteland, perhaps only the 10 great villains had such strength and audacity. Hearing that, Fatty Luo and Du Fei both trembled and hurriedly shook their heads. Are you kidding? It definitely wasn't my grandfather who did it. It really wasn't them. Brother Lin, you don't know. If it was my grandfather and the others, they wouldn't make a move like this. They would directly smash this sacred temple and rob it. Du Fei also shook his head. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon. The two of them were speechless. All right, it seemed that they had underestimated the 10 villains. But if it wasn't the 10 villains, who could it be? Just as they were thinking, the situation in front of them changed. That illusory hand was extremely terrifying. It directly slapped the surrounding powerful guards away and grabbed 3 of the strange stones in its hand. These 3 stones were all transported from the Primordium ancient mine. The asterisk M in it. Stop it. Angry roars sounded one after another. The bodyguards around them were too aggrieved. This was because the 10th district was filled with strange stones, and each of them was extremely precious. They didn't dare to use their full strength at all. Otherwise, the energy would destroy the entire 10th district, and those strange stones would no longer exist. They couldn't bear the consequences, so they could only attack within a controllable range. But this way, their strength would be much weaker. But that illusory hand didn't care at all. It erupted with all its strength. That was why it forced them back. This scene caused everyone to be shocked, and some of those living fossil-level elders also made a move. That power was extremely terrifying, but it was extremely precise and didn't damage a single stone. The shocking energy surged forward like a tidal wave. However, that illusory hand was even faster. It grabbed the 3 strange stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine and instantly retreated. It didn't bother too much at all. It seemed that the other party's goal was very obvious. It was these stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine. D****. Team 1. Seal the 10th district. Team 2, Team 3, and Team 5 chase after the enemy. The other teams stay in the sacred temple to maintain order. If anyone dares to move, kill without mercy. Chapter 1634. Then, powerful martial artists in black armor rushed out like a flood. Some sealed the 10th district, while others chased after them. However, most of them quickly spread throughout the sacred hall. These people exuded a cold, murderous aura. If anyone dared to act rashly, they would definitely attack without mercy. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb and they did not dare to move. Now, they knew that something shocking had happened. If anyone dared to move, the consequences would be dire. However, more people rose into the air and left the sacred hall to chase after the martial artists. This was because they wanted to see who was so daring to make a move here. Let them go. At this moment, the cold and old voice sounded again. The surrounding enforcement team did not stop the dancers who were leaving. This was because there were too many wonder stones in the sacred hall. Even the wavering light sacred ground and the Gu family were not willing to fight in the sacred hall. Therefore, they also hoped that the martial artist would leave. Soon, all the martial artists had left the sacred hall. The entire holy temple was sealed by a few living fossils of the elders with great magic power. Even if an almighty came, he would not be able to break it. At the same time, another 3 enforcement teams quickly left the sacred hall and chased after the martial artists. Lin Xian and the others naturally followed the crowd and left the sacred hall. Not only that, not long after they left, they saw an intense battle. As the top forces, the wavering light sacred ground, and the Gu family naturally had terrifying martial artists. These enforcement teams were extremely powerful. At this moment, they attacked with all their might and soon fought with the martial artists who had snatched the wonder stones. However, the martial artists who had snatched the wonder stones seemed to be even more powerful. Therefore, dozens of enforcement team members died very quickly. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. It was very tragic. Seal. With a long howl, the 3 fossil-level old men flew out and attacked. In the sky, Tao inscriptions appeared and rays of light filled the sky. In an instant, the entire void was sealed. In fact, even Lin Xian was able to sense the energy. Fuck. What is the meaning of this? Even we have been sealed. The dark red divine dragon frowned. As an array expert, he could naturally feel the difference in the surrounding space. Evidently, not only had the living fossil elders sealed the place where the battle had taken place, but they had also sealed all of them in this space. Not only did the dark red divine dragon notice this, but the surrounding martial artists and experts also noticed this, which immediately caused an uproar and panic. What do you mean? Why did you seal this space? That's right. Why won't you let us leave? You've gone too far. Everyone roared. At this moment, an old man in the sky said coldly, "Everyone, please don't be alarmed. We are only eliminating the culprit. As long as we can confirm or capture the person who did it, we will let you go. However, during this period of time, I hope that you all will obediently stand here and not move. Otherwise, we will treat you all as enemies and kill you all." Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair filled their faces. From the looks of it, the other party would not let them go until they found the murderer. Damn it, who did it? Everyone gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Now that he couldn't leave, he could only look ahead and carefully observe the battle. After all, this kind of battle between experts was very attractive to him. In front of him, countless experts gathered. On the side of the law enforcement team, many king's domains shrouded the area. Every domain was extremely terrifying and full of power. However, in the chaos of the storm, a purple saber light suddenly lit up. Demonic chi surged, and the purple saber light was thousands of feet long. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a terrifying energy that spread in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists and those who were watching the battle from afar trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying saber light! Who is it? Many experts exclaimed because they realized that the purple saber light was too powerful. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He even felt the threat of death from the saber light. In front of him, the purple saber light that was thousands of feet long was surrounded by countless runes. It was like a long purple river that surged and roared. As the saber slashed down, dozens of king's domains were instantly split in half. The originally bright light also quickly dimmed. Not only that, but the kings of the law enforcement team vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned pale. What? So powerful? He split so many king's domains in half with a single saber? Seeing the king's domains, even the martial artists from the Yaoguang sacred land and Gu family looked grave. The strength of the other party was beyond their expectations. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Yaoguang sacred land and Gu family? A middle-aged man in black armor stood in the sky and shouted coldly. Humph, cut the crap. Since we dare to attack you, we naturally won't be afraid of you. I advise you old fellows to release the seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. An extremely arrogant voice came from the front. Humph, you are trapped by our elders, and you still want to escape? You must be dreaming. The living fossil elders are indeed powerful, but their energy is limited. Every time they attack, they will consume their lifespan. I don't believe that you are willing to let them attack continuously. I'm afraid that even the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred lands can't afford to lose a living fossil elder. The voice came from the front again, and it didn't seem to be nervous. Damn it! Damn it! Many of the martial artists from the sacred palace had ugly expressions. The reason for that was because what he said was correct. That spatial seal was created by the joint efforts of several living fossils. However, those elders didn't have much lifespan left. Every time they attacked, they would consume their own energy. The other party knew this very well, and it was obvious that they had come prepared. Humph, it's okay. We won't attack. We will just use the seal. It won't consume much energy. One of the living fossil elders said coldly. His teeth were almost falling out, but his eyes were sharper than a blade. Everyone around held their breaths and observed carefully. Lin Xian frowned and asked softly, living fossils can't be attacked easily? To be honest, he didn't know about this before. At the side, the dark red dragon explained, Indeed, we can't attack casually. At their age, they probably won't live for more than a few years. Their lives are supported by their own energy. Chapter 1635. Back then, I even saw a living fossil elder of a sacred ground fight with his full strength. Although he won in the end, he used up his lifespan and couldn't come back to life. That's true. These living fossils usually don't attack. They only exist as a deterrent. Fatty Luo and Du Fei also explained in a low voice. I see. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the people who attacked this time had calculated this point. That was why they attacked the sacred palace. However, the sacred palace was backed by the sacred ground and the clan of the ancients. Therefore, even if these living fossil elders didn't attack, the remaining people were still very powerful. For example, the captain of the law enforcement team in black armor. He stepped forward, his body emitting a black light. He held a black spear in his hand. It was like a spear from the demonic realm, filled with terrifying energy. As he thrust his spear forward, the sky was filled with black spear lights. They were like countless black streams of light that covered the entire sky. Six-Star King? Let me play with you. On the other side, The arrogant voice sounded, and then a figure appeared. The figure was very tall, but his entire body was covered in a black robe. It was impossible to see whether he was real or not. Even when Lin Xian used his martial Dao heavenly eye to observe, he found that there was a layer of mysterious energy on the other party that blocked all probing. That towering figure stood in the void like a fiend god. Facing the black spear lights that covered the sky, he still didn't move. He was like a pine tree. However, when the black spear lights were less than 100 meters away from him, the tall figure finally moved. He waved his hand, and a purple beast claw quickly formed in the sky. It was dark like a mass of purple fog, completely covering the sky. Accompanying it were thunder, lightning, and strong winds. Boom! As the tall man moved, the huge purple claw quickly descended. Immediately, the surrounding thunder and lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying scene. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was torn apart in an instant. A violent aura swept out in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. The beast claw covered the sky and collided with the black spear lights. Boom! In an instant, the purple beast claw shattered a large area of black spear lights. Not only that, the beast claw attacked the captain of the law enforcement team at an even faster speed. Sweep the world. The law enforcement captain's pupil shrank. He did not expect the purple beast claw to be so terrifying that it could shatter his spear light. With a furious roar, he held the black spear with both hands and swept it out in front of him. At this moment, the black spear seemed to have turned into a black dragon as it rapidly rolled around. The powerful aura made everyone tremble. How terrifying! In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed. Runes flashed in his martial Dao heavenly eye. He quickly stared at every detail. A battle of this level was very valuable to him. In the distance, the black spear rolled, producing an extremely terrifying black light. In the next moment, it suddenly erupted and swept forward. Suddenly, the space in front of him turned completely black. Every inch of the void was filled with the power of the black spear. This was the full power attack of a 6-star king, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The purple beast claw mercilessly slammed down, instantly destroying the black torrent. Not only that, the terrifying purple beast claw had an unparalleled destructive power as if it could destroy everything. In an instant, the law enforcement captain was sent flying. Puff! The law enforcement captain's entire body was trembling, and the black armor on his body was full of cracks. Blood immediately splattered in the sky. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. In particular, the members of the sacred palace were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the law enforcement captain. He was not a 6-star king, but extremely powerful. It was difficult to find a match for him under the Almighty. However, now, he was seriously injured by a single claw. It was hard to imagine how powerful that purple beast claw was. Impossible. Who are you? On the sacred palace's side, countless experts shouted coldly. In the distant crowd, everyone also exclaimed, "Damn it, this power? Is he an almighty?" What? An almighty? After Lin Xian heard it, he was also shocked. He had seen the power of an almighty. Previously, he had met 5 almighties in Feng Mountain. The power of those people could be said to be monstrous. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. In front of him, although he could not see the true cultivation aura of the tall, mysterious person, he was able to seriously injure a 6-star king with a single palm. Perhaps only an almighty could do that. Himph, I told you, you are not enough. Hurry up and release the seal, and everyone will be safe. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The tall, mysterious figure said coldly. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a terrifying aura, and a purple beast claw was floating above his head. He was like a god fiend, extremely terrifying. So what if you are an almighty? How dare you touch the things of the sacred palace? No one can save you today. On the sacred palace's side, everyone roared. Indeed. So what if he was an almighty? The sacred palace was formed by the wavering light sacred ground and the clan of the ancients. Their foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, very soon, an expert walked out. You just behaved atrociously in the sacred palace, so you can stay here today. This time, an old man walked out. His hair was white, and his entire body was filled with blood. He was not an old man at the level of a living fossil, but he was still an elder. At this moment, as he walked, the entire void was strangely distorted, as if it could not withstand his power. An almighty! Everyone exclaimed, their scalps tingling. Only an almighty could have such terrifying power. As expected of the sacred palace, it was extremely terrifying. They had sent out an almighty so quickly. An almighty? However, the mysterious figure sneered and continued to move the purple beast claw above his head, slamming it down quickly. The void was torn apart, and the demonic aura was tumbling. The purple beast claw was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and earth as it fell mercilessly. Petty tricks. Watch me break you. The almighty old man snorted, and suddenly, a violent force of wind and thunder appeared behind him. Suddenly, the area within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a space of wind and thunder. The violent force of thunder and lightning raged in the air, forming a powerful energy that was extremely shocking. The huge space of wind and thunder completely enveloped the mysterious figure. Wind and thunder territory. That's right, this was the Almighty's territory. At this moment, the Almighty's wind and thunder territory was extremely powerful. It was as if Thunder God could dominate the entire space. At the back, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind and thunder territory, but the aftershock that was emitted shocked them. Chapter 1636. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind-lightning domain, but the shock waves that were emitted were enough to shock them. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of the mysterious person in the wind-lightning domain would be. Humph, you're dead meat in my wind-lightning domain. There's no way out. The Sacred Hall Elder snorted. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning and wind in the sky turned into a terrifying energy attack that shot towards the mysterious person. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure wielded his purple beast claw and slammed it in all directions. Waves of energy collided, bursting out a terrifying black hole that flickered. The entire wind-lightning domain whistled. In the wind-lightning domain of the Sacred Hall Elder, the mysterious figure's strength was suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, his purple beast claw was completely penetrated by the lightning after 30 moves. Countless gusts of wind turned into a 100-foot-long crescent-shaped blade that instantly shredded the purple beast claw into pieces. Seeing that the opponent's beast claw was destroyed, the Sacred Hall warriors immediately cheered. The people in the distance were also amazed. As expected of a mighty, his attack was so powerful that even such a terrifying beast claw could be destroyed. However, Lin Xian frowned, because through his martial Dao heavenly eye, he discovered that the mysterious figure did not seem to be anxious. In other words, the other party still had a trump card that he had not used. Mighty, what a good move. You deserve my full strength. The corners of the mysterious figure's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. My blade has been thirsting for blood for a long time. I hope your blood can satisfy it. Humph, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. The Sacred Hall Elder snorted, his expression extremely cold. He did not believe that the other party could resist his wind-lightning domain. Opposite him, the tall figure waved his hand and grabbed the huge weapon on his back. Immediately, a huge long blade appeared in front of everyone. The long blade was as tall as a person, and it was dark purple in color. There were mysterious runes on it, like demonic runes. It was very strange. From afar, it looked like the scales of some kind of wild beast, emitting a cold purple light. Not only that, there were two yellowish-brown eyes at the tip of the blade, one on the left and one on the right. It was very mysterious. What kind of weapon is this? It's so weird. Everyone was shocked because they discovered that just by looking at that strange, large blade, they felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Even Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes, because those two yellowish-brown eyes made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by some peerless beast. Damn it! What is this thing? It's so strange. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had serious expressions on their faces. That purple broadsword was too evil, making everyone's hair stand on end. His appearance even caused the entire wind and thunder domain to tremble uneasily. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man from the sacred temple had an ugly expression on his face when he saw this. He didn't expect his opponent's weapon to be so strange. Suppress him. With a cold snort, his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. Mysterious patterns revolved around him, and countless bolts of lightning surged. The entire wind and thunder domain burst out with dazzling light. Lei Chong. With an angry roar, the wind and thunder domain spun rapidly. Endless bolts of lightning carried a strong wind, exploding with a powerful force that smashed towards the mysterious person in front. This attack mobilized the power of the entire wind and thunder domain, and it was extremely violent. In the sky, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning surged, each of them hundreds of feet long. They were like thunder dragons, roaring endlessly. Beside them, there were countless crescent-shaped wind blades, shining with starlight and incomparably sharp. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth quickly enveloped the tall figure. Haha, break for me. However, in the face of such a violent attack, the tall figure was not afraid at all. He even let out a cold laugh. He held the purple broadsword in his hand, then raised his arm and slashed down. Crack! Like a mirror shattering, the shocking broadsword light was so fast that even the Chinese couldn't see it clearly. However, the consequences of that were incomparably terrifying. The thunder dragon wind blades that filled the sky were instantly cut in half. Even the places that the blade light passed through were left with a vacuum. What? It was cut in half with one slash? How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The warriors on the sacred hall's side were even more horrified. This time, an almighty made a move, and the attack was extremely terrifying. The other party was still able to cut it in half with one slash. It was unbelievable. Minute. What kind of power is this? The sacred hall's almighty's pupils shrank, and his face turned ugly. He was very confident in his attack. This attack could kill anyone below the almighty level. Even among those of the same level, no one could easily withstand it. However, the other party had easily cut his attack apart with one slash. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. Himph! Take my next slash. On the opposite side, the tall figure snorted coldly. At this moment, his black robe was fluttering without wind, shining with a black light like a flag. The purple broadsword in his hand was even more evil. The two yellowish-brown eyes seemed to come alive, and it was extremely strange. Not only that, the purple blade was extremely bright and indestructible. Slash! With a slash, the sharp blade instantly exuded an indescribable pressure and powerful force. The purple blade light carried with it thousands of rays of light, and there were even traces of mysterious Tao runes flowing around it. It was too terrifying. Just the aura alone was enough to make warriors tremble. The entire wind-thunder domain also trembled violently in an instant, and cracks even appeared in some places. Boom! In an instant, the purple blade light arrived in front of the sacred hall elder, and then suddenly fell. The situation was too terrifying. The sharp blade light could tear a person's soul apart, and it was suffocating. Even the people behind the old man from the sacred hall were forced to kneel on the ground by that power. They could not withstand the sharpness of the blade. The sacred hall elder's pupils shrank, and his scalp went numb. He did not expect the other party's power to be so terrifying. Even he was extremely shocked by this saber strike. Minute. Block it for me. The slash was too fast, and the others could not react in time. He could only defend himself. With a wave of his hand, the wind-thunder domain around him quickly revolved, and countless lightning and wind blades quickly condensed in front of him. A huge shield appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him. The shield was completely composed of lightning and wind blades, and it emitted a blurry light as if it had traveled through time and space. On its surface, lines of runes crisscrossed. It was like a thunder mountain that stood in the void. Chapter 1637. Boom. Not long after the lightning shield was formed, the purple blade light quickly chopped down. The two collided, producing a metallic sound. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions like the roar of 10,000 beasts. Suddenly, the surrounding void split open. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and some even trembled. Instantly, countless people channeled their spiritual power to seal their ears. Otherwise, they would be killed by the sound. How terrifying! Lin Xian was shocked as well. Streaks of sword aura appeared around him, isolating him from the terrifying sound. The dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei all did the same. Then, they looked ahead with palpitations. At the point of collision, a terrifying light and energy storm erupted. However, the incomparably valiant lightning shield was actually split into two at this moment. The terrifying purple blade light tore through the sky and directly enveloped the sacred hall elder. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially those from the sacred hall. They could not believe it. That was their almighty. He was actually injured by someone. Who was the other party? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. As for the sacred hall elder, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. All the bones in his body were crackling. It was obvious that many parts of his body had been broken. On his chest, there was a terrifying knife wound. It had almost split him in half. As the sacred hall elder was sent flying, the terrifying domain of wind and lightning disappeared in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could even injure our almighty. What a terrifying blade! Lin Xian took a deep breath, his martial path eye flickering. Elder! On the other side, the law enforcers cried out in alarm. They all went forward to support the elder. At this moment, a green domain the size of a house instantly enveloped the elder. The green domain emitted a hazy light. Then, an ancient tree grew in the domain. Countless branches trembled and quickly wrapped around the injured old man. Then, a green light exploded, and a strong vitality quickly spread. The injured elder's body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Are you okay?" A middle-aged woman quickly asked. "I'm fine. Although I'm seriously injured, I won't lose my life. But you guys have to be careful. That guy is really too strong and too strange." With the nourishment of the ancient tree, the old man's injuries were much better. However, his eyes were still filled with dread. It was obvious that the previous slash had traumatized him. Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding powerhouses also looked solemn. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. "No matter what, we have to take him down." "Right, that's a wondrous stone transported from Origin Ancient Mine. We definitely can't lose it. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us." Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then, three mighty figures stood out with monstrous auras on their bodies. Apart from them, there were also 7 or 8 six-star kings. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. The Sacred Palace's side didn't waste any time. They quickly unleashed their king's domains and charged forward. Wang, the old man from the Sacred Hall, had recovered quite a bit from his injuries. With a flash of his body, he once again deployed the domain of wind and thunder. In an instant, a spatial domain with a radius of dozens of miles enveloped the surroundings. Thunder and lightning spewed out, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy caused the entire void to collapse. Good timing. On the opposite side, the tall figure let out a long roar, and endless purple light erupted from his body. The long saber in his hand was incomparably demonic. It was like a demonic beast that let out a low roar. With a slash of the saber, it split the surrounding thunder and lightning. However, at this time, another blue domain quickly enveloped the area. This domain was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared, endless cold air filled the air. The sky was instantly frozen. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and each snowflake could pierce through a king. Frost domain. This was also an Almighty's domain. At this moment, it was unleashed with monstrous power. Just the aftermath alone caused a thick layer of ice to form on the bodies of the surrounding warriors. It was as if their entire bodies had been frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying frost aura, as expected of an almighty. This king's domain was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. Sword chi circled around his body, flickering indeterminately, completely isolating him from the cold air around him. As for the martial path heavenly eye, it was activated to the extreme. His eyes were like two divine rainbows as he stared straight ahead. In front of him, the tall figure was frozen. This is a good opportunity. Let's attack together and kill him. With a cold roar, more than 10 kings attacked. There were 3 almighties among them. That energy caused everyone to tremble. Humph! At this moment, the tall figure that was frozen let out a cold snort. Then, countless rays of light shot out from the ice. Each ray turned into a shocking purple saber light that instantly split open. Crack, crack, crack. The ice on his body was instantly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but in front of him, 7 purple saber lights appeared in a row. Each of them was like a purple dragon that roared and rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 sharp saber lights carried billowing demonic aura and collided with the energy of more than 10 kings. The void completely split open, and a vast amount of energy surged out. A lot of energy swept toward the tall, mysterious figure. The tall, mysterious figure snorted coldly. His body swayed, turned into a purple light, and retreated. However, he soon frowned, because at this moment, he was already enveloped by the ice domain. The surrounding ice caused his speed to decrease greatly. Therefore, it did not take long for him to be hit by the energy torrent. Boom! The violent energy exploded, and a figure was sent flying. Great! We hit him. The people from the sacred palace heaved a sigh of relief. With several people working together, they finally hit the other party. Moreover, this energy would seriously injure, or even kill an almighty if they were hit. It seemed that the other party would not be spared. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the tall, mysterious figure in front of them had indeed been blasted away. The black robe on his body had instantly turned to ashes. However, the other party's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. What? How is this possible? Is he not injured? How can that be? Even an almighty would not be spared from that terrifying energy. How can he not be injured? Damn it! Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? The atmosphere on the sacred palace's side was extremely solemn. The warriors who were watching from afar were all stunned. They did not expect the tall, mysterious figure to be so terrifying. Even their combined attacks could not hurt him. Chapter 1638. In the crowd, Lin Xian looked ahead. His pupils constricted as if he had been struck by lightning. As he had used his martial Dao celestial eye, he could see everything clearly. At that moment, after the energy wave, the black robe on the tall, mysterious man was torn apart, revealing the clothes underneath. It was a red robe that was as red as blood. On the red robe, there was a black lotus. It was lifelike, as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. Wasn't this the person his father had warned him to be careful of? Lin Xian was shocked. In the year since he had arrived in the eastern wilderness, Lin Xian had almost forgotten about it. Moreover, he had never met anyone with a red robe with a black lotus. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. But now, he had met someone with a red robe with a black lotus. How could he not be shocked? His father had told him that the person with a red robe with a black lotus was related to the person who had sealed his spirit meridians. Especially that black lotus, Lin Xian would never forget it. Back then, It was a black lotus that had sealed his spirit meridians and prevented him from cultivating. If it was not for the sword-shaped pendant, he would not have been able to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Xian hated the black lotus to the core. He did not expect to meet someone related to the black lotus here. How could he not be shocked? However, he did not act rashly, because the power that the other party had displayed was too terrifying. He could not defeat him at all. Power. I need great power. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as his eyes shone brightly. Because his power was too weak now. Compared to an almighty, he was pitifully weak. He had to become an almighty as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to fight against the mysterious man in front of him. I have to become an almighty as soon as possible. Lin Xian took a deep breath and set a goal for himself. Just as he was thinking about this, the situation in front of him changed again. When the surrounding people saw the tall figure, they exclaimed in surprise. When the people from the sacred palace saw this, their pupils constricted, because the other party was too strange. How could he still stand after receiving such a powerful attack? The tall and mysterious man had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were even more ferocious. He was indeed injured, but it was not fatal. In the end, he had used his king's domain to resist that energy. However, at this moment, his ferocious nature seemed to have been stimulated. His eyes had also turned yellowish-brown, very similar to the two eyeballs on his demonic saber. Not only that, but his entire body also emitted a ferocious aura. Although we didn't manage to kill him, we were able to injure him. Let's join forces again. I don't believe that he won't die after a few more hits. On the Divine Temple's side, several experts gritted their teeth and roared. This was the only way to kill the other party. A cold voice came from the tall figure in front of him. You dare to injure me? All of you must die. He slowly raised his hand, and purple scales faintly appeared on his arm. Endless purple light gathered at the center of his palm, forming a dark purple ball of light that he threw out with a wave of his hand. Wong. The ball of light grew bigger with the wind and instantly became 1,000 feet in size. It was like a purple mountain pressing down on the void. Not only that, but the dark purple ball of light was also spinning crazily, and there was a terrifying aura on it. At the same time, a strange black formation appeared under the purple ball of light. There were mysterious runes drawn on it, and it emitted an ancient aura. What is that? Everyone was stunned. Even the Divine Temple side did not understand. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because the huge purple ball of light was spinning non-stop, forming a powerful sucking force. In an instant, 3 kings from the Divine Temple side were caught off guard and were sucked away by this force. They were sucked onto the purple ball of light, and as the purple ball of light rotated, they were mercilessly crushed. The purple ball of light and the black formation below it exerted their power, forming a powerful force that instantly crushed the 3 kings into a bloody mist. Bang! Bang! Those 3 six-star kings didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. What? That's terrifying? The Divine Temple side had extremely ugly expressions. They realized that the purple ball of light was too terrifying. Not long after, one of the Almighties was sucked in and was immediately seriously injured. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman made a move and enveloped the Almighties with her green domain to heal them. That was the life domain, which could heal a martial artist's injuries and prevent the Almighties from dying. What? Even the Almighties were almost killed? Everyone was shocked and even wanted to escape. However, the Divine Temple side was very angry. More experts flew out from the Divine Temple. Not long after, 2 more Almighties arrived. The 5 Almighties were ready to join forces to kill the tall, mysterious man. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the void. Situ, stop fooling around. Completing the mission is more important. When the tall, mysterious man heard that voice, he immediately said coldly. Then, he looked forward and said coldly, I'll let you guys go this time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Where do you think you're going? The 5 Almighties behind saw that and roared angrily. They turned into 5 streaks of light and charged forward. At that moment, The cold snort came again. At the same time, the clouds in the sky rolled, forming an illusory eye that looked down. Buzz. As soon as this eye appeared, the five almighties who were chasing after him trembled and stopped in their tracks. They looked up at the mysterious eyes with ugly expressions on their faces, because just now, they felt like they were being stared at by a peerless beast. In fact, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Ever since they became almighties, they had not felt this way for a long time. It was as if that I could take their lives at any time. At this moment, everyone trembled under the gaze of this gigantic eye. This was because they could not withstand the supreme aura that was emitted at all. In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed, "Virtual Sky Eye." This huge eye reminded him of Zhao Shui's eye technique, the Virtual Sky Eye. However, he soon shook his head and denied it. No, this is not the Virtual Sky Eye. It's an even more powerful eye technique. Damn it, what the hell is this? Lin Xian was shocked and also felt a sense of trepidation. Even the light of his martial Tao, heavenly eye dimmed a little. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was still fine. As a member of the dragon race, he was able to withstand such supreme pressure. Fatty Luo and Du Fei also trembled with the crowd. This trembling came from the soul and was uncontrollable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and formed the dragon sword realm, enveloping the dark red dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei. His dragon sword realm was evolved from the great dragon sword. It was a saint technique and could completely isolate this supreme aura. Therefore, when the dragon sword realm appeared, Fatty Luo and Du Fei both breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1639. Fuck, that scared me to death. Fuck, what kind of eye is that? How can it be so terrifying? Those mighty figures are starting to tremble. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's hearts palpitated. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Damn it, could it be the legendary eye? Even He Tu, who had been resting, was startled. What a powerful bloodline power. Could it really be the legendary eye? Lin Xian was about to ask what kind of eye it was when a long roar came from the front. Everyone, retreat. This long roar was filled with age. It was obvious that this was the anger of a living fossil. Hearing this, the five mighty figures retreated decisively. That I was too much of a threat to them. Seeing the five of them retreat, one of the living fossil elders had a monstrous blood aura that dyed the entire sky red. In the next moment, he stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky and covered a radius of 1,000 miles as he grabbed downward. With a loud bang, air waves rolled, and all the warriors in the sealed space fell to the ground. Only Lin Xian and the others were spared because of the existence of the dragon sword realm. This time, even the tall and mysterious man, who had always been arrogant, narrowed his eyes. Facing the huge hand that covered the sky, even he felt a sense of trepidation as if he was on the verge of death. This was the attack of a living fossil. It was extremely terrifying and even surpassed that of a mighty figure. With a roar, the tall and mysterious man wanted to use all his strength to resist. However, at that moment, a young figure appeared beside him. It was the young man who was with him. That handsome young man was also wearing a red robe with a black lotus. As soon as he appeared, he pulled the tall figure and quickly retreated. Go, this is an order. When the tall middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and left. The two of them fled into the distance. Humph, wanna run? You're overestimating yourselves. This area has already been sealed. You can't escape at all. Behind them, the warriors from the sacred temple sneered. That was indeed the case. The entire space was sealed by the living fossil elders. Even mighty figures could not escape. No matter how powerful the two people in front were, they would not be able to break the seal. Moreover, there was a terrifying palm above them that was mercilessly descending. That palm strike was probably enough to kill a mighty figure. However, the two mysterious men did not hesitate at all. They continued to walk into the distance. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the ceiling barrier. It was a translucent wall of light with countless runes flickering on it. This was the seal formed by the living fossil elder. Every single rune contained an incomparably unique power. At this moment, they were all connected together and were incomparably powerful. It was like an impenetrable wall that could not be opened at all. However, at this moment, a white flame suddenly floated out of the mysterious eye in the sky. Without any sound, it landed on the barrier. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a hole. Let's go. The handsome young man and the tall, middle-aged man turned into lightning and instantly disappeared. What? The seal has been broken? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially those from the sacred hall, who could not believe their eyes. That was the seal formed by the combined efforts of the living fossil elders. How could it be broken by someone? It was too inconceivable. Even the living fossils had gloomy expressions, their gazes uncertain. Boom! In the sky, the huge hand that covered 1,000 miles ruthlessly slammed down, shattering the void. However, the two mysterious men had already disappeared. Damn it! Chase! We must catch them! Angry roars could be heard. Then, a few living fossils and the mighty figures quickly moved and chased into the distance. This was because the missing stone was transported from the Primordium ancient mine. It was extremely mysterious and might contain rare treasures. Therefore, they could not afford to lose it. The warriors from the sacred hall rushed into the distance like a torrent of lightning. At the same time, the surrounding seal also disappeared. Hurry up and run. The surrounding trapped warriors also screamed at this moment. One by one, they moved their bodies and fled in all directions. This was because if they did not leave now, they would not be able to escape when they were sealed again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Let's go and take a look. To be honest, the two mysterious men were very attractive to him. He wanted to know who they were. What kind of organization did they belong to? He had to figure it out to find the mastermind behind this. All right, let's go and take a look. To be honest, Fatty Luo and Du Fei were also very confused. Therefore, they discussed and prepared to follow the sacred hall to take a look. However, they were stopped after flying for a few dozen miles. Kid, trying to run? Not so easy. A group of people appeared in all directions and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Kid, how dare you offend the Tuoba family? You're dead this time. Humph, hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer, or today will be the day you die. Cold laughter could be heard. It was extremely cold and sent chills down one's spine. It turned out that the people who stopped Lin Xian were none other than the Tuoba family and the 10,000 lightning sect. The strongest few were Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saint. However, the unfettered saint and the unfettered sect did not come. Among them, Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saints' eyes burned with rage. They could not wait to cut Lin Xian into pieces to vent their anger. Who was I? So it's a bunch of losers. Why? You're not convinced? How dare you find trouble with us? Fatty Luo snorted in disdain. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, the consequences of offending us will be dire. Du Fei sneered. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer today, don't even think about leaving. The 10,000 lightning saints' face darkened. The 10,000 lightning hammer was his weapon and a treasure of the 10,000 lightning sect. He could not lose it. Otherwise, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire eastern wilderness. Tuoba Yulong's aged eyes shone with a terrifying light. The two of you are the descendants of the 10 villains, so we won't touch you. However, we won't let that Lin kid off. How dare you offend the Tuoba family? You must pay the price. Hand over the 6 divine crystals and the earth-grade cultivation technique. Hand over your spirit-seeking art and eye technique, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Tuoba Ye's expression was hideous. As a prodigy of the Tuoba family, he was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, he had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian time and time again. He could not accept this. Not only that, but Lin Xian's eye technique and spirit-seeking art made him extremely greedy. Chapter 1640. To be honest, it wasn't just the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect. There were countless figures in the surroundings. They were like ghosts, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian did have a great treasure. Not to mention the Myriad Thunder Hammer. Just the 6 divine crystals and a peak earth tier cultivation technique were enough to make countless people jealous. If it weren't for the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect, there would probably be other experts who would come to intercept them. Hurry up and scram. If you anger us, aren't you afraid of the Tin Villain's revenge? Fatty Luo snorted. However, the Myriad Thunder Saint only grinned. Don't scare us. The Tin Villains are powerful, but they aren't here. Moreover, we're just taking back what belongs to us. The Tin Villains can't do anything about it. Tuoba Yulong also smiled. Don't worry, young masters. We won't hurt you. At that time, even the Tin Villains wouldn't be able to say anything. As he spoke, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Immediately, the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. In the next moment, the ground beneath Fatty Luo and Du Fei's feet cracked. 6 light pillars as thick as buckets surged from the ground, connecting the sky and directly enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. You two young masters, just stay inside and watch the battle properly. Tuoba Yulong's old voice sounded. The 6 light pillars flickered with incomparable light and contained a powerful aura, enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Fuck, damn old bastard. How dare you seal me? Fatty Luo was furious. He waved his hand and slapped forward. Immediately, a golden palm covered in countless runes slammed into the 6 beams of light. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the world shook. However, the 6 pillars of light were completely intact. They had not been blasted apart. Damn it! What is this? Du Fei also clenched his teeth and waved the folding fan in his hand. Several silver light blades quickly slashed down. His cultivation wasn't low. Even a 4-star king would find it difficult to resist these silver light blades. However, at this moment, they only burst into countless sparks when they hit the 6 light pillars. They didn't break. Stop struggling, you two. This is our Tuoba family's unique spirit-seeking technique. You can't break it. Tuoba Yi had a complacent expression. This is borrowing the power of the earth spirit vein. It is impossible for you people to break it open. He was right. Seeker spirit masters were not only good at stone gambling, but they were also very good at fighting. That was because their spirit-seeking technique was able to find earth spirit veins and borrow their power to fight. That was how the 6 light pillars of spiritual qi were condensed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. Activating his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, he discovered that the 6 light pillars were indeed connected to an earth spirit vein. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded, his expression cold. If you want to kill me with just these methods, you're dreaming. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Start a massacre? With just you? Tuoba Yi snorted in disdain. Junior, you're too arrogant. You don't have the right to say such words in front of me. Tuoba Yulong's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The saint son of 10,000 Thunder sneered. Reckless thing, go to hell. He waved his hand, and countless lightning bolts surged out. At the same time, Tuoba Yulong waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Instantly, the earth trembled again. The ground beneath Lin Xian's feet cracked open, and multiple light pillars roared out like dragons. Haha, kid, die. Mopea Yi laughed maniacally. He seemed to be able to see Lin Xian being killed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he executed his extreme movement technique and instantly disappeared. Boom, boom. The sky full of divine lightning and huge spiritual qi light pillars all missed. What? What fast speed? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to have such speed. On the other side, Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and directly disappeared, dodging 2 sharp attacks. Then, he didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Since both parties had become enemies, there was no need for him to hold back. In an instant, he appeared before Tuoba. The dragon sword realm was quickly executed and shrouded Tuoba. Damn it, get lost. Tuoba's expression was ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to target him the moment he appeared. With a furious roar, he waved both his palms and slammed towards Lin Xian. As a genius of the Tuoba family, he wasn't only a seeker spirit master, but his martial cultivation wasn't weak either. He was a 4-star king. At this moment, he waved both his palms and formed 2 jade palms that blasted forward. Mystic jade palms. This was an earth-tier mid-grade martial art that was extremely powerful. However, in front of Lin Xian's dragon sword realm, it couldn't even retaliate. Resplendent sword chi flashed and directly shattered the mystic jade palms. Tuoba screamed and quickly retracted his palms. His face was extremely distorted, because his palms had countless cuts and were dripping with blood. Some places even revealed white bones. In just a single move, he was severely injured. He couldn't believe it. At the same time, he was extremely terrified. Previously, he had already used his eye technique to check on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a 2-star king. Such a person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength despite his weak cultivation. That sharp sword she didn't even give him any chance to retaliate. Therefore, at the next moment, he retreated frantically and screamed, "Elder, save me." Everything seemed slow, but it only happened in an instant. When Tuoba Yulong saw this, he was infuriated. Lin Xian actually dared to make a move on Tuoba. He couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, with a furious roar, he quickly waved his dragon-headed walking stick. With a flash of light, that walking stick seemed to have come alive and turned into a yellow dragon that surged forward rapidly. He wanted to save Tuoba. However, Lin Xian snorted. With a wave of his palm, the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped Tuoba. The sky was filled with sharp sword chi that slashed down mercilessly. PFFF. PFFF. Tuoba's body was instantly penetrated by countless sword chi. The defense on the surface of his body was completely useless. Fresh blood spurted as Tuoba fell down rapidly with endless unwillingness and fear. Until this moment, he still didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. "Ah, kid, I want you dead." Seeing Tuoba killed, Tuoba Yulong roared crazily and looked extremely malevolent. Because Tuoba was a genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Not only was his cultivation high, but his spirit-seeking technique was also exceptional. He was highly valued among the younger generation. This time, he had even followed Tuoba Yulong to participate in the Sacred Hall Stone Gambling Convention. However, he didn't expect to be killed here. Chapter 1641. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong had gone completely crazy. His white hair fluttered rapidly, and he looked like a demon. As he waved his walking stick, the ground cracked rapidly. Earth spirit veins rushed out from the ground one after another, turning into swords and knives that slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge quickly. Coiling snake stick. Tuoba Yulong attacked crazily. The dragon head walking stick in his hand turned into a ferocious python that instantly enveloped the void. It bit at Lin Xian. This dragon head walking stick was not simple. It was an earth-grade treasure. At this moment, its energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the ferocious dragon snake head locked onto Lin Xian. "Die, brat." The whole void shook violently as the staff swept down. Even a 5-star king wouldn't be able to withstand the shocking energy. Lin Xian let out a cold snort as his eyes lit up. Myriad sword art. 9,000 swords power. With a low bellow, the dragon sword domain rotated rapidly. 9,000 sharp sword beams quickly combined to form a gigantic heavenly sword, which slashed forward ruthlessly. Lin Xian's myriad sword art had already reached greater mastery. When he used it now, it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The power of 9,000 swords formed a gigantic, heavenly sword that was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the dragon head walking stick back. Boom! Boom! Tuoba Yulong took 3 steps back, creating a huge crack in the void. At the same time, his face was full of shock. Damn it! How is this possible? He was too shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5-star king. However, not only was the other party fine, but he was also blasted back. He couldn't believe that a 2-star king could have such powerful combat strength. At the same time, the myriad Thunder Saint's expression was also solemn. He was also extremely shocked. Therefore, in the next moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge lightning domain instantly formed, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Lightning rolled in the sky, and the myriad Thunder Saints stood in the void like a thunder god. In the next moment, he attacked ruthlessly. Hand of the Thunder God. The domain of thunder and lightning above churned as countless bolts of lightning surged, forming a giant hand of thunder and lightning that connected heaven and earth. With shocking power, it slammed downwards. Boom! That giant lightning hand was several hundred feet long. It stretched out from the thunderclouds in the sky, as if it was the real hand of the heavens. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and swallowed their saliva. This should be the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Thunder Sect, the hand of the Thunder God. It's hard to imagine that the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun has cultivated it to such a level. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Kid won't be able to fight back. What a pity. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique are going to fall into the hands of the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was doomed. As for Lin Xian, he supported the Dragon Sword domain. His expression was incomparably cold, and his body was surrounded by sword chi. The Dragon Sword domain collided with the Lightning domain, producing a sound like that of a tsunami. Endless cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, Lin Xian performed the first level of the 6-God Sword technique. Suddenly, the Dragon Sword domain was surrounded by countless red sword chi, and at the same time, an illusory sword god shadow faintly appeared. The sword god shadow sat cross-legged in the void like an ancient sword god, and its terrifying aura suppressed all directions. Kill! Lin Xian raised the 9 Hell Demon Sword and roared. Immediately, the sword god's image filled the sky with red sword light as it charged upwards. Crack! With a loud sound, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's hand of the Thunder God was attacked by the sword chi, and countless cracks appeared. Then, it exploded and scattered in all directions. What? The Thunder God's hand is broken? How is that possible? The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was even more shocked. His Thunder God's hand was extremely terrifying. How could his opponent resist it? However, he didn't have time to think. The next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly retreated to the side. That was because the Red Sword God's phantom was charging towards him at high speed. That fierce aura made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Buzz! A red sword chi was emitted from the sword god's shadow and instantly slashed in front of him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun dodged the sword chi by force. However, the aftermath of the sword chi made him feel pain all over, and his body almost split open. After missing the attack, the red sword god's shadow quickly dimmed. Then, it returned to Lin Xian's Dragon Sword realm and sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian didn't argue with his opponent. He had already sent a voice transmission to the Dark Red Divine Dragon, asking it to help Du Fei and Fatty Luo crack the 6 spiritual chi light pillars. Now, it had been successfully cracked. Let's go! Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly came to their side. The Dragon Sword realm roared and turned into a flying dragon, carrying everyone and rushing into the distance. He didn't want to stay here for too long, because he had many treasures with him. Even if he killed Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, there would be more people coming. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Under the extreme speed of the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian and the others were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared into the horizon. Wanna run? Damn it! Chase after him. Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Both of them had suffered a great loss. How could they let Lin Xian go? After hearing that, the martial artists around them also moved. They followed behind Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, turning into streaks of shocking light as they chased forward. The martial artists hiding in the surroundings also followed silently, because the treasures this time were too abundant. Whether it was the 10,000 Thunder Hammer, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron in Lin Xian's hands, the 6 Divine Nerves, or a top Earth-grade cultivation technique, any one of them could make countless people jealous. At this moment, all of these things were in Lin Xian's hands. How could they not go crazy? No one gave up. They all chased after him. Of course, they all followed unhurriedly, because they wanted the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and the others to fight with Lin Xian. When both sides were injured, they would appear and reap the benefits. However, half a day later, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly, because they had lost track of him. Not only the hidden martial artists behind them, but even the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Yulong looked ferocious. The other party's speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all. Even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun had the speed of lightning, he was still a little slower. Damn it! Everyone gritted their teeth. Investigate. We must find out that kid's identity. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun gritted his teeth. He had to take back the 10,000 Thunder Hammer. Not only that, he also wanted to kill the other party and snatch the treasures on him. Tuoba Yulong had the same idea. Therefore, he also asked the people of the Tuoba family to hurry up and find out about the other party. Moreover, he also spread the word that if anyone could provide information about the other party or help him catch the other party, he would give someone a strange stone for free. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Tuoba Yulong was an extremely powerful seeker. Although he lost to Lin Xian last time, no one doubted his strength. Unexpectedly, in order to catch Lin Xian this time, he actually agreed to give away a strange stone. This was absolutely shocking news. Chapter 1642. The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order to track down Lin Xian with all their might. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew quickly with Fatty Luo and the others. A day later, they were finally far away from the sacred palace. Lin Xian's speed also came to a halt. Fuck. Damn the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Tuoba family. I'll remember this. I'll never let them off the hook. Fatty Luo gritted his teeth. As the descendants of the 10 great villains, no one dared to lay a hand on them. But this time, that Tuoba Yulong dared to lay a hand on them? How despicable. Yes, we must take revenge. Du Fei also snorted. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I may have to return to the sect now. Brother Lin, are you going back? Fatty Luo and Du Fei were reluctant to part with him. Yes, the sect's mission is completed, and the deadline is almost up. I have to go back quickly. They chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon bid farewell to Fatty Luo and Du Fei and set off again. Indeed, the alchemy sect gave him a month's time. Now that it was almost time, Lin Xian had to go back. Otherwise, he would arouse the sect's suspicion. 2 days later, he came to the place where he had landed and waited for the gate to open. Sure enough, the alchemy sect's teleportation array appeared in the sky again at the specified time. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he directly entered the gate with the Dark Red Dragon. When he came out again, he was already back at the alchemy sect. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he circulated the longevity incantation to stabilize the spiritual power in his body. He was now very far away from the sacred palace. Even if a king could fly, it would take him a few years to reach there. Therefore, it was impossible for the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the others to find him. Moreover, what made him even happier was that the harvest this time was too great. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique. This was definitely a sky-high price. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. Lin Xian was also very careful. He returned to the sect and hurriedly handed in the mission. Then, he returned to his own mountain and went into seclusion. Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a seal. He gave 2 of the divine crystals to the dark red divine dragon and kept the other 4 for his own cultivation. This divine crystal was worthy of being called a rare treasure. Lin Xian was overjoyed by its abundant energy. 4 nerves had allowed his cultivation base to reach the late-stage 2-star king realm. The dragon sword domain was strengthened once again. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian opened his eyes. This time, it took him half a month to absorb the divine crystals. This kind of speed of improvement was astonishing. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current state. With a flip of his palm, he took out the peak earth tier cultivation technique. He didn't have a cultivation technique of this level in his hands at the moment. The apocalyptic black dragon fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. Its power surpassed any of the martial arts cultivation techniques that Lin Xian currently possessed. However, although this cultivation technique was powerful, the requirements for the cultivator were also very high. First of all, to use this fist technique, one had to have an extremely strong physique. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this fist technique. Moreover, the cultivator also needed to have a trace of the bloodline of dragons in order to be able to fully execute the apocalyptic black dragon fist. It could be said that these conditions were very harsh and difficult for ordinary people to meet, especially the second condition. After Lin Xian saw it, he snorted coldly. No wonder the other party gave him a top cultivation technique so readily, because in the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible to cultivate. With a strong physique, it was possible. If one wanted to use the bloodline of dragons, one had to be a dragon like the dark red divine dragon, or a demon race related to dragons. The other possibility was to slay a dragon and obtain its bloodline power. However, this kind of situation was even rarer. Therefore, this apocalyptic black dragon fist could only be looked at and could not be cultivated. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Others couldn't cultivate it, but he could. He had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was a very special dragon soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's current state was equivalent to a dragon. It was just that they weren't real dragons. However, to cultivate this apocalyptic black dragon fist, it was indeed enough. This apocalyptic black dragon fist was very fierce and abnormally fierce. It was very difficult to cultivate. This set of fist techniques also contained 5 killer moves. It could be said that its power was extremely great. The more Lin Xian looked at it, the more delighted he became. If he used the apocalyptic black dragon fist, coupled with his dragon sword domain, he would definitely be able to unleash a terrifying combat strength. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Xian was completely immersed in cultivating the apocalyptic black dragon fist. Time passed quickly. During this period, the sect sent a blue wave pill. Other than that, Lin Xian had been in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Xian was now at the entry level of the apocalyptic black dragon fist. From this point, it could be seen how difficult this apocalyptic black dragon fist was to cultivate. Because in the past, in a month's time, Lin Xian could almost cultivate a middle-grade earth-tier martial art to the small success stage. And now, he was only at the entry level. As expected of a top-grade earth-tier martial art, Lin Xian also exclaimed in surprise. However, even if he had just entered the entry level, the power was incomparably terrifying, even surpassing a middle-grade earth-tier martial art at the large success stage. However, he didn't continue to cultivate, because the entire alchemy sect suddenly heard a low bell sound. Obviously, something big had happened. Clang! The melodious bell sound slowly echoed throughout the entire alchemy sect. Lin Xian stood up and withdrew the surrounding defensive array. Then, his figure flashed and flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many core disciples also soar into the sky. Obviously, these people had received the news. Lin Xian. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Xian turned around and saw a beautiful figure rushing toward him at high speed. Chu Yu. Lin Xian smiled. You're here too. Of course, How can I not come for such a big matter? Chuyu smiled. Do you know, this is a good opportunity for us? Good opportunity? What opportunity? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? Chuyu was surprised. What do you usually do? I've been in seclusion these days. Why? Something big happened in the sect? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked with a smile. It is indeed a big matter, but it's not just our alchemy sect. Chuyu said, do you know that in a while, it will be the day of the Holy Land selection? As a subsidiary sect of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our alchemy sect has a chance to participate in the selection every 10 years. This time, it's our turn. Chapter 1643. Some of these core disciples might be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground directly. Chuyu said with a smile. What? The sacred ground sect selection? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. He did not expect such a thing to happen. After Chu Yu's explanation, Su Chun understood. The sacred ground sect selection was held once every 10 years. It was a competition between the 3 subsidiary sects of the Yaoguang sacred ground. In the end, the top 3 would have a chance to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the alchemy faction and its disciples. The sacred ground was the top force in the eastern wilderness. It was an overlord that was on par with the remote antiquity families. Every disciple of the sacred ground was an extremely outstanding genius. Their strength was terrifying and unimaginable. Moreover, the sacred ground's foundation was very rich. If one could enter the sacred ground to cultivate, it would definitely be a great fortune. Lin Xian and Chu Yu chatted as they flew quickly. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the alchemy faction square. At this moment, there were already many people gathered there. These were all core disciples. Only core disciples were qualified to participate in the sacred ground selection. Lin Xian took a rough look and realized that there were about 300 core disciples. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. At this moment, these people had excited expressions on their faces. This was because they knew that this time, there was a high possibility that someone among them would break through and become a sacred ground disciple. That would be an unparalleled honor and a great fortune. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and Chu Yu's landing immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of them looked at Chu Yu. It could not be helped. She was a personal disciple and had a high status. Among the core disciples, she was also a top existence. Such a person would definitely be an extremely powerful opponent in the sacred ground selection. Therefore, these core disciples paid special attention. As for Lin Xian, they only glanced at him and then no longer paid attention. This was because they found that he was only a late-stage 2-star king. This cultivation was too weak. They did not even understand how he became a core disciple. Such a person was nothing more than cannon fodder in the Holy Land selections. Therefore, they would not waste too much energy to pay attention. Lin Xian shook his head slightly in the face of the disdainful gazes. These people simply did not know what was called jumping ranks to battle. After Lin Xian and Chu Yu arrived, more and more core disciples arrived. The entire square was filled with martial artists, their powerful auras connecting heaven and earth. Not long after, the door to the main hall opened. A group of elders walked out from within. The person at the front was an old man in a robe. He was the sect master of the alchemy sect, Dan Chunzi. Lin Xian was slightly surprised to see him. He hadn't expected Dan Chunzi to appear at a time like this. It seemed like he had underestimated the importance of the Holy Land selections. At the side, all the core disciples bowed to the front. Greetings, sect master. No need to be so courteous. Dan Chunzi smiled and said, I'm sure you know why I've gathered you here. That's right. I've gathered all of you here for the Holy Land selection. As expected. Upon receiving the affirmation of the sect leader, the surrounding core disciples were all agitated. There was nothing that could be done about it. Among these core disciples, the youngest was in their 20s, while the oldest was already over 100 years old. However, they were all kings. Therefore, in terms of appearance, the core disciples who were over 100 years old looked like they were in their 30s. However, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. In front of them, Dan Chunzi slowly said, "The Holy Land selection this time is no different from the previous ones. It's also divided into 3 stages. An elder will lead you to the first 2 stages. As for me, I'll be waiting for your return at the 3rd stage. At that time, not only me, but the experts of the Wavering Light Sacred Land will also be there. I hope all of you will perform well and strive to enter the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Yes, we'll do our best to enter the Holy Land." The group of core disciples was excited. Lin Xian was slightly puzzled because he didn't know what the 3 stages were. However, it wouldn't take long for him to find out. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the surrounding core disciples were already in discussion. "With my cultivation, the first stage isn't a problem at all. The second stage is fine too. However, the 3rd stage is a little difficult. Yeah, I wonder what outstanding geniuses will appear from the other 2 sects this time. Our Dan sect will be led by the 10 direct disciples." These people were discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were participating in the Holy Land selection. Lin Xian perked up his ears and listened for a while. He had a rough understanding of the situation. The Wavering Light Sacred Land had 3 subsidiary sections. They were the Dan sect, the High Void sect, and the Purple Sun sect. These 3 sects were similar in strength, but the Purple Sun sect was the strongest. The other 2 sects also had more than 300 core disciples. Moreover, the 3 sects were led by the 10 direct disciples and formed the strongest echelon. And every time, the top 3 would always emerge from these personal disciples. Among these direct disciples, there were 3 senior direct disciples. They were the Dan sect, Dan Feng, the High Void sect, Xiao Cheng, the Purple Sun sect, Ding Peng. These 3 people were powerful and unfathomable. It was rumored that they could already stand shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the Peerless Sacred Land and the Clan of the Ancients. It could be said that they were the hot favorites in this competition. Lin Xian listened from the side and secretly memorized these people. On the other side, after Dan Chenzi finished speaking, another sect elder walked out and distributed some things to the core disciples. Among them was a jade scroll and a few pills. The jade scroll recorded the basic content of the Holy Land selection. The pills were probably prepared for them. They were recovery or healing pills. At this moment, Dan Chenzi chuckled and said again, "Now, you've received the pills. There's a purple pill among them. Swallow it now, and I'll help you increase your strength." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. Soon, everyone swallowed the purple medicinal pellets they'd obtained in their hands. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He knew that Dan Chenzi wasn't a good person. He probably didn't have good intentions for letting them take the pill. However, if he didn't take it, he would definitely attract attention. Therefore, he could only swallow the purple pill and quickly circulate the longevity incantation. He hoped that the longevity incantation could reverse the flow and discover the difference in the pill. As expected, after swallowing the pill, the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body reversed. This meant that there was definitely something wrong with the pill. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and didn't expel it immediately. Chapter 1644. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and did not expel it immediately. However, he did not absorb it. Dan Chenzi nodded in satisfaction when he saw that all the core disciples had consumed the purple pill. "All right, go back and prepare. Gather here in 3 days. An elder will lead you." "Yes, we'll take our leave." All the core disciples bowed again. Then, they rose into the air and returned to their mountains. Lin Xian bid farewell to Chu Yu and left as well. After returning to the mountain, Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a defensive array to prevent others from probing. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the purple pill. Damn, there's something wrong. The dark red dragon also jumped out with a frown. "Kid, are you still going to participate in the Holy Land trials? I think the alchemy faction is very strange. I'm afraid they're plotting something." Lin Xian's expression turned serious. "Of course, I'm going to participate. If I withdraw now, I'm afraid the alchemy faction will hunt me down. Moreover, I think the alchemy faction's secret will be exposed during the Holy Land trials. When the time comes, I want to see what Dan Chanzi is plotting. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the rest came to the alchemy faction square again. This time, 3 elders and more than 10 deacons were leading the group. One of the 3 elders had a very powerful aura. Lin Xian estimated that he was at the almighty level. The alchemy faction's almighty waved his hand, and a huge spirit boat rose into the air. Then, Lin Xian and the other core disciples all boarded the spirit boat and flew into the distance. The spirit boat was very fast, like lightning. Even so, it took 10 days to reach its destination. The serene moon forest was very vast. It was surrounded by mountains. The huge spirit boat was descending towards one of the valleys. The valley was very big. From the sky, it looked like a half moon. When they got closer, they realized that there were many people in the valley. The descent of the alchemy faction's spirit boat naturally attracted attention. Soon, a ray of red light flew over from the half-moon valley. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Pill sect. A laugh rang out. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura was powerful. He had reached the level of a 6-star king. So it's fellow Taoist Han. The alchemy ancestor also smiled slightly. Then, the other 2 elders and a dozen deacons beside him also quickly greeted the red-robed middle-aged man. Looking at these people, there was a trace of respect and fear. Don't look down on him just because he's a 6-star king. Our alchemy sect and the other 2 sects don't dare to behave atrociously here. Chu Yu said via voice transmission. Hee, can you guess why? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, could it be that the other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land? That's right. The other party is from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even our alchemy sect's almighty wouldn't dare to be rude to them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had seen the might of an almighty before. Such a person could be said to be an overlord in the eastern wilderness. However, a 6-star king from the Yaoguang Holy Land could make an almighty feel fear. One had to admit that the Holy Land's strength was too terrifying. In front, a few elders and the red-robed middle-aged man discussed for a while. Then, the alchemy ancestor turned around and said, we're going to discuss the competition. You guys can go down by yourselves. Communicate with your senior and junior brothers from the other sections. Yes. Everyone agreed. Then, one by one, they rose into the air and flew down. The half-moon valley had beautiful scenery and abundant spirit chi. It was a good place to rest. At this moment, the arrival of Lin Xian and the other alchemy sect disciples naturally attracted the attention of the Purple Sun sect and Lingshu sect. Among them, the 10 core disciples of the alchemy sect stood at the front. They descended forcefully, bringing with them countless gusts of wind. It's the alchemy sect. In the valley, the people from the other 2 sects also narrowed their eyes. Their expressions were solemn. They had no choice. This time, they weren't here to sightsee. It was a very intense competition. It could be said that everyone was a potential opponent. Hee, Danfeng, how have you been? At this moment, a very handsome young man in white walked out and looked forward with a smile. Although his body didn't emit any light, there was an aura that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Xiao Cheng. Danfeng was a very beautiful woman. She wore a 5-colored robe, and there was a serious look on her beautiful face. Her pair of long and narrow eyes flickered with a bright light. At the same time, there was a fiery red light on her body that overlapped like a phoenix. It carried a scorching aura. Immediately, the aura of the entire valley rose by a lot. So powerful. The surrounding disciples were shocked and their expressions were incomparably solemn. The young man in white smiled and said, looks like your fire phoenix technique has broken through again. You're not bad either. I'm afraid you've already cultivated the Lingshu technique to the 6th level. Danfeng's voice was cold, but it was abnormally pleasant to hear. I'm nothing. I'm afraid that Ding Pong is even more powerful. I heard that his Purple Sun Divine technique has already broken through to the 7th level. The 7th level? Even Danfeng frowned when she heard this. What a troublesome guy. Hee, it's my honor to be praised by Fairy Danfeng. Another laughter sounded. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a young man in a purple robe with a devilish smile on his face. There was a purple aura floating on his body. It was very mysterious. Ding pong. On the alchemy sect's side, there was also a burst of exclamations, as if they were facing a great enemy. Ding pong. The eldest direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect. His strength was terrifying. Probably no one in the entire valley was his match. The only ones who could fight against him were their eldest senior sister, Danfeng, and the eldest direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Xiao Qing. In the distance, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and kept sizing up the three of them. These three should be the top geniuses of the three major sections. Not bad, they are indeed very strong. But compared to the Thousand Thunder Saint, they seem to be a little lacking. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he kept comparing in his heart. How about it? Do you want to spar? Ding Peng stood in the void and asked indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to spar. When it comes to the third stage, a battle will do. Danfeng shook her head slightly. Then, her figure swayed and came to the valley. I won't fight with you either. On the other side, Xiao Cheng of the Spirit Void sect also laughed. Recently, I've been cultivating a kind of lost art. I'll have a breakthrough in the next 2 days. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you an unexpected surprise. As he said that, his body and mind swayed and he landed below. No matter what you cultivate, you're not my match. Chapter 1645. Next, everyone rested in this valley, waiting for the upcoming first round. Through the Jade Slip, Lin Xian already knew the content of the first round. It was a team competition. Everyone would form different teams and enter the Hidden Moon Forest together. Each small team could only have a maximum of 3 people. At the very least, they could act alone. Under normal circumstances, no one would act alone because it was easy to be eliminated in this situation. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Danfeng and Ding Peng probably disdained to form a team with others. As for the others, they would probably form a 3-person team. At the very least, it would be a 2-person team. Every team would be given half a jade pendant. And what these teams had to do was to snatch other people's jade pendants in the forest and form a complete jade pendant. Only by forming a complete jade pendant within the stipulated time and handing it over to the designated location would they be considered to have passed. This was the content of the first round. It looked very simple, but there were some hidden traps in it. One of them was that other than the team itself, no one knew which half of the jade pendant the other teams had obtained. This required the martial artist to search for it himself. Moreover, the more important point was that this first round was very easy to eliminate people, because there would be experts who would carry out a thorough cleaning inside. Those people were powerful and had also completed a complete jade pendant. But they would not stop. Instead, they would attack others crazily and eliminate them. It could be said that it was very cruel. Next, it was to form teams. Basically, it was a combination of disciples from each sect. There were very few combinations between sections. Lin Xian, let's form a team. At this moment, Chuyu walked over with a smile. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, a few handsome young men walked towards Chuyu and said with a smile, Junior Sister Chu, let's go together? Yes, Junior Sister, we can protect you. Kid, you can leave. There's nothing for you here. A few people looked coldly at Lin Xian, and the surrounding martial artists also whispered and could not help but pull away. Because those who dared to form a team with Chu Yu were definitely personal disciples. Ordinary core disciples had no chance at all. And this kind of personal disciple, ordinary people did not dare to provoke at all. Senior brothers, don't say that. Junior brother Lin is very powerful. Chu Yu, quickly mediate. Powerful? After the 2 personal disciples heard this, a trace of disdain appeared at the corners of their mouths. How powerful could a late-stage 2-star king realm be? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he said to Chu Yu, you can team up with them. I have other choices. With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. Previously, he had indeed wanted to team up with Chu Yu, because in the entire Pill sect, he only knew Chu Yu. But now, he would choose to act alone, because being alone was more suitable for him. Seeing Lin Xian leave, Chuyu also sighed. However, this was also good. This way, it would prevent Lin Xian from having a conflict with his personal disciple. She knew that the personal disciples beside her possessed extremely terrifying strength. If Lin Xian was here, the two sides would definitely clash, and the one who would suffer would be Lin Xian. This was not the result that Chuyu wanted to see. All right, senior brothers, let's form a team. Chuyu sighed. At the same time, the others also quickly formed teams. Most were three-person teams, but there were also some two-person teams. At this time, Lin Xian appeared very strange, because beside him, there were no other disciples. He was alone. This kind of solo action immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Many disciples even revealed disdainful sneers. With his bit of strength, he still wants to act alone? Really doesn't know how the word death is written. Going in like this is an existence of cannon fodder. Ignore him. One disciple after another sneered, not placing Lin Xian in their eyes at all. But Lin Xian's expression was calm because he was very confident in himself. Acting alone, apart from Lin Xian, there was another person on the pill sect side. That was the eldest personal disciple, Danfeng. She similarly did not find anyone to team up with. While High Void sects Xiao Cheng, as well as Purple Sun's Ding Pong, were both acting alone. Very soon, each group began to step forward to receive half a jade pendant. Lin Xian also received half a jade pendant. It was palm-sized and carved with exquisite inscriptions. He held the jade pendant in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Because from the moment he received the jade pendant, there were countless malicious gazes from all around. Obviously, these people had ideas about him. Suddenly, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If these people did not open their eyes, he did not mind sending them out. However, this first round of the competition was still considered fair. These people did not directly enter the Hidden Moon Forest. Instead, they were randomly teleported by a huge teleportation array. This way, they avoided the fate of being stared at from the beginning. All the disciples stood on the huge array as light flickered under their feet. In front, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Yaoguang sacred ground said in a clear voice, "The time for this first round is a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, not only do you have to successfully seize other people's tokens, but also form a complete pair of jade pendants. Moreover, you have to send the jade pendants to that mountain at the stipulated time on the 7th day." After saying that, he pointed to the distance. In the vast forest, there was a very tall mountain. It was like a heavenly pillar, thousands of feet tall and very eye-catching. Thinking about it, that was the final location. All right, you have already understood the rules. Now, the first round of the test begins. With the command, the entire valley lit up with the light of the array. Then, all the disciples were teleported into the Hidden Moon Forest. The light dimmed and Lin Xian appeared in the Hidden Moon Forest. Long Life Secret activated, and soon the dizziness caused by the teleportation disappeared. Then, he began to look around. Around him was a primeval forest with lush vegetation and many beasts. In other words, besides being careful of other martial artists, he also had to be careful of beasts. Through the dense forest, Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry silhouette of a mountain in the distance. That was the final location. It seemed that he had to collect the entire jade pendant before he could do anything else. Lin Xian looked at the half-jade pendant in his hand and prepared to set off. Roar! At this moment, a green cheetah suddenly jumped out from the tree. It was only 2 meters long and did not look big, but the power on its body was terrifying. The monstrous, murderous aura caused the entire void to distort. It waved its claws and easily tore through the void. It turned out to be a monster king, and it was very powerful. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and punched out. On the fist, there was a cold black dragon aura. Boom! A low sound rang out as a gale swept in all directions, and the surrounding trees were cut in half. Chapter 1646. Its aura was chaotic, and its eyes were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were filled with shock. because it did not expect the human in front of it to be so terrifying that he could seriously injure it with a single punch. Therefore, it did not dare to stay. The demonic aura on its body condensed and formed two pairs of huge wings. It spread its wings and was about to escape into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he punched out again. Boundless black gas turned into a ferocious dragon head and instantly enveloped the Demon King. Puff! Under this terrifying fist shadow, the Cyan Demon King's body split open. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent demon core fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw it into the black earth. According to the rules of the competition, other than the contestants themselves, they were not allowed to use pet demonic beasts. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey were left in the black earth. The entire black earth was formed into a black pendant by He Tu and hung on Lin Xian's body. The Demon King's demon core contained powerful energy, but Lin Xian could not absorb it. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon could absorb the energy inside. So Lin Xian gave it all. Hidden Moon Forest was very big and vast. Therefore, Lin Xian walked for half a day and did not encounter any other martial artists. However, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and there were even a few figures flashing. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really too good. I actually encountered an idiot acting alone. He's actually only a late-stage 2-star king. How pitifully weak. Behind, a light flickered, and 3 figures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. At this moment, they were laughing wildly. Because with the cultivation of a 2-star king, they could take on a large group of them. They did not expect that with such a cultivation, how could he become a core disciple? Moreover, he did not team up with others and actually dared to act alone. He was really reckless. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the jade pendant, and I can spare your life. Among the 3 of them, a muscular man said coldly. These 3 people were all 4-star kings, and their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces and formed a special domain that surrounded Lin Xian. The way they saw it, the other party would definitely kneel on the ground in fright and obediently hand over the jade pendant in his hand. However, Lin Xian's answer stunned them. They couldn't believe their ears. Very good. I was still worried about how to find other people. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me. In that case, hand over the jade pendants in your hands, and I can spare your lives. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently, What? The 3 of them were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The other party dared to rob them? Soon, they were amused by Lin Xian's actions. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. How dare you target the 3 of us? I can't. This is too funny. A 2-star king dares to say such a thing? You really don't know what death is. Brat, you've made me very angry. Now, even if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I won't let you off easily. The muscular man's voice was also cold. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and sighed. Why are there so many self-righteous people in the world? Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. You're courting death. The 3 of them flew into a rage after hearing this. Among them, the muscular man roared angrily and threw out a punch. The other party dared to look down on them. How abominable. The 3 of them were the core disciples of the Purple Sun sect, and they were all 4-star kings. If they joined forces, they would be a powerful force. The other party was only a 2-star king, and he was alone. How dare he look down on them? They would let the other party know the consequences of looking down on them. The muscular man threw out a punch, and the terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble. His arm was like a flood dragon, filled with explosive power. Boom! The void exploded when he threw out a punch. Haha, kid, die. Following the punch was a ferocious smile. The other 2 also sneered disdainfully. They seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Xian being killed by a single punch. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He clenched his right fist and threw out a punch. Above his fist, there was a black aura that quickly spiraled and formed a blurry black dragon. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Boom. In the next moment, the two fists collided with a thunderous sound. Countless black cracks appeared in the void around them, crawling in all directions like small snakes. You want to compete with me in strength? You're courting death. The muscular man sneered disdainfully, and the two companions beside him also snorted. Senior brother Dolly cultivates the demon ox fist. His strength is boundless. There are very few people in the same realm who can suppress him in strength. A two-star king dares to compete with senior brother Dolly in strength? He's courting death. The three of them sneered. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze, and they even became very ugly, because the sound of bones cracking suddenly came from ahead. Not only that, the muscular man's expression was sinister as he screamed. He retracted his palm and retreated. Every step he took left a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it! How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Shocking. This was too shocking. His demon ox fist couldn't defeat his opponent? His hand was even broken by his opponent. He couldn't believe it. Because of his innate physique and the martial arts he practiced, his strength was comparable to a 5-star king's. But now, he was actually unable to defeat a 2-star king tier. This was simply too unbelievable. The two companions beside him also opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Senior brother Dolly actually lost. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? The two of them were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, they became angry because Lin Xian dared to attack them. Two black shadows of fists, like black dragons, quickly rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious and quickly counterattacked. In their opinion, senior brother Dolly must have been careless, which was why his opponent's sneak attack succeeded. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, they would definitely be able to kill their opponent. Frost palm. One of them had blue patterns on his palm. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a cold aura. The surrounding space instantly froze. Two incomparably huge blue palms pushed out horizontally. Ka. Wherever it passed, blue ice crystals would form. Edgeless heavy sword. The other martial artist clenched his hands. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and countless pieces of rock and soil condensed in his hands, forming a huge, heavy sword. Chapter 1647. The ground cracked open, and countless rocks and soil gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. It quickly slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. Just like a painting, the void began to vibrate violently. The stone sword was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. In the next moment, the black dragon fist collided with the attacks of the two men. Boom! The void exploded, and the two horrifying ice palms shattered into pieces in an instant. On the other side, the huge stone sword was directly broken. What? How is this possible? The two men were stunned and could not believe it. This was their ultimate technique, and it was difficult to find a match for them in the same realm. But now, it was shattered by a 2-star king with a single punch. Damn it, what's going on? How can this kid be so strong? The two men's faces were ferocious. The muscular man from before had already swallowed a pill to heal the injury on his palm. He said in a deep voice, "This kid must be hiding his cultivation." Yes, that must be it. The Iceman gritted his teeth and said, "He did this to confuse us and make us lower our guard." Damn it, this kid is too scheming. Hiding his cultivation? Scheming? Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Are you done? If you're done, I can send you on your way. Or, if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I can spare you this time. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the three men were furious. The muscular man roared, "Let's attack with all our strength. I don't believe that this kid can resist the three of us." Okay. The other two men nodded. In the next moment, three strange domains rushed out from behind them and shrouded the front. Demonic Ox Domain. The muscular man's face was ferocious. He waved his hand, and an extremely demonic domain shrouded the front. Suddenly, countless demonic figures appeared quickly. They were extremely ferocious, and their auras were extremely terrifying. This was the muscular man's demonic ox domain. At this moment, its power was terrifying. For a moment, the demonic ox figures were everywhere. The destructive energy caused the entire sky to tremble rapidly. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a loud shout and brandished his fists. The Black Dragon Fist technique opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was violent, ferocious, and ferocious. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, the two fists were like two black dragons, roaring in the void. Boom, boom. The terrifying fist shadow collided with the Ox Demon domain, producing a world-shaking sound. Instantly, the sky exploded, and waves of air rolled. The area within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. What? He blocked it. How is this possible? The muscular man and the other two were stupefied. They couldn't believe it. The Ox Demon domain possessed boundless strength and was incomparably ferocious. However, the other party only used a pair of fists to block the domain attack. This was simply too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. On the other side, the Frosty Man also roared. Behind him, a blue domain quickly formed, enveloping Lin Xian in an instant. Cold Mountain Domain. The blue domain erupted with an icy aura. It was extremely cold. In the sky, countless blue mountains appeared, crushing the void. In an instant, all the space in the entire domain froze. Even Lin Xian's body was covered with a thick layer of frost. Ha 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 ha, kid. Let's see how you can run. When the Frosty Man saw that the other party was sealed in ice, he immediately threw his head back and laughed. Boom. However, at this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly came from ahead. The ice on Lin Xian's body suddenly exploded into pieces. Countless violent black dragon auras quickly rotated, covering Lin Xian. It was like a ball of black flames burning fiercely. That aura was incomparably ferocious, like a demon king. What? This is impossible. The Frosty Man was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could actually break through his ice seal. Damn it, suppress for me. With a furious roar, the sky full of ice mountains quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. Those blue ice mountains were hundreds of feet tall. Cold air surrounded them, and mysterious blue patterns appeared. At this moment, dozens of giant ice mountains fell from the sky like ancient demonic mountains, piercing through the sky. It was obvious that if one was crushed by these ice mountains, even a 5-star king would be severely injured. Haha, kid, die. The Frosty Man laughed wildly, a trace of ferocity on his face. As for Lin Xian, he let out a low roar. The black flames on his body jumped, and he emitted an extremely violent aura. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. He had been using this fist technique because it was very powerful. Moreover, it could increase his proficiency in the fist technique in actual combat. Black fist shadows appeared one after another. They had a powerful aura that could sweep through the world. The fist shadows flickered with light, and an overwhelming black aura covered everything. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the Black Dragon Fist shadows collided with the ice mountains in the Sky Palace. A terrifying tremor shook heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire ice domain was filled with raging winds and destructive energy. Even the entire ice domain began to crack, explode. Another loud explosion sounded out, and the dozens of ice mountains in the sky were shattered by the Black Dragon Fist. They turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered in all directions. Even a huge black hole had appeared in the ice domain. Puff! The Frosty Man spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With the ice domain broken, he was severely injured. He probably didn't have much combat strength left. Damn it! Demonic Ox Domain. Sword Domain. The remaining two roared and attacked at the same time. Two King Domains surged out and enveloped Lin Xian. The Demonic Ox Domain was extremely terrifying. Countless demonic shadows flickered and formed a huge demonic ox king. It held a huge axe and quickly chopped down. As the axe fell, mountains and rivers shattered. The powerful aura was enough to send anyone flying. It could even kill a 5-star king. As for the sword domain, it flickered with countless resplendent sword lights. It swept across heaven and earth, and its killing intent was shocking. It had to be said that these two were core disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Although they were only 4-star kings, they were stronger than ordinary 5-star kings. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a god of war. He was unstoppable. Streams of black dragon chi surrounded him, and they accompanied his unparalleled fist as he punched out. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also crazily using the black dragon fist. He had reached a state of selflessness. Moreover, his fist techniques were becoming more and more proficient. In the end, explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Black Dragon Fist, Thunderbolt Wild Dragon. Apart from the complete set of fist techniques, the Black Dragon Fist also had 5 killing moves. Chapter 1648. As he punched out with both fists, the wind blew and countless black lightning bolts fell. The 2 huge fists turned into black dragons that circled in the sky. Every single one of them was 300 meters long, and they were surrounded by lightning. Roar! Roar! The 2 black dragons rushed out. Not only that, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body also let out a dragon roar. In the next instant, the 2 black dragons collided with the 2 king domains of their opponents. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if the world was about to be destroyed. The 2 powerful king domains were penetrated by the 2 black dragons, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The muscular man and the Iceman spat out blood and were severely injured. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect their opponent to have such terrifying combat strength. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were no match for him. Damn it, who are you? Impossible, you can't only be a 2-star king. The 3 of them gritted their teeth in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the item. Okay, we'll hand it over. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then the muscular man gritted his teeth and said, he had no choice. He was no match for his opponent, so he could only ask for half of the jade pendant. You win. This is half of the jade pendant. The 3 of them handed over the jade pendant and turned to leave. However, Lin Xian said coldly, wait, who said you could leave? What do you want? We've already handed it over. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Xian said coldly, if you had handed over the jade pendant, I would have let you go. But now, since you want to kill me, do you think I'll let you go so easily? Then what do you want? The 3 of them had ugly expressions. It's simple. Hand over all your subdivine crystals. What? You're robbing us. The Iceman roared. Lin Xian shrugged. You're right. I'm robbing you. You're lucky that I didn't kill you. You're not willing to hand over something? Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you? Suddenly, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Feeling this murderous aura, the 3 of their faces changed again. They did not expect that the handsome young man in front of them could actually emit such a terrifying aura. In order to save their lives, the 3 of them gritted their teeth and handed over all the subdivinity crystals in their storage rings. Lin Xian looked at the number and nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the other party should have handed over everything. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve and put away all the subdivinity crystals on the ground. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Only the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School, whose faces had turned dark, were left behind. Damn it, I'm so angry. The muscular man was mad. He had never been so angry before. The Iceman also gritted his teeth. Humph, just you wait. The House of Ziyang will not let this go. That brat should be from the alchemy sect. Moreover, he's alone, so it's easy to distinguish him. Yes, let's inform the other disciples. We must kill this brat. The three of them discussed for a while, and then quickly swallowed pills to recover their cultivation. Then, they went on their way again, preparing to find other martial artists in the sect to take revenge. On the other side, Lin Xian set off again. He had obtained many subdivinity crystals from the three of them. At this moment, he opened the Dragon Sword Realm and put all the subdivinity crystals he had obtained into it to refine. The three of them added up to more than 150 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. In addition, there were dozens of supreme-grade subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian did not hesitate to refine all of them. If he wanted to raise his cultivation now, he needed a lot of subdivinity crystals. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the number of subdivinity crystals he needed would also increase exponentially. Therefore, the subdivinity crystals of the three of them were not enough. He went on his way again to find other Empyreans. However, because his cultivation was only a 2-star king and he was alone, he did not need to find others. In just half a day, 3 waves of people attacked him. In the end, they were all defeated by him and robbed of their subdivinity crystals. Now, he had obtained 400 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. Behind him, the Dragon Sword Realm flickered with light and quickly refined those subdivinity crystals. The realm was the foundation of a king. Therefore, as the energy of the realm increased, Lin Xian felt that his energy had increased. Not enough, not enough. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, his eyes shining. The efficiency of waiting for others to find him was too low, so he had to take the initiative to make a move. The Dragon Sword Realm bloomed, and countless sword chi quickly surrounded Lin Xian's body and formed an azure dragon mask on his face, covering his face. This time, Lin Xian was going to make a move against the disciples of the 3 sects, so he had to hide his identity. Otherwise, when he was exposed, he would probably become the target of public criticism. Perhaps, it would also arouse the dissatisfaction of the 3 sections. Therefore, he made a mask to cover his face. Not only that, he also took out a wide black robe and put it on. The disciples of the 3 sects were not familiar with him to begin with, and only Chuyu knew him well. However, with his current appearance, Chuyu probably would not be able to recognize him. Very good. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current appearance. Then, his figure flashed, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the Hidden Moon Forest, the other warriors also met, and a great battle soon broke out. Although the first round was divided into small groups, it was also a battle between sections. Because every sect wanted to eliminate the warriors of the other 2 sects as much as possible. This way, the last 2 rounds would fall into the hands of their own sections. Purple Sun Sect, Ding Peng, acted alone. He did not deliberately look for others, but those who were encountered by him were not spared. Purple Sun Splitting Sky, Ding Peng formed a seal with his palm, and a purple sun bloomed behind him. It was like a purple demonic mountain, fiercely smashing forward. Wherever it passed, no one could match it. For a moment, everyone took a detour when they saw it. Spirit Void sects Xiao Cheng and Pill sects Danfeng were also incomparably powerful. No one was able to block their attacks. Apart from these 3 top geniuses, the other personal disciples were also incomparably terrifying. On the Pill sect side, Chu Yu and 2 personal disciples formed a team and quickly set off. Soon, they encountered a group of people from Lingshu sect. The other party was also a 3-man team, but they were only ordinary core disciples. When they saw Chu Yu's team, their faces immediately changed drastically. Not good. It's a personal disciple. Hurry and retreat. Wanna leave? It's too late. Beside Chu Yu, a young man sneered. The long saber at his waist swung out, carrying an incomparably fiery red light, fiercely slashing forward. Chapter 1649. He brandished the long saber at his waist, and with a fiery red light, he slashed forward. The saber radiance was extremely bright, and it was surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy. It was unstoppable. In an instant, the 3 people in front of him were seriously injured. Puff. The 3 people from the Lingshu sect vomited blood, and quickly admitted defeat, handing over a jade pendant. Then, the three of them ran into the distance. "Himph, you run fast." The young man sneered and put away his long saber. Then, he waved his hand and held half of the jade pendant in his hand. "Senior Brother Chao's saber technique is indeed powerful," Chu Yu said faintly. She seemed a little absent-minded because she was worried about Lin Xian's situation. "I have already practiced this golden radiant raging flame saber technique to the great accomplishment stage. As long as I'm here, I won't let junior sister be in any danger," Senior Brother Chao said with a smile. In the distance, there were a few teams that saw this scene. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to come closer. They all ran into the distance and took a detour. There was no other way. The strength of the direct disciples was too terrifying. The best way for them was to run away. Among them, a team of 3 from the Purple Sun sect quickly flew towards the west. After flying for dozens of miles, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. That saber was too terrifying. "Yeah, that's Chao Yun, ranked 7th among the direct disciples. Luckily, we ran fast." The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. "Haha, is that so? Can you really escape?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the 3 of them. "Who's there?" When the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun sect heard the cold voice, their hair stood on end. They released their soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. However, they didn't find anyone at all. Could it be a ghost? It can't be. Maybe we're too nervous and hallucinating. The 3 of them quickly talked, but they still looked around vigilantly. However, they didn't notice that under their feet, green vines were slowly and strangely slithering. Whoosh! Finally, those vines on the ground attacked, suddenly thrusting out like thousands of green divine spears, incomparably sharp. Puff, puff, puff. A disciple of the Purple Sun sect was caught off guard and was pierced by the green vines. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. What followed was an incomparably miserable shriek. "What? Damn it! How could this be?" The expressions of the other 2 disciples changed greatly. They roared madly and decisively attacked the green vines. Pong! In an instant, dozens of vines were broken. "Are you okay?" The other person also poured out a medicinal pill and fed it to the injured disciple. However, the dozens of vines still attached to the injured disciple's body began to shine brightly before exploding. Explode! Powerful energy exploded, forming a violent wind wave that swept in all directions. As for the injured disciple, he turned into a cloud of blood mist and ceased to exist. The other 2 disciples were also sent flying while vomiting blood. "Damn it! Who is it? Get out here!" The 2 of them began to circulate their spirit chi, releasing a dazzling light as they roared madly. They didn't expect that they would be plotted against and even lose one of their companions. "Hee, it's useless. Stop struggling. You have entered my vine domain. In this place, I am the ruler. You have no chance of resisting." A cold voice sounded. Not only that, but countless green vines began to spin madly in the surroundings. Like demons, they swayed in the wind. On the giant tree trunk, a pale human face appeared. It was extremely strange. "Damn it, there's someone. Kill him and avenge junior brother." The 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect roared and used their powerful techniques. Not only that, but the 2 of them also quickly unleashed their king domains. However, the pale human face revealed a sinister smile. "It's useless. You have no chance." Vine domain, demon dance. With a command, the entire domain shone brightly. The green vines in the surroundings seemed to have turned into demons as they moved quickly. In an instant, the entire space was filled with green vines. Those vines were not ordinary plants. Each of them shone with a dazzling light, and each of them was extremely sharp and full of power. They spun madly like a green wave, instantly drowning the 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect. The 2 of them only had time to let out a scream before they went silent. After a long time, fresh blood flowed out from between the vines. There was not only one battle like this. At this moment, the entire forest was filled with traps, assassinations, and counterattacks. It could be said that danger was everywhere. There were traps everywhere. Lin Xian also turned into a hunter and took the initiative to attack. He spread out his powerful soul power and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto a target. It was a small team of 3 that was flying quickly in the forest. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up when he noticed the other party. Then, his body flashed and he dashed towards the 3 people like a sword beam. He did not hide his aura at all, so when he got close, the 3 of them also noticed Lin Xian's existence. "Who is it? How dare you attack us?" "Humph, you overestimate yourself. Get lost." The 3 of them roared and attacked crazily. Terrifying energy instantly exploded. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian did not slow down and quickly waved his fist. 2 Black Dragon Phantoms directly blasted out. The powerful aura of the Black Dragon penetrated the surroundings and shattered everything. The attacks of the 3 of them turned into ashes under the Black Dragon Fist. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 of them vomited blood. They were sent flying. Lin Xian's body flashed and landed in front of them. Not long after, Lin Xian left again. However, there were many subdivine crystals in his hand. The 3 warriors on the ground gritted their teeth and their faces turned black. Not only did the other party take away their jade pendants, but he also took away all the subdivine crystals on them. This drove them crazy. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that the other party was wearing a green dragon mask and they did not know who he was. Then, Lin Xian continued to attack. Everyone he encountered was defeated. Not only did they lose their jade pendants, but they also handed over all the subdivine crystals on them. In half a day, Lin Xian got 2,000 pounds of subdivine crystals. The dragon sword territory fluctuated and emitted light as it quickly absorbed the energy. Lin Xian's strength was also increasing bit by bit. In the following day, Lin Xian not only attacked the people of Ziyang sect and Lingshu sect, but he also did not let the disciples of alchemy sect go. However, compared to the other experts, he was considered good. This was because he never killed anyone. He only took away their things. As for the other experts, they would directly kill the weaker warriors. Chapter 1650. Lin Xian's methods were still relatively mild. However, he had really snatched too many people's subdivine crystals. Therefore, all kinds of news quickly spread within the 3 sections. Do you know? Recently, a demon king seemed to have appeared in this forest. Not only did he snatch jade pendants, but he even snatched subdivine crystals. I heard about it too. It's said that the other party is very terrifying. No one who encountered him was able to successfully escape. Damn it, which sect is he from? How dare he be so arrogant? Who knows? That person seems to have attacked the disciples of the 3 sections. What? Could it be that he's not from our 3 sects, but someone else? Everyone frowned because in the first round, very few people from the same sect would attack each other. Most of the time, they would attack people from other sections. But now, there was actually a person who attacked the disciples of the 3 sects at the same time. It was really shocking. For a moment, everyone was discussing. Humph, what mysterious person. That's because he hasn't met me yet. Alchemy sect, Chu Yu's team. The personal disciple called Chao Yun snorted coldly. He had also heard the news that had been spreading recently, but he was very disdainful of it. Because according to the news, that person only attacked ordinary core disciples. As for personal disciples, none of them had encountered such an experience. This meant that the other party's strength was not much. Since he only dared to attack ordinary core disciples, he definitely could not beat personal disciples. Therefore, Chao Yun did not take it to heart at all. Don't worry, junior sister Chu. If that person dares to appear, I'll definitely make him suffer. The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up with strong confidence. In the dense forest, there was an intense battle going on. The 2 sides of the battle were a 3-man team from Alchemy Sect and a 2-man team from Lingshu Sect. The 3-man team from Alchemy Sect was made up of 3 4-star kings. At this moment, they were attacking together with a terrifying momentum. One of them waved both hands and shot out a huge fire chelan. It stood with its head held high, looking down on all directions. This terrifying aura was not far from that of a true 5-star king. With a roar, the fire chelan quickly pounced forward. The void shook, and airwaves rolled. The pressure was like a huge fire meteor, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. Opposite him were two figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. She was wearing a long white dress. At this moment, the two of them looked up at the sky with disdain. The black-robed man stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the charging fire chelan. As for the white-clothed lady, her figure floated as she retreated to the side. Boom! The fire chelan swooped down and completely enveloped the black-robed man. Terrifying flames spread in all directions. Heat waves rolled and the heat was terrifying. The entire forest was razed to the ground in an instant. Humph! You still dare to stop us? How ignorant! On the pill sect's side, the three disciples sneered. They were extremely confident in this fire chelan. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. There was even a wisp of terror in their eyes. That was because the silhouette of the fire chelan was gradually disappearing. The earth had sunk so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The surrounding mountains and trees had been flattened. It could be said that the scene was extremely terrifying. However, there was a figure floating above the crater. It was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, he was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His chin was slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of disdain. Furthermore, what was even more shocking was that his body was completely unscathed. He was not injured in the slightest. What? How is this possible? The faces of the three pill sect's disciples were filled with shock. They did not dare to believe it. The fire chelan had clearly hit the black-robed man just now. However, the black-robed man was actually not injured in the slightest. This was truly too surprising. If the black-robed man had used his ultimate skill and resisted with all his might to survive, that would be something they could accept. However, the black-robed man clearly did not do anything earlier. He was only standing there. How could he possibly block their fire chelan in such a situation? However, the truth of the matter had actually happened. Damn it, I don't believe it. Another disciple shouted angrily. He also quickly waved his hand. Immediately, hidden weapons that filled the sky rapidly shot forward. These hidden weapons were extremely terrifying. They were very fast, and their penetrative power was even more powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could block them. Even 5-star kings would not dare to rashly block them. However, the black-robed man in front of them also did not move at all. He also did not raise his defense. He only looked on with disdain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless hidden weapons flickered with light as they directly pierced through the void and ruthlessly pierced toward the black-robed man. However, something shocking happened. At this moment, the black-robed man's body seemed to have become transparent. He directly ignored the hidden weapons that filled the sky. The hidden weapons also passed through the black-robed man's body and flew toward the ground below. Immediately, the entire ground sank, and countless cracks appeared. What's going on? Could it be an afterimage? The three disciples of the alchemy faction were stunned. They did not understand. Perhaps only an afterimage could explain this. Otherwise, if it was his real body, how could he ignore the hidden weapons? Why did he directly pass through them? An afterimage? Hearing that, the black-robed man revealed a disdainful smile. Then, he slowly extended his palm and gently pressed forward. Boom! An incomparably dazzling light arrow surrounded by the power of wind and lightning quickly flew out. What? The three disciples of the alchemy faction were greatly shocked. They originally thought that the black-robed man was just an illusion and did not exist. However, they did not expect that the black-robed man would actually unleash such a shocking attack. This was truly beyond their expectations. Furthermore, that resplendent arrow light was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of them. The three of them could not reach it. They could only form a wall of light to defend themselves. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. The wind and lightning arrow directly penetrated the three of them and ruthlessly slammed into their bodies. Dang, dang, dang. The three of them retreated a few thousand meters and directly crashed into a mountain, vomiting blood. What? So powerful. The three of them were extremely shocked. A casual attack had sent the three of them flying. This was probably the strength of a five-star king. Moreover, it was a very powerful five-star king. Damn it, it's actually an expert. Let's hurry up and leave. The three of them did not dare to fight and prepared to retreat. This was because the black-robed man was simply too strange. Not only was his attack power powerful, but what was more terrifying was that he could ignore their attacks. This kind of method was simply unheard of. Hee hee, you want to leave? At this moment, a white light flashed. The white-robed woman who had been watching the battle suddenly appeared and blocked the three of them. You want to leave without leaving the jade pendant? How naive. A delicate voice sounded, but it was filled with disdain. You're courting death. Scram. The three of them roared. One of them even attacked mercilessly. An extremely dark light palm rushed out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to rapidly tremble. Demonic sky palm. Chapter 1651. A pitch-black palm of light shot out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble rapidly. Demonic sky palm. The alchemy faction disciple roared and quickly struck out with his palm. The void exploded in an instant. Not only that, but a bottomless pit formed on the ground below due to the majestic power. One could imagine how terrifying that palm was. However, the white-robed lady showed a look of disdain. She did not dodge, but moved her body to meet the attack. How dare he take the demonic sky palm head-on? The other two snorted coldly with excitement in their eyes. It was great that the other party was dragging it out. The demonic sky palm was a high-grade earth-rank martial art. It was extremely terrifying, and its power was comparable to a five-star king. Since the other party was so careless, she would definitely be severely injured. The disciple who had attacked the white-robed lady had a cold smile on his face. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but the other two disciples were also stunned. A look of horror even appeared in their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the shocking palm had hit the white-robed lady hard, but it did not cause any harm. The terrifying palm passed through the white-robed lady in an instant as if it had hit the air. It missed again. The three of them felt their scalps go numb. Was that also an afterimage? They were extremely shocked. However, the white-robed lady tapped her foot and instantly appeared beside the three of them. In the next moment, the white-robed lady pulled out a thin red sword and quickly stabbed it out. Suddenly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A red sword light with a sharp aura and violent power stabbed toward the disciple who had attacked the white-robed lady. Chi. Puff. The disciple's body was pierced by the sword chi and fell to the ground. What? How is that possible? The other two disciples were shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the white-robed lady was not an afterimage. However, if she was the real body, how did she dodge the demonic sky palm? What kind of martial art is that? It's too strange. Damn it, who are you? The two disciples gritted their teeth and asked. Haha, a dead person doesn't need to know so much. At that moment, a black figure appeared behind them. It was the black-robed man from before. A cruel smile appeared on the black-robed man's handsome face. Following that, a bright light blossomed behind him, and a dark golden domain instantly gushed out and shrouded the two of them. The next moment, a terrifying energy was released. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Within the domain, the two Pill sect disciples emitted extremely miserable cries. The voice only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. As for the black-robed man, he removed his dark golden domain. The two alchemy faction disciples had long since lost their vitality. At this moment, the two corpses fell to the ground below. Humph, just 3 pieces of trash. The black-robed youth snorted disdainfully. The lady in white sneered, "Trash indeed. Ordinary core disciples are of no threat to us. I think that even the other personal disciples would not be able to do anything to us. Of course. I'm afraid that only Ding Pong and the other two will be able to break through our king domains. Moreover, they are only suppressing it with great power. They can't break it with techniques." When speaking of their king domains, the two of them were full of arrogance. "Oh right, big brother. I heard that a mysterious madman has appeared in the forest recently. No matter which sect's disciple he is from, he will attack as soon as he sees them. Moreover, his behavior is very strange. Not only did he steal the jade pendants, but he also stole the disciples' subdivine crystals. Hee, I think that guy must be pitifully poor. He even wants ordinary subdivine crystals." The lady in white sneered disdainfully. "He should be a personal disciple. He must be so poor that he has gone crazy. Isn't it a waste of time to think of such a method?" The black-robed youth shook his head and snorted. "That guy is lucky that he didn't encounter us. Otherwise, he would have died long ago." Then, the two of them flashed and left the place. The mysterious person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still walking in the forest. However, in the past 2 days, his harvest had gradually decreased. This was because the news about him had already spread. Everyone was vigilant. Those who were weak did not dare to act alone. Therefore, he did not gain much during this period of time. Forget it. Ordinary paper storage rings don't have many good things in them. I'd better target the personal disciples. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He was ready to change his strategy. Previously, he had only targeted the ordinary core disciples. He did not target the personal disciples. However, it seemed that he could only target the personal disciples now. Firstly, the ordinary disciples were afraid and did not dare to act alone. It would be more troublesome if he were to fight them again. Moreover, the personal disciples had more good things in their hands. There might be a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed slightly. Now, the most helpful thing for him was the subdivine crystals. However, those things could only be encountered by chance and could not be seen at all. They could only be found in those strange stones. However, in his current environment, there was no way for him to gamble on stones. Therefore, the method of obtaining subdivine crystals was not feasible for the time being. Then, he could only use supreme-grade subdivine crystals. However, the ordinary disciples did not have many supreme-grade subdivine crystals. It was far from enough. Lin Xian pondered as he walked in the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. This was because he realized that his surroundings were a little strange. However, he did not find anything when he used his soul power to scan his surroundings. This made him puzzled. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped paying attention and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the vines under his feet suddenly pierced towards him. Swoosh, swoosh. Those green vines were crystal clear and fluttered in the wind. They were like demonic spears that pierced towards Lin Xian rapidly. They were very fast. Even a 5-star king would not be able to defend himself in time. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green light flickered behind him. The Dragon Sword domain instantly enveloped him. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Countless sword chi intertwined rapidly and moved according to a specific trajectory. It formed a huge green shield behind Lin Xian. It was 30 meters tall and was like an iron wall. It flickered with a dazzling light. Not only that, there was even a dragon-shaped shadow coiling around it. Clang! The green demonic vines collided with the Azure Dragon Divine Shield and let out a violent vibration. It was like a huge bell that rang continuously. Lin Xian was shocked. Previously, his soul power did not detect any danger. However, someone actually attacked him. Fortunately, he had mastered many kinds of secret techniques. This Azure Dragon Divine Shield was an extremely powerful defense. Chapter 1652. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched back. His black fist was like a mountain as it charged backward. Boom. Shockwaves exploded, and the void trembled. Countless vines were shattered by this punch. However, even more vines swept toward Lin Xian. Green light emerged from all directions, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. And those vines were like swords, sabers, axes, and spears, incomparably sharp. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he clenched his fists. His black fist swept in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding demonic vines were all smashed to pieces. Not only that, but the violent fist shadows were like black dragons that kept moving in the air, rushing in all directions. In an instant, the ground cracked, the sky trembled, and all the trees and mountains in the surroundings were uprooted. Damn it, how is this possible? At this moment, a pale face appeared on a tree trunk in the distance. However, this face was filled with pain. At the same time, there was a deep shock in his eyes. This was because the opponent's strength was too strong, and it was extremely painful. Moreover, the opponent was only a 2-star king. How could he have such strength? Damn it, it's a guy who hid his strength. The demonic man's voice was cold, but his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Brat, you dare to injure me. Now, die. With a furious roar, the surrounding devil vine domain bloomed with endless light. Thousands of devil vines condensed, forming countless demons and ghosts that quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Not only that, but the vines also emitted a green aura that was extremely corrosive. Even a 5-star king would not dare to touch it lightly. After all, the devil vine domain was a very terrifying king domain. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You only dare to use a sneak attack to attack others. I guess you're not a powerful person? As he spoke, his fists bloomed with black light, like 2 black dragons roaring in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. His fists suppressed all directions. Lin Xian's Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was incomparably violent. Every strike contained destructive energy. The monsters formed by the demonic vines couldn't get close at all. Not only that, a black flame burned on Lin Xian's body. It was the 9 underworld's devil flame, and it was extremely terrifying. As it burned, the surrounding green poisonous gas was directly evaporated. They couldn't hurt him at all. What? So powerful. The demonic man's pupils shrank. His expression was incomparably malevolent because he did not expect the other party's battle prowess to exceed his expectations. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his fists, causing the entire magic space to tremble. Damn it! The demonic man's face changed drastically. He knew that the young man in front of him was a powerful expert. It would be impossible to subdue him in a short period of time, and it was very likely that he would lose. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the devil vine domain and fled into the distance. This was only the first stage, so there was no need for him to risk his life. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and chased after him. The other party seemed to be an expert and should be a personal disciple. Such a person must have a lot of supreme-grade subdivine crystals. How could he let him go? Using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Damn it! The demonic man's face turned ugly when he saw Lin Xian chasing after him. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Damn, brat, don't go too far. If you push me too far, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The demonic man roared crazily. He was too aggrieved to be chased by a 2-star king. If others saw this, their jaws would definitely drop. As a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength was terrifying. In addition, his devil vine domain was even better at sneak attacks in this forest. Therefore, very few people could contend with him. Even a direct disciple of Zhang Xian's could very well be assassinated by him if they were not careful. But now, he couldn't subdue a 2-star king and was even being chased by the other party. What shocked him even more was that he didn't know who the other party was. He never knew which expert in the 3 sects had such combat strength. Damn it, who are you? You don't need to know. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and I can spare your life. What? You want to rob me? After the demonic man heard this, He was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, his face completely darkened. "It's you. You're that crazy demon king who appeared recently." He naturally heard that a very terrifying demon king had appeared recently. He specialized in attacking people and snatching their storage rings. He didn't expect to meet him today. Back then, when he heard this rumor, he was disdainful. He thought that the other party only had some strength and specialized in attacking ordinary core disciples. He couldn't beat a personal disciple at all. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even among the direct disciples, Zhang Xian's strength was still extremely terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to take his storage ring. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Devil Vine thrust. The demonic man roared angrily, and a light shone behind him. At the same time, 10 thick demonic vines rapidly surged out from his body. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were the hands of a demon. The 10 devil vines quickly pierced into the ground and immediately broke open a deep pit. The demonic man's body swayed and directly sank into the ground. "Humph, want to kill me? There's no chance at all." After entering the ground, the demonic man's lips curled into a cold smile. The vines around him seemed to have turned into sharp blade lights, constantly digging into the ground, causing him to instantly disappear on the spot. Earth burrowing technique. This was his way of escaping and saving his life. It was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to catch him. It seemed that this time was the same. "Damn, Brad, don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." The demonic man gritted his teeth. He would definitely take revenge for this. He decided that when he met the other party in the second round, he would definitely teach the other party a lesson. But soon, he frowned. Then, his expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the soil around him suddenly started to churn rapidly. It was as if some powerful demonic beast was charging towards him. "Damn it, how is this possible? How can he lock onto my position?" The demonic man's expression changed drastically, and fear appeared again. Needless to say, this should be the other party's method. But how did the other party find him? In the outside world, Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The martial Dao heavenly eye in his eyes flickered with a strange rune light. Under the light of these runes, the ground below even became transparent. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally locked onto the other party. Chapter 1653. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spiritual veins gathered and formed long dragons. They roared bravely and broke out of the ground. Every spiritual vein shone brightly and was extremely terrifying. 5 spiritual veins sealed the demonic man and trapped him in the ground. Controlling spiritual veins? Damn it, you are a seeker soul master. The demonic man screamed in fear. Controlling spiritual veins was a skill that only seeker soul masters had. The young man in front of him had such a skill, and it shocked the demonic man. That was because seeker soul masters were a special profession in the East continent. There were very few of them, and each of them had extremely strange and terrifying strength. Especially in places with large amounts of spiritual veins, those people were extremely terrifying. Hence, the demonic man's face turned ugly. He had heard of Lin Fan's legend and knew that Lin Fan only wanted subdivine crystals. Hence, he handed over all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals in his storage ring. "Everything is here. Can you let me go now?" The demonic man gritted his teeth and said. He did not want to fight with Lin Fan in the first round because there were still the second and third rounds after the first round. At that time, he would meet a true expert, and it would be unwise to get injured now. Lin Xian glanced at the number of subdivine crystals on the ground and realized that it was far more than ordinary core disciples. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and kept all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals. At the same time, he kept the 5 spiritual vein light pillars. He said slowly, "You can leave now." Humph. The demonic man gritted his teeth and looked deeply at Lin Xian. Then, he turned around and left. He swore that he would definitely take revenge today. Lin Xian did not care. He moved and left the place as well. He came to a safe cave. He checked the subdivine crystals that he had just obtained. He realized that there was a large amount of supreme-grade subdivine crystals in there. The amount was more than the total amount that he had robbed in the past. As expected of a lineal disciple, he is indeed wealthy. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He opened up the dragon sword territory and continued to refine the crystals. He had to make the best use of his time and break through to become a 3-star king in the first round. On the other side, the demonic man left quickly. He was incomparably frantic in his heart. That was his entire fortune. He couldn't accept the fact that it was snatched away by someone else. Therefore, he decided to learn from Lin Xian and steal other people's subdivinity crystals. Thus, he changed his location and set up an ambush again. Sure enough, after a period of time, he had robbed many people. He also had some divine crystals in his possession. However, they were all ordinary core disciples and were far from being able to make up for his losses. Therefore, he urgently hoped that he could rob a personal disciple to make up for his losses. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely fall behind during this period of time. Someone else is coming. The demonic vine man's expression changed because he sensed that there were people rushing over from afar. And from the looks of it, his aura wasn't very strong. This kind of attire? He's actually a personal disciple of the Spirit Ruins sect. It seems that my luck is not bad. The devil vine man revealed a sinister smile. The other party was wearing the clothes of a personal disciple, but his face was very unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just become a core disciple in the past 10 years. As a veteran personal disciple of the Ziyang sect, he was definitely powerful and would have no problem dealing with the other party. In front, there was indeed a small team of 2 who were rushing over quickly. One of them was a handsome young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was Hong Yu, who he had previously investigated. However, he didn't expect that Hong Yu was also here, and was even a personal disciple of the Lingshu sect. Beside Hong Yu was a young lady. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, black hair that was coiled behind her back, and she wore a light blue long dress. She looked delicate and cute. The young lady silently followed beside Hong Yu, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. However, Hong Yu frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong? Junior brother Hong, why did you suddenly stop?" The young lady asked curiously. "Senior sister Wang, there's a problem in front," Hong Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing that, the young lady frowned, and her expression became extremely serious. She knew Hong Yu's strength. Therefore, if he said that there was a problem, there must be a problem. In front, the demonic vine man who was hiding in the darkness looked anxious. Damn it, why did he stop? Did he discover it? Impossible. My demonic vine territory is very harmonious with this forest. Even personal disciples can't discover it. Indeed, even the top prodigies of the 3 major sects like Dan Feng could not easily see through his demonic vine territory. However, at this moment, the appearance of the 2 people in front was obviously a little strange. Himph, insignificant skill. You want to ambush me? You're courting death. In front, Hong Yu snorted coldly, then his eyes turned. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes, and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Buzz. A wisp of faint golden light swept forward. Suddenly, the void trembled. In front, the demonic vine territory that was hidden in the dark instantly revealed itself. There's indeed an ambush. The young lady next to him had a grave expression. In the distance, the demonic vine man was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could discover his existence. This was simply too shocking. However, when he saw the other party's golden eyes, his face immediately turned grave. Damn it, it's actually an eye technique. What kind of eye technique is this? It's so terrifying. To be able to see through my territory so easily? The demonic vine man gritted his teeth and revealed his figure. Since he was discovered by the other party, then there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he believed that even if the other party's eye technique was powerful in front of true strength, he would completely defeat the other party. Now, half of the time for the first stage had passed, and he didn't have much time left. It wasn't easy to encounter a personal disciple, so he wouldn't give up easily. Oh no, it's actually him. When the young lady in blue saw the demonic vine man, her expression changed drastically, and a hint of paleness appeared on her delicate little face. Who is he? Hongyu asked. He had indeed just become a personal disciple, so he didn't know much about the other sections. Purple Sun Sect's personal disciple, Su Ziding, ranked 6th in Purple Sun Sect. Junior brother Hong, fortunately, you have an eye technique and can see through his tracks. Otherwise, if we were to fall into his demonic vine territory, I'm afraid we would be assassinated, the young lady in blue said in a deep voice. Demonic vine territory? Su Ziding? Hongyu narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint golden light. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. A guy who only knows how to assassinate, I don't think he's that strong. You're courting death. On the opposite side, Su Ziding was furious. As a veteran personal disciple, he had never been looked down upon like this. Therefore, he said in a cold voice, "Kid, the two of you obediently hand over your storage rings, and I can spare your lives." Chapter 1654. He indeed had such confidence. This was because the blue-clothed girl in front of him was not a direct disciple. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was just a new direct disciple. The two of them together were no match for him. The girl in blue's expression changed. He did not rob them of their jade pendants, but of their storage rings. This reminded her of a recent legend. Could it be that you are the mysterious Demon King Madman? The girl in blue frowned. She had heard that there was a Demon King Madman who specialized in robbing people of their storage rings. She did not expect to meet him. What nonsense are you talking about? I am not a Demon King Madman. Su Ziding quickly denied. Although he wanted to rob others, he did not dare to use the name of the Demon King Madman. This was because the Demon King Madman had attacked the disciples of the three sects, and it was a large-scale attack. I am afraid that the disciples of the three sects want to kill him now. If he admitted that he was the Demon King Madman now, those martial artists would not let him go. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to admit it. You are not? The girl in blue was stunned. She did not expect him to shake his head so decisively. On the other hand, Hongyu sneered, "Senior sister, of course he is not. I think he was robbed by the Demon King Madman and lost his storage ring. That is why he wants to attack us." I said it, didn't I? I did not expect the direct disciples of the Purple Sun Sect to be so useless. You are courting death. Su Ziding was furious when he heard the other party's ridicule. This was originally his sore spot, and he did not expect it to be exposed at this moment. With a roar, he activated the Devil Vine domain and quickly attacked Hongyu and the girl. In the sky, Su Ziding controlled the Devil Vine domain and appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Hongyu and the girl in blue. In an instant, countless demonic vines in the surroundings started to roll rapidly, forming numerous sharp attacks that shot towards the two of them. As a direct disciple of the Purple Sun Sect, Su Ziding's strength was very terrifying. This strike had an extremely shocking momentum. Hongyu snorted and a golden light burst out from his eyes. He grasped the red spear with both hands and quickly thrust it forward. Every strike was like a blood-red bolt of lightning that streaked across the void. Every spear strike successfully pierced through a patch of demonic vines. In an instant, the sky was filled with red spear lights. It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning, extremely dazzling. As for the surrounding demonic tendrils, they simply couldn't get close. No matter how sharp they were all shattered by the red spear light. On the other side, the woman in blue also unleashed a Blue King's domain. Suddenly, an endless amount of seawater appeared behind her, forming a powerful defense. What? How is that possible? Su Ziding's expression was gloomy because Hongyu's spear technique was too shocking. His opponent's every attack landed on the weak points of his attacks. It could be said that he had used the easiest method to break through his attack. This was too shocking. As a 5-star king, he was extremely powerful, and it was rare for him to meet a match within the same cultivation level. But now, his opponent was able to easily break through his attack. Even the Red Phoenix, Ding Pong, and the rest of the 3 great prodigies did not have this kind of ability. Damn it, it's his eye technique. Su Ziding gritted his teeth. He realized that Hong Yu's eyes were emitting a faint golden light. There were mysterious runes shining around them. Obviously, this was a powerful eye technique that he did not know about. It was also this eye technique that saw through his attack. Himph, eye technique? Then I'll make you unable to see it. Demonic vine flower. Su Ziding roared. Immediately, the surrounding demonic vines rolled and intertwined with each other. Then, on the huge branch, a beautiful flower quickly bloomed. The flower was very small, but it quickly grew bigger. It was like a huge red mountain that appeared in the void. It had 5 petals, each of which was bright red and glistening. At this moment, a red mist bloomed from those petals. It was highly toxic and quickly covered the entire domain. Not good, junior brother Hong. Be careful. The woman in blue exclaimed and quickly activated her ocean domain. Immediately, merciless seawater gushed out and surrounded her. Sizzle, sizzle. When the red poisonous gas touched the seawater, it emitted the sound of ice melting. The seawater around the woman in blue also rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was nothing that could be done about it. That blue-clothed woman was not a direct disciple. Compared to Su Ziding, she was much weaker. Therefore, she could not hold on at all. Fortunately, Hong Yu was there. He stabbed out with his spear and pierced through the red poisonous gas, forming a huge black hole. At the same time, he used his king's domain to envelop the woman in blue. A faint golden king's domain appeared. It fought against the red mist. However, the red mist grew more and more. In the end, it filled the entire space. For a moment, no one could see anything with the naked eye. Only the sound of merciless collisions could be heard. Ha 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 ha. Kid, let's see how you're going to fight this time. In the distance, Su Ziding laughed arrogantly. Then, he waved his arm, and countless demonic vines quickly attacked. They were like green divine swords that were extremely sharp. Humph, how ignorant. Do you think my eye technique is that simple? Hong Yu sneered disdainfully. The faint golden light in his eyes became stronger. The golden light spun quickly and formed a golden tadpole. At the same time, an incomparably mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. Then, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Hong Yu's mouth. He clenched the long spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The long spear was like a dragon. It instantly pierced through the void and directly shattered the red demonic flower in the sky. Bang! The red demonic flower was shattered into pieces, and the surrounding red poisonous gas also quickly disappeared in an instant. Not only that, the Golden King's domain released countless rays of light that were like golden sharp swords. They slashed in all directions and quickly destroyed Su Ziding's attack. What? I can still see it. Damn it, what kind of eye technique is this? Su Ziding was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's eyes to be so strange. One had to know that the red poisonous gas was not an ordinary poisonous gas. It had a mysterious power that even soul power could not detect. However, his opponent's eyes could clearly capture his position, which made him feel incredulous. Especially when he made contact with his opponent's eyes, he felt his soul shake as if it was about to be sucked in. This made him even more terrified. Damn it, what a strange kid. Su Ziding was going crazy. He had just lost to a mysterious madman, and now he could not even defeat a 15-year-old boy. Chapter 1655. Su Ziding was driven mad in his heart. He had just been defeated at the hands of a mysterious madman. Now, he could not even beat a 15 or 16-year-old youth. This made him unable to bear it. However, those golden eyes were simply too terrifying. It made his heart palpitate with fear. If they continued fighting, he might be defeated. Therefore, He did not dare to fight at all. Waving his hand, the devil vine domain rapidly shrank, enveloping him in the end. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Su Zeding's shoes carried the devil vine domain, turning into a green light, instantly rushing into the distance. Humph, consider yourself fast. Hong Yu also snorted coldly, withdrawing the golden domain. At the same time, the mysterious runes in his eyes also gradually disappeared. On the other side, the girl in blue completely heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, she was very surprised. Although she knew that Hong Yu had special ocular arts, she did not expect that he could defeat the other party so easily. After all, the other party was the Purple Sun sect, ranked 6th personal disciple, his strength incomparably terrifying. Therefore, this made her feel like she was dreaming. While on the other side, Lin Xian was on the road again. This time, he robbed a few personal disciples again, obtaining rich battle results. However, it caused a terrifying sensation. For a moment, the news of personal disciples being robbed rapidly spread in the forest. After everyone learned about it, they were extremely shocked. It can't be, right? Even personal disciples were robbed? Damn it, how is this possible? Who in the world is it to actually be so terrifying? Personal disciples are all 5-star kings, right? Who in the world is it to be so powerful? Don't know. I heard that that person did not just make a move against one sect. The personal disciples of the 3 great sects were all robbed. Damn, who in the world is it? Too fierce. Really want to meet him. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure this time. Indeed, right now, the personal disciples of the 3 great sects are all on the move, frantically searching for that person. Not just personal disciples. I heard that Dan Feng, Ding Peng, and Xiao Cheng, the 3 great geniuses, are also on the move. What? Even those 3 people are on the move too? Everyone was shocked, discussing animatedly. No choice. This matter was seriously too shocking. They never thought that a powerhouse would actually appear out of nowhere, making a move against the genius disciples of the 3 great sections. This was an attempt to humiliate the 3 great sects. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause the 3 great sects to lose face. Those personal disciples were indeed on the move. They were frantically searching for the entire New Forest. Even Dan Feng and the other 2 were searching for him. However, none of them managed to find it. Lin Xian hid his identity when he took action, so no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it. Furthermore, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. He was able to evade everyone's probing, and he was able to specifically target personal disciples who were alone. There's a duo? In the forest, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that there were only 2 people around, he prepared to make his move. His entire body was like a shooting star, rushing forward at high speed. His incredible speed tore through the void as he charged forward with unparalleled power. The 2 warriors in front suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted coldly, "Who is it?" Courting death. However, what answered them was a violent fist. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. An incomparably pitch-black enormous fist was like a flood dragon. It was brilliant and overbearing as it quickly blasted forward. Boom. Quickly retreat. Among them, the white-clothed woman's figure was like lightning as she quickly retreated into the distance. As for the other person, he stood in place and did not move at all. After one strike, the ground caved in, and wounds were everywhere. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he discovered that the black-robed man did not receive any injuries at all. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party curiously. It was a black-robed youth. His face was handsome, but his eyes carried a trace of coldness. In the distance was a white-clothed woman with a beautiful face. They were the mysterious brother and sister duo. Who are you? You actually dare to attack us, brother and sister? The black-robed man's voice was ice-cold as he looked at Lin Xian. At the side, the white-clothed woman also sized up curiously. She didn't expect that someone would actually have the guts to attack the brother and sister duo. One had to know that their king's domain was very special. Other than Ding Peng and the other 2 geniuses, The other direct disciples did not dare to fight with them. But now, someone actually dared to attack them. It was really surprising. Are you very famous? Lin Xian was puzzled. Then, he said indifferently, hand over your storage rings, and I'll let you leave safely. What? Hand over our storage rings? The brother and sister duo were stunned, then laughed wildly. You're the Demon King Madman that's been rumored recently, right? I didn't expect that you would dare to attack us. Hee hee, we were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you rob the disciples of the Purple Sun sect? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Purple Sun sect. The mysterious brother and sister duo laughed coldly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The azure dragon mask on his face flashed with a cold light. I advise you not to be arrogant. The direct disciples that I met before were as arrogant as you. But in the end, they all lost. So, you should obediently hand over your storage rings. That way, you can avoid some physical pain. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're different from those direct disciples. What's the difference? Lin Xian did not think much of it. Oomph, you dare to look down on us? You're asking for death. The lady in white also snorted coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. The black-robed man was even more arrogant. Kid, today I'll end you. As he spoke, the black-robed man's body emitted a terrifying aura. Like a demon king, he looked down on everyone. In the next moment, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Purple Sun Fist. The black-robed man roared. Terrifying energy surged in his body, and a purple fist quickly punched out. Instantly, purple light covered the sky and attacked like a tsunami. The void was like a painting, constantly shaking as if it would crack open at any time. The purple fist was like a purple sun, extremely dazzling and terrifying. Good timing, Lin Xian roared. Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. He was currently practicing the Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. Naturally, he was not afraid of fighting. Moreover, the stronger his opponent was, the happier he would be. He waved his fists, and the sky was filled with flashing black fist shadows. They formed a divine light and intertwined with the shadow of a black dragon, quickly rushing forward. Boom! The two collided, and a huge explosion occurred. Chapter 1656. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness as he passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the black-robed man appear beside him in an instant. However, he still threw out a punch subconsciously. Boom! This punch was very violent. If it landed on the black-robed man, even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the black-robed man was not affected at all. In fact, Lin Xian felt as if his punch had landed on air. The black-robed man's body was completely illusory. An afterimage? Lin Xian frowned. However, the black-robed man revealed a sinister look. He raised his palm again and threw out another punch. Suddenly, the void trembled. The purple fist was like a purple sun. It was filled with intense energy as it blasted towards Lin Xian. It's not an afterimage. Lin Xian was shocked. His pupils constricted. If it was an afterimage, it would not have been possible to attack. Moreover, the black-robed man's fist was too powerful. He could only quickly put up a defense. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Behind him, the dragon's sword realm shone brightly. Countless sword chi intertwined and formed a huge azure dragon shield in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying shockwave exploded. This punch directly pushed Lin Xian back. However, the Azure Dragon Divine Shield was extremely powerful. It absorbed most of the power, so Lin Xian did not suffer any injuries. However, the black-robed man charged towards him again. Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist to fight with him. However, no matter how terrifying his fist was, it did not cause any damage to the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man seemed to be illusory and transparent. Hee, it's useless. You can't hit me at all. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. He waved his fists and pushed Lin Xin back again. Brat, it's useless no matter how strong you are. In front of us siblings, you can only lose. You want to rob us siblings with your little strength? You two are ridiculous. Today is the day you die. The woman in white also laughed and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. She pulled out a thin red sword and quickly slashed forward. The red sword light soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void shook as the resplendent sword light soared into the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his fists and unleashed two black dragons, which quickly rushed out to resist the red sword chi that filled the sky. However, something strange happened again. The white-clothed woman was also extremely strange. His body suddenly became transparent, as if he were air. He ignored the black dragon's attack and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Her entire body and the long sword in her hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning, quickly thrusting over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The long sword vibrated, and streaks of red sword light turned into terrifying sharp blades, ruthlessly chopping towards Lin Xian. It's the same situation again. Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He unleashed a vast expanse of fist shadows towards his opponent. At the same time, his body swayed as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge the sword chi that filled the sky. Hee, it's useless. The white-clothed woman sneered disdainfully, not caring at all. As expected, those violent fists did not cause any harm to her. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that this pair of brother and sister were too strange. You can't escape. On the opposite side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman had no intention of stopping and quickly charged forward. The two of them carried terrifying attacks as they fought Lin Xian. The battle erupted, but the siblings' bodies turned illusory from time to time, and they were not attacked at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was under increasing pressure. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The mysterious siblings dodged the attack, but Lin Xian was the one who was pushed back 1,000 meters. Kid, if this is all you have, then you can die. The black-clothed man snorted disdainfully. The white-clothed woman also laughed coquettishly. Demon King Madman? You're nothing in front of us siblings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that the other party was too strange, so he used his martial path heavenly eye to see everything clearly. Buzz. Lin Xian's eyes became incomparably deep, and mysterious runes flickered at the same time. Then, he pointed out a finger. Void-shattering finger. Like an azure dragon, it instantly pierced through the black-clothed man. However, it did not cause any effect. Hee, it's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore. Your attacks can't hurt us at all. The black-clothed man did not dodge at all. He shook his head and sneered. Lin Xian acted as if he did not hear it. He continued to attack the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman. At the same time, the martial path heavenly eye in his eyes burst out a dazzling light. Gradually, he found a clue. There was an energy connection between the two of them. He realized that when the black-clothed man's body turned transparent and dodged the attack, the white-clothed woman could not do the same. Therefore, the white-clothed woman could only dodge. And when the white-clothed woman ignored the attack, the black-clothed man dodged. In other words, the two of them could not ignore the attack at the same time. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He did not know how the other party did it, but since he found a flaw, the other party was not invincible. At this time, the black-clothed man in front of him said coldly, "All right, kid, the game is over. Now you can go to hell obediently." Hee, I wonder if the disciples of the 3 sects will be grateful to us for killing a demon king like you? The white-clothed woman released a murderous aura. She held a red thin sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, "The two of you are just... Watch how I break your cultivation techniques now." What? Just SOSO? The mysterious siblings were stunned, then sneered disdainfully. "Kid, I think water has entered your brain. What an idiot. Even now, you still think you can hurt us? The two of them snorted disdainfully because no one had ever been able to break their techniques. Since you are so stubborn, I'll send you to hell. Purple sun splits the sky. The black-clothed man snorted coldly. A purple sun quickly appeared in his palm, releasing a dazzling light. Then, he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the white-clothed woman also shouted, "Sword slashes the mountains and rivers." Streaks of red sword chi flew out like flying meteors, carrying a powerful force. The two killer moves quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and circulated the power in his body to the maximum. He opened his fists wide and his entire person was like a god of war, unstoppable. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. A terrifying fist technique appeared. His fist swung, completely shattering the void. The black fist was like a black dragon and as heavy as a mountain. It violently collided with the two killer moves. Clang! The energy explosion swept in all directions. Chapter 1657. Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps. In the next moment, a golden Tao pattern appeared under Lin Xian's feet. His speed was extremely fast, and he dodged the attacks of the two people in an instant. He charged towards the two people at the same time. The black fist was crystal clear as it charged towards the woman in white. "It's useless." The woman in white sneered as her body instantly turned transparent. However, at this moment, the black-robed man beside her let out a furious roar. That was because he realized that Lin Xian was also attacking him at the same time. The black fist had already arrived in front of her. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked. Wasn't the other party attacking his sister? How could he be in front of him? That fist was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, causing him to feel pain all over his body. If he was hit by that fist, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, without thinking, his body immediately turned transparent. Whoosh! The terrifying fist passed through the black-robed man's body and hit the void. Immediately, the black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he dodged the fist at the critical moment. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. Because not far away, the woman in white let out a scream and fell down like a meteor. Boom! The woman in white was like a kite with a broken string. Her entire body was extremely pale as she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the last moment, she was hit by Lin Xian's black dragon fist and was severely injured. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked and could not believe it. Wasn't the other party attacking him? Why is the woman in white injured? No. Damn it. I don't believe it. The black-robed man went crazy. His body swayed, and he arrived beside the woman in white. "Sister, are you all right?" The black-robed man quickly took out some pills and healed the woman in white. At the same time, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are you injured?" "He was clearly attacking me." "No, he was attacking me," the woman in white said weakly. Her eyes were filled with shock. Originally, she could have dodged the punch. However, at the last moment, the black-robed man's body turned into nothingness, causing her to be completely exposed to the black dragon fist. Therefore, she was severely injured. Hearing the woman in white's words, the black-robed man's face turned ugly. "What? We were both attacked? Damn it, that's impossible. How did he do it?" They really couldn't understand how the other party had managed to injure them. The siblings' domains were very special. They were able to switch between illusory and corporeal with each other, which was why they were able to avoid attacks. However, between the siblings, only one of them could immaterialize at a time. The two of them couldn't do it at the same time. This was their only flaw. However, no one noticed this flaw. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to counterattack. This was because the brother and sister were both personal disciples, and their cultivations were both 5-star kings. Their strength was horrifying, and their speed was even faster. They could switch between illusion and reality with just a thought. No matter how fast people of the same level were, they would not be able to catch up to their speed. Only Ding Pong and the other two geniuses could defeat them. Other than that, even if the other personal disciples discovered an opening, they would not be able to launch a counterattack in terms of speed. And now, this mysterious young man had done it. They couldn't believe it. They even suspected that the mysterious man in front of them might be one of the three geniuses of Ding Pong. Damn it, who the hell are you? How can you be so fast? The white-robed woman gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that only the three geniuses have such speed. Don't be arrogant. I will never let you off. The black-robed man also gritted his teeth and roared. The brother and sister had always been arrogant. Other than the three geniuses, they didn't care about anyone else. But now, they were actually injured by a nameless person. This was intolerable to them. Therefore, they had to kill this kid in front of them to vent the hatred in their hearts. On the other side, the white-robed woman also took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. Her injuries immediately healed by more than half. It was obvious that this was an extremely precious healing medicine. Kid, how dare you injure me? Today, I will make you pay a painful price. The white-robed woman's face was pale, and her voice was filled with dense killing intent. The black-robed man said, Sister, let's put some distance between us. I don't believe that this kid can be faster than us. The white-robed woman also nodded. Then, a light flashed behind them, and a huge territory quickly surged out, enveloping the entire space. This territory was very special. It was actually transparent. It directly blended into the void, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. This time, the two of them changed their strategy. The black-robed man attacked, while the white-robed woman attacked from afar. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. The black-robed man roared and attacked first. His palms quickly formed a seal, and an extremely dazzling light appeared in the sky. Purple sun splits the sky. A purple sun appeared, flickering with purple light. Then, it jumped out of the black-robed man's palm. In the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and floated in the sky. It was like a real sun, with flames soaring into the sky and mighty divine power. Kill! The black-robed man roared angrily and pushed the large purple sun downward. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sun swayed, making tsunami-like sounds. It shook the void, and the surrounding mountains and earth quickly cracked open. In an instant, the purple sun arrived in front of Lin Xian and pressed down hard. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered, and his body was incomparably fierce. What he used was still the incomparably violent apocalyptic black dragon fist. Boom. Both of his fists were like dragons, slamming into the purple sun. Suddenly, an earth-shattering vibration was heard, like a sharp sword tearing through the sky. Black cracks started to appear in the void due to this power. This punch was too terrifying. It carried an incomparably violent aura, and it directly shattered the purple sun into pieces. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man, who wanted to attack, was shocked when he saw this scene. This was too unexpected. His attack had actually been directly shattered by someone? This was probably something only Ding Pong and the other two prodigies could do. Could it be that this is really one of them? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. As he spoke, the violent and destructive aura on his body skyrocketed again. He was like an angry dragon, roaring in the sky. Thunderbolt dragon. With a roar, countless violent auras suddenly surged out, condensing into two huge black dragons that circled in the sky. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts fell. Chapter 1658. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts descended. Then, one of the black dragons charged towards the black-robed man. Illusory transformation. The black-robed man's pupils constricted as he roared. The power was too great, and he could not withstand it at all. He could only use his ultimate skill to turn his body into an illusory state to dodge the attack. Anyway, his sister had already retreated to a safe distance. He would definitely not let something like the last time happen again. However, the corners of Lin Xin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then, his body swayed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. With one step, Lin Xin's entire body turned into lightning, and he was extremely fast. Not only that, he also carried another black dragon and endless black lightning and quickly rushed towards the woman in white. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the woman in white. Immediately, the black dragon and black lightning all landed on the woman in white. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Damn it! He roared and gave up on turning his body into an illusory state, giving the opportunity to the woman in white. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 black dragons exploded, and 2 huge black holes appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying, and all the martial artists in the forest felt it. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the 2 pitch-black black holes, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying energy storm! Who's doing it? Judging from the aura, it's at least a direct disciple, and it's in the top 5. Why do I feel like it's Ding Pong and the other 2 prodigies? Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, the 2 black holes terrified everyone. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved. Among them, there was no lack of direct disciples. In the forest, Ding Pong, Xiao Cheng, and Dan Feng also raised their heads and looked at the sky. They immediately frowned. The 3 of them snorted coldly and also moved, flying in the direction of the black holes. For a moment, countless rays of light lit up the sky, and all of them flew in the same direction. Soon, they all arrived near the black holes. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck and could not believe it. Not only that, their hearts were beating wildly, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The reason for that was because 2 enormous craters had appeared before them. Within each crater lay a figure. This kind of scene was not unfamiliar to him. After all, it would appear after every battle. However, what shocked them were the 2 figures below. Fuck, aren't they Huan Ling and Huan Ling from the Purple Sun sect? That's right. They are ranked in the top 3 among the direct disciples. How could he have been injured? Could it be that Ding Pong and the other 2 geniuses have made their move? It can't be. Normally, people of this level wouldn't go all out in the first round. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. As for the personal disciples in the crowd, their expressions were even more serious. They were well aware of the strength and means of the phantom siblings. That kind of divine ability that could switch between real and false gave the majority of personal disciples an incomparable headache. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to fight with them. But now, Huan Ling and Huan Ling were actually seriously injured. This was really unbelievable. Who on earth is it? How could they have such means? Could it be that the 3 heavens favorites have made their moves? Everyone was extremely puzzled. However, at this time, someone cried out in surprise, "Look, Ding Pong and the rest of the 3 heavens favorites have arrived." Sure enough, the void fluctuated. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely Ding Pong, Xiao Cheng, and Dan Feng, 3 people. The moment these 3 people appeared, they also furrowed their brows, because the scene before their eyes made them similarly shocked. You guys made a move? The 3 people asked each other. But the next moment, the 3 people shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were even more stunned. Looks like it was not the 3 heavens favorites who made a move. Then who on earth possessed such heaven-defying divine ability? To be able to defeat the phantom siblings? Ding Peng asked in a solemn voice. Who injured you guys? It's that Demon King. Below, the black-robed man said with difficulty. Until now, a hint of deep horror surfaced in his eyes. That scene previously was seriously too shocking. He and his sister were both attacked. This made him unable to believe it. However, What made him feel at ease was that the other party did not deal a killing blow to the two of them. They only injured the two of them and took away their storage rings. However, these words were akin to a clap of thunder in the ears of the surrounding martial artists, exploding with a loud bang. Demon King? What? It's that Demon King again. Damn it, he actually made a move again? Who the hell is that person? He's too strong. He can even defeat the Phantom siblings? Could it be that his strength is no weaker than the three Heavens favorites? For a moment, everyone's scalp went numb, and they were even terrified. Because when they thought that there was a powerful Demon King hidden in the Hidden Moon Forest, they even had the urge to escape. At this time, Danfeng also asked in a solemn voice, "Who is that Demon King, do you know?" "I don't know. That person is wearing a black robe and an azure dragon mask on his face, blocking all detection. We don't know who he is at all." The woman in white also gritted her teeth and said, the brother and sister were seriously injured. At this moment, they were swallowing medicinal pills to heal their injuries while answering Danfeng's question. "Does that person have any form or characteristics, such as cultivation method or something?" Dingping asked again. At the same time, he took out 2 healing pills from his storage ring and threw them to the Phantom siblings in front of him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ding." The Phantom siblings took the medicinal pills, quickly swallowed them, and then said, "Although we don't know the identity of that person, he seems to have used a very violent fist technique. That fist technique is very easy to recognize. It has a violent and destructive aura when used. Not only that, between the fist shadows, there are also black dragon shadows. It should be a very profound fist technique." The woman in white also quickly said. At this moment, the personal disciples who had been robbed earlier also echoed in agreement. "That's right. It's that kind of fist technique. It's too violent, as if it can destroy everything." "Yes, he also has a unique skill. That is, he can instantly shoot out 2 black dragons, and there are also black lightning descending. It's very terrifying." A message came out one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. They now vowed that as long as they encountered such a person in the forest, they would immediately turn around and leave. They absolutely did not dare to meet him. Meanwhile, Ding Peng, Xiao Cheng, and Danfeng were frowning too. Since Ling Su and his sister had also lost, they were afraid that the other personal disciples were not that person's opponent. Perhaps only the 3 of them could defeat him. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.